2023 Division L District Court, Adams County. Paul. 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. The parties and counsel are present. Are there issues to discuss before the jurors return?
No issues to discuss with the jurors. Come out, accept this proposed and we will process. Sergeant Leonard is here. There he is. Perfect.
Okay, all right. Well, it's inevitable. Somebody will be late, so. You said jurors. Our jurors have returned. Please be seated. The court will recall 21 CR 2800, 21 CR 2806. The parties and counsel are present. Sergeant Leonard's on the witness stand, still under oath. May continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Shortly after you arrived at the scene, Sergeant Leonard, Elijah McClain made a number of statements like, "I'm just different. I'm just going home. I'm sorry. I don't do that stuff." Do you recall him making those statements?
Only from the video, not from on scene.
Did you hear Elijah McClain speaking while you were at the scene?
I did.
Did he appear to you to be speaking rationally when you first arrived?
I wasn't paying attention. I was mostly listening to the officer speaking to me.
Okay, so you were not paying attention to what Mr. McClain was saying?
There was a lot going on.
Understood. You were not paying attention to what Mr. McClain was saying, however.
Like I said, my focus was on what my officers were telling me.
And as was reflected on the video that Mr. Slothauer played yesterday, officers were telling you things that they had encountered with Mr. McClain while Mr. McClain was also speaking. Is that true?
Yes,
You were focused on what they were saying, correct?
correct,
Not on what he was saying.
correct.
You said that you did hear Mr. McClain speaking at some points in time, though. Is that right?
I did. I recognized that he was speaking.
What did he say?
I don't recall.
Do you recall when he said that in relation to fire arriving? Or when he made any statements you recall in relation to fire arriving?
What's the question?
Did you hear Mr. McClain making statements before fire arrived?
By the time fire arrived, he wasn't speaking very much.
Okay. What about before they arrived? Did you hear him speaking before that?
Yes,
The things you recall him saying, did he appear to be making sense to you?
like I said, I wasn't paying attention to him. I was listening to my officers, so I wasn't cognizant. In my report states that I wasn't cognizant of what he was telling me on scene. I am now, obviously, watching the video.
Okay. So you recall that he was making statements. You just have no idea at this point what they were?
Correct.
Did you have concern when you were first on the scene that he was speaking irrationally?
No,
There was nothing that he said that caused you concern that he's not making any sense at that point, correct?
correct.
Whatever those statements were that apparently you don't recall, he was making sense.
He appeared to be, yes.
That change?
He spoke less as time went on.
And you said after fire arrived, you don't recall him making any more statements. Is that right?
That's true.
Officers relayed to fire information that they supposedly had. Is that fair to say?
I was busy. I don't know what the officers were telling him.
Did you hear an officer say that he spoke English, but he wasn't making any sense?
There's a point in the video I recall that. Yes.
That wasn't true, was it?
Was it true?
Mr. McClain was making sense, you just testified to, correct?
Early on, yes, he was.
And so when the officer said he's not making any sense, that wasn't true, was it?
You'd have to ask those officers. I don't know.
Let's turn to when Officer Rodema, was it Officer Rodema slammed Mr. McClain to the ground?
Repositioned him, yes.
That's your phrasing? He
That's my
repositioned-
phrase, sir.
Let's talk about after that occurred. You did not tell Mr. Rodema to get off of Mr. McClain, did you?
I did not.
In fact, Officer Rodema remained on top of Mr. McClain, restraining him, correct?
He had his knee on his leg, on his arm.
And Officer Rodema used pain compliance techniques on Mr. McClain, didn't he?
I wasn't necessarily paying attention to that, no.
You were at all times in the area of where Mr. McClain was, correct?
I remained in that area, yes.
How far do you think you strayed away from where Mr. McClain was?
There were times when I was right next to him. There was times when I was a distance away.
Do you know how far?
I don't know, don't remember.
And you never asked officers at any point in time to get off of Elijah McClain, did you?
No,
In fact, at one point you assisted, as you testified yesterday, in helping them restrain Mr. McClain, correct?
there was a moment, yes.
You never asked that he be unhandcuffed, never asked that officers allow him to move around freely, correct?
He just assaulted my officers. I wouldn't have done that.
And what you were relying on for your statement that he had just assaulted your officers is your officers telling you that, correct?
Correct.
You can only pass on information that you get from your officers, correct?
Correct.
We went over yesterday, there were some people watching from an apartment building nearby, is that right?
That's correct.
You didn't know that at the time, right?
I realized it late into the call before I noticed them up there. Yes.
The only people you were aware of were at that scene were fire and police.
Correct.
So when fire arrived, the only source of information they had about what had happened to Mr. McClain was police, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware some of your officers relayed inaccurate information, aren't you?
I don't know that.
At one point, one of the paramedics told everybody at the scene that they were waiting for the ambulance to bring ketamine, and when it arrived, they would sedate Mr. McClain and transport him. Isn't that true?
I didn't hear that.
You're not saying it wasn't said, right?
I'm not saying it wasn't said, but it wasn't something I was cognizant at the time.
The ambulance was not there for much of while fire was there, correct?
That's correct.
Fire got there first, right?
Yes,
And then there was no ambulance for quite a period of time.
that's true.
Do you know where the fire engine was at that point?
I do not recall.
It wasn't right at the scene, was it?
It wasn't parked right next to us, no.
And ultimately, when the ambulance arrived, it did park right next to where you were,
It
correct?
did. Mhm.
Very close to where,
Close. Yep,
to where Mr. McClain was.
correct.
But there was some period of time that everybody was waiting for the ambulance to arrive, correct?
Yes,
Once the ambulance arrived, paramedics asked that Mr. McClain be unhandcuffed, correct?
I wasn't cognizant of that at the time.
Once the ambulance arrived, Mr. McClain was unhandcuffed, right?
I believe officers did that, but once again, my statement, I wasn't paying attention to those moments. I was talking to another sergeant on scene.
All right. When Mr. McClain was placed onto the gurney, you were not paying attention to that?
I did pay attention to that.
And officers removed his handcuffs, correct?
They were no longer on him. That's correct.
And fire didn't take off the handcuffs, did they?
No,
So officers must have removed his handcuffs, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
You didn't see it?
I wasn't paying attention to that.
Once Mr. McClain was on the gurney, he was placed in soft restraints. Is that right?
I believe so.
What's the difference between handcuffs and soft restraints?
Well, the soft restraints are made basically of plastic and Velcro, essentially, when handcuffs are metal.
Do you know whether it's procedure to, once handcuffs are removed and somebody's placed on a gurney, to place that person in soft restraints?
If they've been combative, yes.
And that's what was done in this case, right?
I believe so, yes.
You still weren't watching that part?
I wasn't paying close attention to this, no. I had other things on my mind. I needed to contact people in the apartment, stuff like that.
Once Mr. McClain was on the gurney, fire started moving and completely took over his care, correct?
Correct.
They moved him to the ambulance,
I
right?
believe so.
And they started working on Mr. McClain in the ambulance, right?
I was standing there when that was happening.
You were not?
No, I had entered the apartment building.
You were watching when Officer Rodema slammed Mr. McClain on the ground, correct?
Yes,
And that was almost immediately after a paramedic approached Officer Rodema and asked if Elijah McClain spoke English, right?
if you say so. I guess that's a sequence of events, yes.
Almost immediately after a paramedic approached and asked if Mr. McClain spoke English, Elijah McClain said, "I can't fix myself," didn't he?
That's on the video, yes.
And that's when Officer Rodema picked him up and slammed him on the ground.
That's when he repositioned him, yes.
Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your officers relayed to you that Elijah McClain had superhuman strength, correct?
They were saying that, yes.
And they relayed that to fire too, didn't they?
I believe I heard that, yes.
Did you see any evidence of that yourself?
And I did. I saw him squirming around, moving. I did not see superhuman strength, no.
Your officers told you that Mr. McClain had done a push-up with 3 of them on his back, correct?
They said that, yeah.
And they told fire that, correct?
Yes.
And your officers told fire that Mr. McClain wasn't making any sense when he spoke, correct?
That's what's on there.
Sustained.
You told fire that Mr. McClain was clearly on something, meaning drugs.
I believe him to be so, yes.
Even though he hadn't given you an answer when you asked if he was on drugs that you heard, right?
Correct.
You had no other evidence that he was on drugs, right?
Sustained. We're not going to do a rehash of yesterday.
Officers told you that in this struggle with Mr. McClain, he basically took all of them to the ground, right?
Well, I don't recall that being part of it.
You don't recall them saying that to you?
I don't recall them saying that, no.
Officers told you that Elijah McClain had gone for an officer's gun, correct?
Correct.
That relayed to fire as well?
I don't believe so.
Do you know for sure
Which?
whether they told fire that Elijah McClain?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. If I could finish the question, do you know for sure whether officers told fire that Elijah McClain had gone for one of their guns?
I don't recall them saying that.
I asked you yesterday about whether officers had relayed to you Elijah McClain said he couldn't breathe. Did they tell you that he said that up to 7 separate times?
They never told me that.
And so you could never tell fire that either, correct?
Correct.
Did your officers tell you that Elijah McClain had told them his name?
I don't recall that either, no.
You didn't tell fire his name, right?
No,
You know whether your officers ever told you what his name was?
I don't believe they did.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Look.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
How are you this morning?
Could be better.
I understand. When you first came on the scene and you described previously that while Elijah McClain was speaking, your officers were speaking to you as well, right?
Yes,
And they were providing you information about what had happened prior to your arrival with Mr.
Yes.
McClain, correct? And while they're relaying this information to you, part of that information is that Mr. McClain had been acting crazy, right?
yes,
And that Mr. McClain had assaulted them, correct?
yes,
And that Mr. McClain had gone for or reached for one of the officer's guns, right?
yes,
And that Mr. McClain was exhibiting unusual strength in his struggling with the officers, right?
yes.
And in all of this information, did you have any reason, did you observe anything or have any reason to disbelieve what the officers were telling you?
No,
And so you took what the officers were telling you at face value.
I did.
And you didn't further inquire as to what other things might have occurred between the officers and Mr. McClain prior to your arrival, right?
I do soon after when I send officers to talk to the people reporting him. Yeah,
Correct. But the officers that are engaged with Mr. McClain, you don't further inquire with them as to what had occurred between Mr. McClain and them prior to this. Objection, question misstates the evidence.
I'll let him clean that up on redirect. You can ask the question.
So you didn't further inquire of the officers actually engaged with Mr. McClain as to anything further that might have happened prior to your arrival?
I believe I asked about the circumstances for the contact initially when I first come on.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you asked about what initiated the contact.
I do, yeah.
But in terms of any potential injury to Mr. McClain, you didn't inquire further of your officers there?
No,
And you didn't inquire further of your officers as to any injuries they might have sustained?
no.
Okay. And I'm going to hop around a little bit here on the timeline, and I understand it might be confusing, but I'll do my best to kind of orient you to, because we've seen quite a bit of video in connection with your testimony. Okay, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
You were near the area where Mr. McClain and your officers were engaged at the point that Mr. McClain was placed onto the gurney, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall Paramedic Cooper asking to have the handcuffs removed prior to placing Mr. McClain on the gurney?
I wasn't aware of that conversation.
And there's been some testimony that you were pretty much standing right there when Officer Rodema, to use your term, repositioned Mr. McClain.
I was standing fairly near him.
Okay, and do you recall observing that?
I do.
And it sounds like on the body-worn camera that you are engaged in a conversation with someone. I believe it's on the phone.
Correct.
Who are you talking to on the phone during that conversation?
I had more than one conversation with both the captain that was in a different district and a lieutenant who's what we call the duty lieutenant was also in a different district. I was talking at different times during this to both of them on the phone. So I believe I was talking to the captain right then, but I'm not absolutely sure.
Okay. And do you recall explaining to the captain that your officers had informed you that Mr. McClain had started acting crazy
I believe I say that, yes.
and that Mr. McClain had attacked them?
I say that.
And you also say, as you're standing there with the medics present, we're still struggling with him. Do you recall saying that?
I do recall that.
Okay. And you actually also add that you have fire on scene and that's where we're at.
I believe that's what I say, yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with, well, let me start back a little bit. You've never served as a firefighter with Aurora Fire, right?
No,
And have you ever served as a firefighter in any other jurisdiction?
no,
But you do work with them frequently on scenes, correct?
yes,
And Do you have any familiarity with the rank structure inside of AFR?
I'm loosely familiar, yes.
So is there a way for you to determine on scene what rank a particular firefighter has?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not really conscious of it, no.
Okay, so when that first firefighter arrives on scene, you don't know what rank that firefighter is, correct?
I don't.
And you're unfamiliar with the levels of medical training that a particular firefighter might have there.
Correct.
So you don't know whether that first firefighter that you spoke with was a paramedic or some other type of medically trained
I do not.
firefighter. And so, do you know the identity of that first firefighter that you spoke with on scene?
I'm familiar with his face, but I don't know.
You don't
I
know his name?
No.
Do you know the names of any of the firefighters? I mean, other than what you've learned. Well, let me rephrase that. That night, August 24th, 2019, were you aware of the identities or names of any of the firefighters that were present on scene?
No.
And you certainly didn't make any inquiry. You didn't ask any of the firefighters, hey, which one of you guys is a paramedic?
I did not.
You testified earlier that you believed that Mr. McClain was suffering from excited delirium, correct?
Correct.
And as part of and you're also a field training officer, right?
I was for many years, and I'm a field training sergeant now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to indicate that. You've been a field training sergeant for how long?
No, probably about 5 years, 4.5
And
5 years.
prior to being a field training sergeant, you were a field training officer.
That's correct.
In total, how much time have you been a field training officer and sergeant?
Probably around most of my career, 15, 16 years.
Okay, so you're very familiar with the parameters of Aurora Police Department training, correct?
Correct.
And part of that training is you are trained as an Aurora officer to recognize the signs of excited delirium.
Correct.
And you were so trained in 2019.
I don't know if we received that training that year or not, but I had received it prior to that, and I was aware of that training.
Okay. You also testified that you had informed fire that the south end of Billings Street was essentially choked with police cars, right?
I had gone, well, I was informing them directly that that's my dispatch, and they transmit that to the fire side. So it works. I get on the radio, yes, and I advise them to tell fire that we basically blocked Billings and to come in off of Montview.
Okay. And so you tell your dispatch,
Correct.
and essentially you direct dispatch to tell fire.
I did.
And do you know how many channels that information goes through before
I
it gets
do
to
not.
the AFR?
I've sat up there. It's very chaotic up there in dispatch. So I don't know how many people get relayed information before it gets to.
So you have no idea how much time went by
Not.
between the time you directed that and the time that AFR may or may not have received it.
I do not.
You don't even know if they received it for sure.
I don't know for sure.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge of the distinction between an engine for AFR and an ambulance for Falcon?
Oh, I know I know the difference between an ambulance and a truck, yes.
Okay. And so when you were saying earlier, you don't know where the engine was parked, you're referring to the AFR engine, not the ambulance.
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that the AFR truck was on scene quite some time before the ambulance arrived.
Yes.
And are you aware that when AFR is dispatched to a scene like Elijah McClain's scene on August 24th, 2019, that a Falcon ambulance is also dispatched at the same time?
Yeah, more of that.
Okay. And so do you know where those respective rigs are coming from when they're dispatched?
Not necessarily. Mm.
And although you work with them frequently, not having any experience as a firefighter or a paramedic, are you at all familiar with the protocols that govern a paramedic's treatment on scene?
No.
Do you recall in during your testimony on Friday a still shot from one of the videos that shows Elijah McClain's handcuffed hands and an officer's gloved hand on those hands?
I don't recall that.
For the record, I don't think he was here on Friday.
I was here yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize for this moment. Yesterday, you recall a still image.
I still don't remember seeing it yesterday.
Cole, can you bring up Exhibit 105 at 230200? Please. You recall seeing this yesterday?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. And in the lower left-hand part of the screen, that gloved hand, is that a police officer's hand?
I believe it is.
And is what he is holding Mr. McClain's hands?
It looks like yes.
And at this point, are you aware that Mr. McClain is handcuffed?
I wasn't paying attention during this time. That's what I was nearby, but I was talking to my sergeant that stand next to me.
Okay. Do you recognize the kind of hold that the officer?
I do.
What is that hold called?
It's a rear wrist lock.
And what is it used for?
It's used for pain compliance and control.
And so it's designed to utilize against a handcuffed suspect so that the officer can easily manipulate the person so that they can get them to move where they want to move and do things they want them to do, correct?
That's correct.
And maintain control of that individual.
Yes.
And at no time while you were on the scene, did you ever make any request of AFR personnel or paramedics to care for Mr. McClain or provide him any treatment?
Did I ask them?
Right.
We requested them to the scene. That's asking them.
Right. Actually, you requested, did you request them to the scene or did
The officers originally do.
Right. The officers originally did.
Correct.
And then you provide additional information about how they ought to approach.
Yes.
Once they're on the scene, do you ever inquire of them, what are you guys going to do? Or can you provide him some care or anything like that?
No, I don't do that. At one point, I do ask him what's taking so long.
And you asked them that. Did you get a response to that?
There was no response that I remember.
Do you know which of the paramedics you asked that of?
It was just a general statement to the group.
To the group of individuals that were standing around.
Correct.
The plane was on the ground struggling with your officers, right?
Correct.
When the paramedics first arrived on the scene, or rather the AFR personnel first arrived on the scene, and you spoke with that first individual, were you aware that Mr. McClain had vomited?
Yes,
And you relayed that information to that first AFR individual,
I
correct?
did.
And were you aware at that time that Mr. McClain had actually vomited into a mask he had been wearing?
I had seen the mask on the ground.
I know you had seen the mask,
No, I saw the mask on the ground.
but did you put it together that he had vomited inside the mask while he was wearing it?
I don't believe at the time I consciously was putting it all together in those moments.
Okay, and so you didn't inform that initial AFR individual that Mr. McClain had thrown up inside of a mask he was wearing?
I did not.
I just want to clarify this. There was some little bit of testimony about once you're on the scene as the sergeant, you're the direct supervisor of the officers on the scene that are below you in rank, correct?
When you say direct supervisor, that does not mean that I dictate every move that they make. So I just need to make that clear that I am the highest ranking person on scene, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm calling all the shots.
Do you know whether Officer Rodima was what's referred to as the senior officer on the scene?
He was. I was aware of that.
Okay, and so Officer Rodima had senior status over the other officers that were on.
He did. Mhm.
Okay. And is it your understanding that this was what is referred to commonly as his call?
He had taken over that role, even though he wasn't the first one to make contact with him.
Okay. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Sergeant. I don't have any further questions for you.
Redirect examination. Okay.
Sergeant, on cross-examination, you mentioned a few times that you didn't remember everything that Mr. McClain was saying or doing because you were paying attention to your officers through a lot of it. Is that correct?
I was more focused on what they're telling me, yes.
Okay. Who were you expecting to be focused on paying attention to Mr. McClain?
The officers.
Once the paramedics arrived on the scene, what role did you expect them to take with regards to
It
him?
is now their scene. They take over.
Now, you mentioned as well on cross that there's sort of these two concepts, Aurora Police and scene safety, and fire department and medical control. Can you just explain to the jury what you mean by that, please?
So our primary role is actually what he said is to keep the scene safe and keep control of any suspects, perhaps, and also witnesses sometimes because they're hostile or whatever they're doing. Other than that, that's our role. When fire shows up, it's their scene. And this was a medical emergency. We all recognized that on scene at the time, and that's the role of the fire department.
Is this complicated? Like, are there some magic words that have to be said in order for Aurora Fire to start treating a patient?
No.
Now, you were asked on cross about whether you had asked the fire department to treat the patient, and you said something about asking him to the scene. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
You mean when the officers call for fire early on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anytime there's a fight of any sort, we call for rescue to come out and treat the person that we just been in combat with. So that's an automatic thing, and my officers did that almost immediately.
Now, is there an understanding of what fire's role is when they get called out in a situation like that?
Not to my knowledge, there isn't.
When they arrive on scene, is there an understanding of what they're supposed to be doing?
You'd have to ask them. I mean, my idea is that they should be treating him.
Now, you mentioned a little bit on cross-examination that you had some suspicions that Mr. McClain might have excited delirium. If somebody from the Aurora Police Department has those sorts of suspicions, what are they supposed to do? That somebody suspects someone has excited delirium, what are they supposed to do?
Well, our primary role is to just keep him in the rescue position and wait for fire to show up.
Okay. If fire hasn't been called yet, are they trained to call fire?
They would immediately call him, yes.
Why is it that their training is to call fire if they have those suspicions?
Because we don't know how to do anything medically. We don't treat people.
Okay. Are APD officers trained to make a formal diagnosis of excited delirium, or is that something that fire does?
We're just trained to recognize the signs.
You're asked on cross whether you had further follow-ups with your officers to get more information about what's happened. Did you have a longer conversation with Mr. Rosenblatt about exactly what happened before you got there?
Yes, after the scene is somewhat calmed down after I first get there, he disengages and we have a short conversation away from standing right next to him, yes.
Okay. One of the other things that you mentioned on cross-examination was that you didn't personally see any superhuman strength exhibited by Mr. McClain. Is that correct?
I didn't.
Was the first time that you heard any of your officers telling the fire folks about superhuman strength after they'd already made the decision to administer ketamine?
I don't know the answer to that.
Is that something that you'd have to refer back to the video to refresh your memory on?
Yeah, we've seen so much, I don't recall the exact time frame.
Could we please pull up for the witness exhibit 105?
I'm going to object to this, Your Honor. Can we approach briefly?
Okay. Next question.
Do you have any independent memory of when the fire medics announced their decision to give ketamine relative to the comments from the officers about superhuman strength?
I don't recall that conversation at all.
Okay. That's all I have for you, Sergeant. Thank you.
May the witness be excused. Right. You may step down. You're excused. Next witness for the people.
People will call Michael Lamb. I swear.
Be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Michael Lamb, Lamb.
Your witness.
Good morning, Mr. Lamb.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am a forensic toxicologist at a company called NMS Labs.
And as it relates to this case, did you analyze and prepare a report of the test results of hospital admission blood for Elijah McClain?
Yes, I did. I authored the toxicology report that was issued with the completed findings of the analysis for Elijah McClain.
And can you explain to the jury what toxicology is?
Toxicology is the study of drugs, poisons, or other intoxicants, how they affect the body, how the body breaks them down. It's a complex discipline that uses chemistry and biology, pharmacology to understand how drugs work in the body.
I presume you had some formal education to prepare you for this career.
Yes, I did. I've received a bachelor's in neuroscience from Binghamton University, and I have a master's in forensic science from Arcadia University.
Okay. Do you have any board certifications?
Yes, I am board certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicology. It's an accrediting agency that will license individual toxicologists to, in the field. You have to pass an examination, be in good standing in the professional field. You also have to maintain continuing education credits every year in order to fulfill and maintain that certification.
Have you been a member of any professional societies related to your career as a toxicologist?
Yes, I'm a member of the Society of Forensic Toxicologists and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And how is that a benefit to you doing your work?
So those are they provide resources and access to journal articles, and they also host national meetings that I regularly attend. So at these meetings, they're about a week long, and there are dozens of hours of presentations and workshops in the field of forensic toxicology. So it's beneficial in terms of professional growth and development.
And are you ever a presenter at any of these meetings of these organizations?
Yes, I have. I presented at these national meetings. I've also given online webinars in the field of forensic toxicology.
Mr. Lamb, have you ever been qualified as an expert in court in the field of forensic toxicology before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 80 to 100 times.
In what jurisdictions have you done that?
In about 20 or 25 states all throughout the country, and also in federal court as well as state court.
And have you testified in both civil and criminal proceedings?
I have provided a deposition in civil proceedings. I cannot recall if I've testified in court in a civil proceeding. The majority of my testimony has been criminal.
And since the time that you finished your master's degree, I guess maybe even going back before that, can you walk us through the jobs that you've held in the field of toxicology post undergraduate work?
So I've been working right after college. I started work at NMS Labs. I've held various positions in the laboratory. I started out in the testing departments. So I would be physically handling tens of thousands of samples a year for the analysis of drugs or other substances in biological specimens.
Okay, and then from when you began, what level have you risen to?
So there's various analyst levels that are listed as in the laboratory. It goes up to, from analyst 1 through 4. I reached those levels and then was moved to a different department, which is the Toxicological Services Department. We do for that as a toxicologist, my primary responsibilities are reviewing the analytical data generated during the testing for an entire case. I review all of the acceptance criteria and issue a report with my findings on it.
And what's sort of the highest level position that you've risen to now?
Right now, that would be a forensic toxicologist level 3.
And what are your job duties as that
So,
position?
The primary day-to-day job duties are reviewing and generating reports with completed toxicological casework to agencies that submit testing requests to us. We get requests from medical examiners, coroners, police agencies for a variety of testing. So I review and issue those reports once they are completed. I also provide continuing education and interact with the toxicological community in the form of presentations and publications. Other duties include providing answers to analytical questions that the laboratory may have, and providing interpretation to clients who receive our reports and want to know more information about what the findings mean.
And in your current role, are you sort of the person doing the frontline testing of specimens anymore?
No, I'm not.
Have you been trained on all of that testing that you're reviewing, though?
Yes, I did. As an analyst in the laboratory, a position I held for about 5 years, I would test tens of thousands of samples a year.
I want to talk just a minute about your employer. Can you say who that was again?
NMS Labs.
And where is that located?
It's located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, which is just north of Philadelphia, about 45-minute drive.
Okay, and can you describe the business of NMS Labs, please?
NMS Labs is an independently owned private laboratory that offers a variety of services in the field of toxicology. We do forensic and clinical toxicology. So clinical toxicology may involve therapeutic drug monitoring, testing prescription drug monitoring for living patients. Forensic drug testing may involve postmortem analysis, so blood testing from someone who's been deceased. We do a variety of different casework at NMS Labs.
Is NMS Labs accredited?
Yes, we have numerous accreditations, both at the state level and federal level.
And has it specifically been accredited by the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment?
Yes, it has.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would offer Mr. Lamb as an expert in the field of forensic toxicology, testing, and analysis.
Any voir dire or objection?
May I briefly voir dire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My understanding, Mr. Lamb, is you are not a medical doctor. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I believe you testified currently you review other analysts' work and issue a report. Is that correct?
That's part of what I do, yes.
And as part of that review, do you attempt to interpret and explain what they have done?
If asked, I could interpret or explain a specific question.
My understanding of what you testified to is you were an analyst yourself for 5 years and did tens of thousands of this type of drug analysis. Is that right?
Yes, I participate in the laboratory testing.
Do you then possess an understanding of how various drugs work on human beings?
In the field of toxicology, yes, a toxicologist would be knowledgeable about those facts.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. The court will allow the witness to testify and explain in the field of forensic toxicology, testing and analysis, and opine in those areas.
And then just to follow up on sort of the scope of your expertise, we've talked about what you're an expert in, but as you just said, you're not a medical doctor, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't treat live patients.
That's correct.
Do you have any training on sedation of patients?
No, I do not.
And you're not a forensic pathologist?
No, I'm not.
Do you ever give opinions on the cause of someone's death?
No, it would not be appropriate for a toxicologist to opine on the ultimate cause of death.
Why not?
So we are not, as I mentioned, I'm not a pathologist, so I'm not performing an autopsy and examining a body to determine competent causes of death. That doesn't fall under my training or expertise.
I want to talk now sort of about how the mechanics of how NMS works when it receives specimens for testing. How do specimens come about coming to NMS labs?
So generally, we accept specimens from a variety of agencies all over the country. So samples may arrive via certified or Federal Express overnight mail. They are going to be in a package and arrive to our specimen processing unit of our laboratory. So our laboratory is a secure facility where only a small group of people can have access to enter. The specimen processing unit is, they receive the actual samples, and it's an even smaller unit with more limited access. So the packages are then received and opened up by an individual in that department. They're opened up one at a time, and the contents of the package are then examined. At that time, we will create, we will log this information into our computer system, and a unique 8-digit work order number will be created that is unique to that case and that case alone. At that time, there's paperwork that arrives with the sample that says who the sample belongs to, where it came from, and what types of tests are requested. All that information is then entered into the system, and the testing process would begin.
And those processes that you're describing, are those designed to ensure proper chain of custody?
Yes, chain of custody is documented and tracked throughout the entirety of the time that it's from its receipt at NMS Labs until the completion of testing and the eventual return or discarding of the samples. The way that we keep track of chain of custody is electronically. So all the samples will have barcodes that we place on them that must be scanned electronically. So that we know at all times who had the sample for what purpose and when.
And are there procedures that govern the specific tests that you're running on different samples?
Yes, each procedure or test for different drugs, we have hundreds of different methods at NMS Labs. All of those are performed or characterized under properly validated standard operating procedures. So our methods will go through a validation process when they are first developed, and then they are continually examined and verified as acceptable during the course of testing.
And is it fair to say that any tech in NMS Labs running a procedure, they're all using the same operations procedure for that test?
Yes, it is a protocol for any person performing any test at NMS Labs that they must have the procedure visible up in front of them so that they are able to read each step by step and follow that procedure so they don't have to memorize anything.
And are there quality control procedures that NMS Labs has to ensure the results and the accuracy of the results of tests that are done?
Yes, every analysis is going to have quality controls that are associated with that testing process. So quality controls may be known amounts of drugs that are prepared alongside other samples. The quality controls must perform acceptably when the testing is completed. We record all that information, and the analysis must, and we only would accept results if the quality controls pass. We also run blank quality controls to ensure that there's no other issues with the analysis. The blanks must have no drug in them. So all those are included in the testing process.
Did NMS Labs receive specimens for testing related to Elijah McClain?
Yes, we did in September of 2019.
And did one of those specimens include an admission blood sample that was drawn at 23:39 hours at UC Hospital?
Yes.
And did you in fact run tests on that sample?
Yes,
Do you know who sent the sample to you for testing?
it was the Adams County coroner.
Did the testing include both screening and confirmatory tests?
Yes, so screen and confirmation is the gold standard in the identification of drugs or other substances. It's very important to, if once you identify a drug, it must be confirmed using a more sensitive and specific technique.
And did you do a screening test on Mr. McClain's blood?
Yes, we did.
Do you know specifically which analyst did that test?
Yes, the main screening test performed was done by Allison Rosengarten.
And did you review the evidence of her records of her performing those tests?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain the purpose of the screening test as it relates to Mr. McClain?
So the Allison performed what is known as time of flight extraction. Essentially, it is a process that looks for several hundred different of the most commonly seen prescription medication, drugs of abuse, or novel psychoactive substances. If any of those substances are identified on that initial screening methodology, we would then perform a separate confirmatory test.
And what were the results of that screening test for Mr. McClain?
The substance that was identified on the screening test for the time of flight test performed by Ms. Rosengarten was ketamine.
And did it reflect a positive for anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Do you have your report with you? Or in front of you?
I do.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that and see if it tested positive for anything else?
Oh, so I'm sorry, I was confused. The other findings were from separate analysis. So
My bad.
regarding, I was answering the question as if you were asking if what was identified on that one screen test.
On the one screen test, just ketamine?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you reviewed Ms. Rosengarten's work on that screening test?
Yes, I did.
And did you see any issues with quality controls or the results from that test?
I did not.
And then did you do any follow-up with respect to that positive ketamine result with any other testing?
Yes, so we performed, then we performed a confirmatory test for ketamine that is able to also quantitate or generate an amount of the ketamine in the blood sample. That was performed by another analyst at NMS Labs by the name of Rachel Davidovich.
And how does that test mechanically work?
So the test for confirming ketamine, the technology behind that test is it's called gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. It's essentially an instrumental tool that allows for the separation of compounds and mixtures. So if you think of blood as a mixture and there are different compounds or drugs present in the blood, the technology will then be able to separate and identify unique drugs in that mixture, and then we will be able to quantitate or generate an amount of the drug that's in that blood sample.
And in this case, were you able to determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the level of ketamine in Mr. McClain's blood was?
Yes, it was reported as 1,400 nanograms per milliliter.
And did you have information regarding an injection of ketamine that Mr. McClain had received prior to this blood being drawn?
Yes, it was given to me in supplemental documents.
Were you able to reach an opinion about how the level of ketamine that you detected compared with the injection that Mr. McClain had received?
It was my opinion that the level of ketamine detected was consistent with the reported administration.
And can you tell the jury what is ketamine from a toxicological point of view?
So ketamine is a drug that's it's classified as a dissociative anesthetic. So disassociation is kind of like an outer body experience. out of body, out of mind, out of environment. However, primarily ketamine is a drug that has utility as an anesthetic or sedation during surgical procedures. Ketamine may also be encountered as a drug of abuse. So people may take it on the street. It has similar effects to PCP, which is another disassociation type drug.
What are the primary effects of ketamine?
Well, primarily it's going to cause sedation. So that's the intended use of it behind a surgical setting. However, there are some adverse effects that may be encountered. Those may include nausea, vomiting, abnormal heart rate, or cardiac arrhythmias, or other cardiac issues.
What about respiratory depression?
Yes, I mean, you may have a respiratory depression with as the central nervous system depressant activity.
And you said your opinion was that the ketamine in Mr. McClain's blood was consistent with the injection that he received. Would it be possible, if you knew an injection that someone had received, to predict the exact amount of ketamine that would be in their blood at a later point in time?
No, it's not possible to make that calculation.
Why not?
There are too many variables and differences between individual humans that confound that calculation. Not everyone has the same, it breaks down drugs at the same rate. People are different sizes. It wouldn't be an appropriate opinion to estimate or to predict what an exact blood concentration would be from a particular dose.
And in addition to the ketamine confirmation test, did you do any other confirmatory tests on Mr. McClain's blood?
Yes, we also did confirmatory testing for cannabinoids or marijuana and metabolites.
And toxicologically, what are cannabinoids?
So cannabinoids is the name given to the substances that are in the marijuana plant. So there are hundreds of different types of cannabinoids. They act on certain receptors in the body that cause the effects of marijuana. The primary psychoactive component of the marijuana plant is delta-9 THC.
And what were the results of that test for Mr. McClain's blood?
The blood was positive for delta-9 THC at a concentration of 14 nanograms per milliliter. Also, 2 of its primary metabolites or breakdown products were also positive in this case.
And with those results, can you determine what effect, what impairment, if any, a person with that amount of cannabinoids in their system would be under?
No, we don't have a level or a limit that everyone is going to experience the same signs or symptoms with marijuana. So it wouldn't be an appropriate opinion to opine on what if any effects someone would have at a specific concentration. There are, again, differences. There are physiological differences between people, and then there is the question of tolerance. So tolerance is your ability to, I guess, build up response to the drug. So there are individuals who are more tolerant or use the drug more frequently may not show certain effects that someone who is a naive user would show.
Are you aware of any pharmacological reason that would make that marijuana would make ketamine more dangerous?
Not to my knowledge.
And Mr. Lamb, who performed the cannabinoid confirmation test?
That was done by Mr. Robert Hessler.
And in your review and analysis of all of these testing results, did you have any concerns regarding the accuracy of the results or the quality control?
I did not. I would not have issued the report if I had thought that or had a concern.
Mr. Lamb, I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross-examination?
Good morning again, Mr. Lamb.
Well,
Mr. Lamb, you testified that the amount of ketamine detected in the sample was 1,400 nanograms per milliliter. Is that right?
yes,
How does that translate to milligrams?
it doesn't.
1,400 nanograms, I'm just asking you basically the math. Is that 1.4 milligrams per milliliter?
Yes,
Okay. You said ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic, is that right?
yes,
And it's a central nervous system depressant.
yes.
Isn't it true that ketamine has less of a respiratory depressive effect than other sedatives? He's been qualified as a forensic toxicologist, Your Honor. I believe he can opine on this.
All right, I think we need to narrow the focus of the question a bit, though, so sustained in part.
Okay. Are you familiar with the drug commonly called Versed?
Yes, Versed is midazolam, a benzodiazepine drug.
Okay. That's often used as a sedative in medical settings. Is that correct?
Yes, we commonly see that as a result of hospital administration.
And ketamine has less of a respiratory depressant effect than Versed. Is that correct?
All right, beyond the scope? All right, response?
Judge, he has testified that he is a forensic toxicologist, that he did an examination of.
Hold on,
ketamine.
the objection is beyond the scope.
Yes, sir. He has testified as to what ketamine is, how it works, how it's used. I'm asking him whether its safety features, Your Honor. This is just more about what he knows about ketamine.
All right, I'll allow some brief inquiry into this area.
All right. Do you need me to repeat the question, Mr. Lamb?
Yes, please.
All right. Compared to a sedative like Versed, which is also used for medical purposes, ketamine has less of a respiratory depressant effect. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
When I say respiratory depressant effect, what do you understand that to mean?
The effect on someone's breathing?
Okay. How quickly after being given intramuscularly will ketamine begin to affect an individual?
I haven't seen that in person. I'm not, as a medical doctor, I have not seen that in practice. Generally, when drugs are given IV or IM, the effects will take place very quickly.
Okay. Do you know how quickly with ketamine?
I don't know.
Okay. How quickly is ketamine absorbed in the body when given intramuscularly?
I don't know.
The ketamine result in Elijah McClain's sample, that is not an abnormally high result, is it?
No, I don't think so.
And in fact, you've opined that it's a typical result for your lab to see, correct?
Yes, the concentration is not atypically high based on other reported findings.
Okay. You've also opined that this amount is seen in a therapeutic manner or therapeutic dose, correct?
There are different references that cite various therapeutic dosages that for ketamine. Yes, that would fall underneath that.
In a therapeutic dose.
Depending on the amount that was administered, it would need to be evaluated that way.
Okay. You also researched the literature with respect to ketamine toxicity, is that right?
Yes,
And you researched the literature with respect to deaths that had been caused by ketamine, is that right?
yes, I did.
And what you observed or what you read in the literature is a study of 114 ketamine-related deaths averaged 2,400 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes, and that it's important to note though that, and I did notate it in the report, that the blood source for that study is not listed for each case. So that's just it's just representative of those cases.
Okay, and so the jury understands that answer. Is it right that different parts of your body will reflect different, depending on where the blood's taken from, will reflect different concentrations of ketamine?
It's possible, yes.
And when you say you put kind of I guess a disclaimer on you don't know what the blood source was, that wasn't specified. Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
Blood in the heart taken directly from the heart can be different than blood taken from somebody's femur?
Yes, from their femoral artery, yes, we can have difference in blood concentrations taken from different anatomic sites on the body.
Are you aware that ketamine has a ceiling effect?
I'm not aware of that exactly, no.
Okay. Do you know what I mean by ceiling effect?
I do.
Okay. Isn't it true that giving a larger dose of ketamine results in longer sedation, not more sedation?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with the National Library of Medicine?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Lamb, this amount has never been observed in a fatality with ketamine. Is that correct?
Response.
Judge, he's been testifying about the effects of ketamine and he's a forensic toxicologist. I believe this is within both the scope of his knowledge and the scope of direct.
Based upon the testimony so far, the court, because it was any, the court will sustain the objection.
All right. Are you aware, as a forensic toxicologist, Mr. Lamb, that there have not been ketamine fatalities at this specific dose?
Response.
Judge, I can lay further foundation.
Okay, for the witness to answer.
Okay. Have you done research on the literature, read the literature regarding ketamine and ketamine fatalities?
Yes, I read some literature on that.
Okay. And you testified that the literature you read indicated the average amount was 2,400 nanograms per milliliter for a fatality. Is that correct?
In that one study, yes.
You also testified the level in Elijah McClain's blood sample was 1,400 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
In your review of the literature, you have not seen any fatalities at a level of 1,400 nanograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. There may be fatalities that have there may be a case where someone had died with that level of ketamine in their system, but I'm not sure what the cause of death is. It's not something I can answer.
Okay. From your review, your own review of the literature, it's not a question you can answer.
I'm saying it's possible. I don't know if right now if all the literature would describe a fatality at that level.
Okay. So certainly the literature you reviewed did not.
I can't recall in the case. No.
But certainly this is a level that is seen repeatedly when you yourself have done analysis, when you did that for 5 years. Is that correct?
It has been sustained.
Regarding the level of marijuana in Mr. McClain's system, you testified that you can't tell the degree of impairment. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is that because marijuana is absorbed differently and eliminated in different individuals differently?
That's a part of the reason. A large part of the reason is that we don't have a per se law for marijuana as we do with drugs like alcohol. The amount of studies over the decades that have been done with specifically alcohol make it easy scientifically acceptable for us to predict some specific signs and symptoms at various blood alcohol concentrations. We don't have that information for THC or marijuana.
Okay. In other words, alcohol has a pretty predictive elimination rate. Is that right?
Yes,
And that can be measured by toxicologists like yourself. Is that correct?
it may be possible to do some sort of calculation.
But you can't do that with marijuana or THC. Is that true?
That's true.
And you also can't do that with ketamine. Is that right?
Correct.
Because the absorption rates, the elimination rates are more highly unpredictable with ketamine or THC than with alcohol?
Yes, and other variables. And in addition, it's not a recommended practice in the field of forensic toxicology.
You yourself have never worked treating live patients. Was that what your testimony was on direct?
That's correct.
And have never worked in the field of forensic pathology, correct?
That's correct.
So you can't opine and won't opine on cause of deaths, for instance.
No, I will not.
Do you know, you estimated tens of thousands of analysis you did per year when you were working as an analyst, correct?
Yes.
Do you know now how many analyses you review in your current role?
I don't know the exact number.
When you testified earlier about this being a typical result, is that based both on your having been an analyst and your reviewing other people's analysis?
No, that would be during my more recent experience of reviewing the data from the laboratory.
Okay. And for how long have you had that role as opposed to doing the actual analysis?
Since 2018 or 2019.
Okay. So approximately 4 or 5 years at this point.
Yes.
Any idea how many approximately analysis you have reviewed during that period?
Thousands, I'm not sure.
Okay. Let me step aside from the literature for a minute. You yourself have never seen a fatality at this level, correct?
Sustained.
Well, may I rephrase it?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Lamb, I'm asking you specifically about your analysis with NMS and your review of what other analysts have done at NMS. Okay?
Okay.
And in your doing your own analysis and in reviewing the analysis of others, you have never observed a fatality at the level that was in Mr. McClain's blood, correct?
Yeah, the court's going to sustain that objection.
To your knowledge, Mr. Lamb, based on your training, your education, your experience, this amount is not a fatal amount. Is that right?
Sustained.
Hmm? Let me ask it this way, Mr. Lamb. In your opinion, as a forensic toxicologist, this is a therapeutic, not a toxic level of ketamine. Is that correct?
Response.
Judge, he's opined in these areas, including that it isn't.
He can testify that it's a therapeutic dose.
All right. This is a therapeutic amount, correct?
I mentioned earlier that it's consistent with the amount that was given to him in the narrative provided.
The amount you understood,
Yes.
which was 500 milligrams per kilogram. I'm sorry, 500 milligrams per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, Mr. Lowe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
You and I have never met, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. And I'm just going to apologize. You've testified you're not a medical doctor, right?
No, I'm not.
Do you have a PhD? Is it appropriate to call you, refer to you as doctor?
No, I don't have a PhD.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Lamb. You said that ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic. Do you have any knowledge of how that word dissociative distinguishes ketamine as an anesthetic from other types of anesthetics?
Response.
I'm just asking if he has any knowledge of that distinction, not his opinion of it.
All right. I'll allow that question.
I don't know.
And you also testified that well, let me see if I can rephrase this. When you are seeking information on the effects a particular drug might have on a human being, you look to literature to do that, correct?
Yes, that would be one area to search, yes.
And that literature is from your fellow scientific community?
Yes, it's from peer-reviewed literature.
Right. And is any of that literature from the medical community as well?
Yes, it may be.
Okay. But you yourself are unaware of, say, the circumstances under which ketamine might be administered intramuscularly versus intravenously, correct?
Correct. I'm not aware of the decision-making process that someone would make to decide to give someone that versus another dose.
Okay. And you don't have any experience in the literature with delivery of ketamine in a pre-hospital environment?
I'm not sure.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Mr. Lane, would it be fair to say that there are a number of variables that could impact the amount of ketamine found in someone's blood?
Yes.
Okay, what would some of those variables be?
Some of them would include what was the amount given to them, the way that it was given. Was it given IV or was it given another way? Someone's size, someone's physiological or metabolic ability to break down a substance. There are differences in our genotypes or genetics that cause individuals to process some drugs differently.
You spoke just a little bit about a dose being therapeutic or therapeutic doses that you've seen in doing the analysis that you do. Are many of those patients whose blood is being analyzed given ketamine in a hospital setting?
It could be, and it's not possible to discern how many of those were from hospital administration or another situation.
Okay, and are some of them being given those doses for purposes of putting them under anesthesia for surgery?
It's possible. I don't, we're not given all of that information when we receive toxicology requests.
I don't have any further questions.
May the witness be excused.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the witness is excused. Court's going to take its mid-morning break at this time. With respect to the jurors, don't form or express opinions, even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research and avoid any press coverage. And 121 CR 2806. The parties and counsel are present. The jurors will be returning in just a few moments. Anything before we get restarted? There's entry. The jury's returned. Please be seated. Court will formally recall 21 CR 2800, 21 CR 2806. Parties and counsel are present. The jurors have returned. Next witness for the people.
People will call Dr. Stephen Cina.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Please be seated. And if you could please tell us your name and spell your last.
My name is Dr. Stephen Cina, C-I-N-A.
Your witness.
Good morning, Dr. Cina.
Good morning.
Sir, could you tell us what your profession is, please?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And where do you work?
I'm a contractor for the Adams County Coroner's Office, so I do about 2/3 of their autopsies.
So you're not an employee of Adams County.
That is correct.
And did you perform the autopsy of Elijah McClain in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how was it that you came to be the person that performed that autopsy?
Because it was my turn to do autopsies that day, I was on the schedule.
And as a forensic pathologist, is it your part of your job to try to determine a cause of death when you do an autopsy?
Yes, that's one of the main focuses of the autopsy is to determine cause of death.
Okay. And without stating your conclusion or your opinion, did you reach an opinion as to Mr. McClain's cause of death in this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to go back now and talk a little bit about your qualifications as a forensic pathologist. Where did you receive your education?
I received my BA in Natural Sciences from the Johns Hopkins University in 1988, my MD from Vanderbilt University School of Medicine in 1992.
And following getting your medical degree, did you receive any further training?
Yes, I did 3 years of anatomic pathology residency in Charleston, South Carolina, then a year of a surgical pathology fellowship at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, followed by a year of forensic pathology fellowship training at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland.
And do you have any medical board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
What is anatomic pathology?
That's the branch of medicine that looks at how disease and injury affects the cells and tissues of the body. The main portions of that are surgical pathology, which is looking at biopsies or cancer resection specimens and making diagnoses. Cytology, which used to be pap smears, but now has shifted more toward fine needle aspirates and things of that nature. And then autopsy pathology, which is the examination of people who have died.
And you said you're also board certified in forensic pathology?
That's correct. After I completed my one-year fellowship, I was able to sit for the board exam and pass that in 1997.
And what is forensic pathology?
That's the subspecialty of pathology that applies the principles of medicine and pathology to answer questions of medical legal significance. Our most common function, as if you ever see the TV shows, is we do the autopsies to determine cause and manner of death. But we're also trained in interpreting toxicology, microscopic analysis of tissues from people, death scene investigation, and courtroom testimony.
Following the training that you talked about a few minutes ago, what has been your professional career since you became a doctor?
Sure. The Air Force had paid for medical school. So following completion of all of my training, I served 4 years active duty in the Air Force from 1997 to 2001, where I ran the biggest autopsy service for the Air Force and served as a regional medical examiner for the armed forces. So I would fly around the world to whoever a forensic case needed to be autopsied. After that, I moved to Northern Colorado for 6 years, where I became chairman of pathology at McKee Medical Center in Loveland. I was also a deputy coroner in Larimer County at that time. For several years, I was the coroner in Weld County. And I was also pulling down about 80% of the autopsies from Wyoming to my office in Loveland to do those autopsies. After those 6 years, I moved to South Florida, where I was deputy chief medical examiner in Fort Lauderdale for about 4.5 years. Then I spent a year as the chief administrative officer at the University of Miami Tissue Bank. Following that, from 2012 to 2016, I was chief medical examiner in Chicago. I then moved back here in 2016 to get back to a little quieter life.
Dr. Cina, do you have an estimate of how many autopsies you've performed over the course of your career?
Somewhere between 8,500 and 9,000.
Are you a member of any professional organizations of forensic pathologists?
I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the International Academy of Coroners and Medical Examiners, and the Society for Cardiovascular Pathology. There's also a few others in there, but they're smaller organizations.
You referred to the National Association of Medical Examiners. Is that sometimes called NAME?
Yes, and if I refer to it henceforward, name is going to be a lot easier to say.
And what is that organization?
Basically, it's an organization that was formed, I believe, in the 60s to promulgate quality performance of forensic autopsies, to provide guidance to forensic pathologists, to provide a forum for political actions for forensic pathologists, and to provide education for forensic pathologists.
Have you had any leadership roles in that organization?
I served on the board of directors, I believe, 5 3-year terms, and I served as their vice president.
At this time, I would tender Dr. Cina as an expert in forensic pathology, autopsies, and cause and manner of death determinations.
For dire or objection?
Brief for dire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, Dr. Cina.
Good morning.
Just 2 quick questions or 2 quick areas of inquiry on Vodar. I saw when you approached the witness stand this morning, you were carrying a manila folder. When you sat down, you opened it up in front of you. Can you just tell us what that is?
Sure, that is the autopsy case folder from Adams County. I have it here, but I won't refer to it unless I ask the judge for permission.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping your answer would be. Thank you, sir. My next question was, you indicated that you're a member of NAME. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about some of the purposes of NAME, and one of them you said was a political forums. Did I hear that right?
It's a place where we can discuss predominantly national issues that affect the practice of forensic pathology, where we can get a voice through the leadership of NAME to get our issues heard in DC and in other places.
Okay, so it's kind of a lobbying wing of the organization?
Response.
Well, he said he's a member of this organization, so I'm trying to explore what impact it may have on his qualifications. I don't know. That's the purpose of Vodar, I thought.
Well, the purpose of our dire is to see if he's qualified to testify in a special area, not necessarily bias.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks, doctor.
Right, based upon the offer, the court will allow Dr. Cina to explain and opine in the areas of anatomic and forensic pathology, including cause and manner of death.
And Your Honor, just so the record's clear, we don't object to his qualifications.
Okay.
Dr. Cina, I want to make sure the jury understands the difference between your role and between the elected coroner of Adams County. Can you explain those two different roles?
Sure. In the medical examiner systems where I've worked, about half the country is covered by medical examiners and half by elected coroners. Most of the big cities are medical examiner offices. The medical examiner in those offices determines cause and manner of death. In Adams County, where I work for a coroner, I determine cause of death, but the coroner is allowed to determine manner of death. However, we discuss cases with each other, and we've not had a disagreement in the 6 years I've been there.
Who is the elected coroner of Adams County?
Monica Brancuccia Jordan.
And was that also true in 2019?
Yes, it was.
And I also want to explain how you are paid for your time. You are an independent contractor with Adams County, is that correct?
That is correct.
When you provide testimony for a case like this, are you paid for your time?
That's correct. Not by Adams County, but by the person who subpoenas me.
So either side could call you as a witness and that party would pay for your time testifying?
Correct. I've been called in cases by the defense as well as the prosecution.
Dr. Cina, were you the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy of Elijah McClain?
Yes, I was.
And what day did you perform that autopsy?
I may refer to my note.
You may, if it helps you, refresh your recollection.
The autopsy was performed on September 3rd of 2019.
And what day did Elijah McClain die?
He was pronounced dead August 27, 2019.
And where was he pronounced dead?
I believe at the hospital.
Do you know which one?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you know if it was in Adams County, Colorado?
Should have been because it came to my jurisdiction.
Did you reach an opinion, Dr. Cina, as to the cause of death of Elijah McClain?
Yes, I did.
And what was that opinion?
In my final report, he died of complications of ketamine administration following forcible restraint.
And did you craft those words yourself?
I did. I also discussed them with the coroner, and we were in concurrence.
And did you reach that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
I did.
I want to talk, or have you talk about sort of the categories of information that you relied on in reaching your opinion about Mr. McClain's cause of death. Could you describe for us just what those basic categories were?
Be a combination of medical records, witness statements, including police and people who were involved in this whole incident. And there was a lot of videotape body cam footage that I was able to eventually review.
Did you also rely on the findings of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And what about blood toxicology results?
They're important as well, and there were some significant results in this case.
Are those the excuse me, I'm losing my voice here. Are those the types of things that forensic pathologists typically rely on in determining cause of death?
Yes, the autopsy is the main thing, but particularly with the fentanyl epidemic, toxicologic findings are becoming more and more important.
I want to talk about first, I want to go through these different categories of things that you relied on. Can you talk first about the different aspects that you go through when you perform an autopsy?
Well, the first thing that happens is when I go in the morning, the investigators from the coroner's office have put together a narrative, which is basically the story as they know it at that time. That can come from hospital staff, it can come from police officers, it can come from witness statements, it can come from medical records, it can come from family. So then I have a story that gives me an idea of what I'm approaching with the case. It also may guide me to do special studies, special techniques, different kinds of toxicology. After I've done that, the body's received in a body bag. We open that, I document any clothing and medical intervention, document any general external features, hair color, eye color, height, weight, tattoos, things of that nature. Then I document any external injuries. Following that, we draw fluids for toxicology, then do a complete internal examination looking for disease or injury. Often microscopic slides are taken. I look at those later, and I look at the toxicology results later. Then once I have all the information that I need, including the background information that we just talked about, I come up with the cause and manner of death.
Let me go back to sort of an earlier step there. In the autopsy, you talked about an external physical examination.
That's correct.
Did you make findings as to Mr. McClain's height and weight?
Yes, he was 5'7", 140.
Was there anything else remarkable about your external examination of Mr. McClain?
He had a few scab scrapes here and there, but no obvious life-threatening injuries externally.
And then I want to go to the internal examination that you did. Did you examine Mr. McClain's brain?
Yes, it did.
And what findings did you make with respect to his brain?
His brain had been deprived of oxygen for a period of time. So there was basically a condition called anoxic encephalopathy, brain death. The brain gets very soft and the neurons die.
Did you take any samples of the brain?
Yes.
And how do you prepare those samples and what do you do with them?
We take a piece of tissue, put it in a small plastic cassette. That is then sent to a lab and it goes through a processing procedure to eventually create a microscopic slide that I can look at.
Did you make any other findings, remarkable findings with respect to Mr. McClain's brain?
I believe the biggest finding were dead neurons.
And why was that significant?
Because it means his brain had been deprived of oxygen for a period of time, resulting in irreversible brain injury.
You talk about Mr. McClain's lungs. Did you examine those as part of your internal examination?
Yes, I did.
And what findings did you make with respect to Mr. McClain's lungs?
The most significant findings is sometime over the course of this incident, either before the ketamine administration or after, or perhaps both, he had inhaled some vomit into his lungs, which had resulted in significant inflammation.
And how were you able to determine that that had happened?
Microscopically, I saw inflammation as well as different kind of particles that would indicate that he inhaled vomit.
And how did you know that Mr. McClain's lungs were inflamed?
Because there are inflammatory cells in the lung linings microscopically.
Were there any other remarkable findings with respect to Mr. McClain's lungs?
I believe he had some chronic asthma, and he had a few changes suggestive of diffuse alveolar damage, which is nonspecific. It's one of the ways that the lungs react when it's insulted. You get little protein membranes inside of them.
And when you say insulted, what does that mean?
The lungs weren't happy. It can be for a variety of reasons. Inhaling vomit's one of them. Pneumonia can also result in this. COVID is classic for causing diffuse alveolar damage.
As part of your internal examination, did you examine Mr. McClain's heart?
Yes, it did.
And what findings did you make regarding his heart?
Grossly, he had a small left anterior descending coronary artery. Your heart has two main coronary arteries, the left and the right. The left gives rise to the left circumflex coronary artery, which sort of goes around the heart. The left anterior descending coronary artery, which goes down the front of the heart. And the right coronary artery, which supplies the right side of the heart and the back 2/3 of the heart. In this case, the left anterior descending coronary artery was small. It was about 1 to 2 millimeters in diameter, whereas normal, I would say, for his size would be closer to 3 to 4.
Did you see any evidence that Mr. McClain had had a heart attack?
I did not see any evidence of that, either with my naked eye or microscopically.
Did you see any evidence that he had any heart disease?
No, not really. I mean, part of the reason we take the microscopic slides is to assess the conduction system of the heart. That looks okay. To look for any evidence of infection, like myocarditis, no infection there. And to look for dead heart cells, which would be signs of a heart attack, and I didn't see that either.
I want to talk now about the blood toxicology tests that did you request blood toxicology analysis? And what blood did you send for those for that analysis?
I believe we sent hospital blood, but I'm going to double check that real quick. Yes, it was blood taken at the hospital shortly after his initial admission, because anything I got post-mortem was several days after everything went on, so that would have been essentially useless.
And why was the admission blood more valuable?
Because that gives you a better picture of what drugs were in his system at the time of the incident, rather than what he was given in the hospital over several days.
And did you receive those toxicology results back?
I did.
And what did they reflect?
There was a ketamine level of 1,400 nanograms per milliliter, which is within the therapeutic range of the toxicology text that we commonly use. He also had some marijuana on board.
Anything else?
No, that was it. Marijuana, its metabolites, and ketamine.
You talked about the fact that you reviewed body-worn camera footage in the course of making your opinion. Can you tell us what body-worn camera footage you reviewed?
Initially, I had requested all of the body cam footage, but I wasn't able to get that. So several months after his death, we issued an initial report which said the cause and manner of death were undetermined, because I like to have all the information available before I say something conclusive. Over the course of the next couple of years, actually, more information came to light. I feel that I saw all the body camera footage, and that enabled me to reach a final cause and manner of death, which we just discussed.
You also talked about reviewing medical records. What medical records did you review before reaching your final opinion?
Any medical records that were released to us from the office, I can't recall them all exactly.
Did they include records of Mr. McClain's hospitalization just prior to his death?
Yes, he did have a hospitalization prior to his death.
Did they also include historical medical records?
I believe some of them related to his history of asthma.
You mentioned that you also reviewed some witness statements and testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe many officers, I believe the paramedics, and I think there were several others. This was several months ago since I've looked at them all.
And then if you could talk the jury through, considering all of that information, how you arrived at your opinion that Mr. McClain's cause of death was complications of ketamine administration following forcible restraint.
Sure. Initially, as I said, I determined the cause and manner of death to be undetermined because I don't think I had a full picture of what was going on. At that time, I said intense physical exertion and a small coronary artery were contributory. Since then, the investigation showed that he actually was a distance runner. He was in good shape. So I don't believe the coronary artery really played a factor. I believe that he was born with just a small artery and had different capillaries serving that portion of the heart. So he never had a heart attack. And I didn't see any history of heart complaints in his records. What really got me was when I got all the body cam footage is following his restraint, he was in a situation where he seemed pretty worn out, pretty exhausted. He was still kicking his feet to some degree and making some noises. When he had his sleeve pulled up to get ketamine injection, he reacted to that. When he got the shot itself, he didn't really flinch. But within 2 minutes of getting the shot, he went from that sort of worn out state to being on a stretcher where it looked like he was in severe respiratory distress, very shallow breathing, very irregular breathing. To me, I refer to that as agonal breathing because it looked like respiratory arrest was coming. And within a few minutes, he did go into respiratory arrest and cardiac arrest. So to me, seeing that footage of a guy who looks worn out but alive to one that looks like he's about to stop breathing and die, with the only thing being the ketamine injection in between, I felt we couldn't ignore that. So I determined the cause of death to be complications of ketamine administration following restraint.
And was that cause supported by the other aspects of your examination, the autopsy, review of records, and blood toxicology?
Yes, in my opinion, I didn't call it an outright ketamine overdose because he wasn't at a lethal level. But even this therapeutic level was just too much for this person at that time. He just did not tolerate it well, and he stopped breathing.
So I want to ask you, you've mentioned that you did an initial report back in the fall of 2019. Is that correct?
That would be the right time frame.
And when you did that initial autopsy, had you requested access to all the body-worn camera footage?
Yes, I had.
What body worn camera footage had you requested?
In an in-custody death of this nature, I was best all the available witness statements and body camera footage.
And did you receive that?
Not initially, which is what left me with undetermined for my cause and manner of death.
And let me just take one step back. So when you're talking about determining a cause of death, that's a sort of a term of art that you're using as a forensic pathologist.
It's a medical diagnosis. It's the disease or injury which started the ball rolling, which ultimately led to a person's death.
And in your initial opinion, what did you determine to be the cause of death?
It was undetermined because I didn't have a lethal drug level. I didn't have any lethal injury, and I didn't have all the body cam footage to rule out that something happened during the incident that may have contributed to death.
And in that initial report, you had identified a contributing factor of intense physical exertion and a narrow left coronary artery. Is that right?
That's correct. From the body footage that I did have, there was evidence of intense physical exertion, which can result in some degree of lactic acidosis or hypoxia. We don't know how much lactic acidosis he had or how much hypoxia, but after a struggle or even after an intense workout or a run, it's not unusual to have some lactic acidosis. So he probably had some of that, which I attribute to the physical exertion.
And
the small coronary artery we just discussed, it was smaller than it should have been, and I had nothing else to kill him, so I figured probably not a good thing, so I put it as contributory.
and what is a contributing factor when you mentioned that in your report? What is the significance of that?
It's not something that caused death in and of itself, but it contributed to death.
And what information, after you had reached that initial opinion, what additional information did you receive?
More witness statements, more body cam footage, and I believe more medical records.
And did that help you be able to arrive at an actual cause of death?
Yes, it enabled me to reach the final cause of death, although the manner of death remained undetermined because I'm not sure the physical restraint that occurred, if the police, if they were the cause of some of his metabolic problems, or if it was all related to his own intense physical exertion. So if the police had caused it or caused him to aspirate vomit, then I would call it a homicide. Being that I wasn't sure if the police involvement played a role or not, I left it undetermined.
And let me take just one step back on that one too. What actually is this box manner of death that you fill out as a forensic pathologist? What is it for?
In the early 1900s, the United States decided that we should have manner of death on our death certificate. So they came up with a model United States death certificate. This then went to the states and they tweaked theirs. So resultantly, Colorado has a death certificate form. And on it, we have boxes where we can check on homicide, suicide, accident, natural, undetermined if we can't decide between a couple of those, or pending if we need more information. So it's not a medical diagnosis, it's more of a medical legal diagnosis, which takes into account the circumstances surrounding a person's death and not the cause of death itself. I believe Vital Statistics uses the manner of death classification system for research and statistical purposes.
Okay, and what exactly is Vital Statistics that's by capital V, capital S, Vital Statistics, correct?
Yes, it's a State Department and they're in charge of death certificates.
And you are reporting manner of death so that Vital Statistics can make use of that information?
That's correct. It's a required box on the death certificate.
Okay. And I just want to be clear, when you are making your manner of death determination, that's not a determination of guilt or innocence under the criminal law, correct?
No, I mean, sometimes when we call something a homicide, which means death occurred at the hands of another person, that could be self-defense and not prosecutable. It could be a judicial execution, which is not prosecutable. Could be any kind of justifiable homicide. So if I say homicide, it may not equate with the legal system. Similarly, on a motor vehicle accident involving a drunk driver, we call motor vehicle accident fatalities accidents, but that doesn't preclude the legal system calling them vehicular homicides.
Thank you. Dr. Cina, When you are doing an autopsy, you're taking various samples of organs and tissues. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And how do you decide what samples to take?
I have a fairly standard procedure where I take samples of the major organs. If there's some unusual finding, sometimes I'll keep extra.
And are there standards that govern how you preserve the samples that you take in case further investigation needs to be done in the future?
I believe the national standards say you should take samples of the major body organs. They need to be retained in a fixative solution for at least 6 months. However, I believe the Adams County Coroner's Office holds on to things 1 to 2 years, sometimes longer.
And did you follow those standards in preserving samples in this case?
Yes, I did, and another forensic pathologist was able to come and review those later on.
Do you retain whole organs ever?
I would say a few times a year I will retain a whole brain, usually on a child fatality with possible abusive closed head injuries. I may keep the entire brain and send it to a neuropathologist for a more formal examination. But other organs, rarely.
Is it common to release organs back to a family for burial?
Yes, we try to return the body from our place to the funeral home as whole as possible.
Now, I want to talk about, you've mentioned several different things that you were considering as you were coming to your cause of death determination. I want to talk about some things that you ruled out as cause of death. Did you rule out as a cause of death this narrowed coronary artery that you saw?
Just a leading, ask them what you ruled out and let them tell us.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Did you rule out the narrowed coronary artery as a cause of Elijah McClain's death?
Yes, after I saw the video and saw the rapid reaction after the ketamine, I really didn't think his heart was as big an issue as his respiratory system. So rather than saying it was contributory, I left it off the final conclusion. Can I say 100% certain that it didn't do anything? No, but I don't believe it did, especially if he was able to run 3 to 5 miles with that same coronary artery.
And can you explain the significance of why his running was important to you?
When you're running, you're exerting yourself and your heart has to work harder to get oxygen to your body and to itself. So if you're running several miles and you have a problem with a coronary artery, you would think that may show up as chest pain, shortness of breath, something of that nature. I didn't see any of that in his history.
And were there any findings with respect to the heart that helped you rule, excuse me, on your examination, either visually or microscopically, that helped you rule out that as a cause of death?
Well, I mean, in older people, when we see narrowed coronary arteries, it's usually due to atherosclerosis, plaque building up in the wall. I didn't see that with the naked eye, nor did I see that with my microscopic sections of the coronary artery. So I don't think he had classic coronary artery disease. Further, if he was stressing his heart through physical activity and that small coronary artery wasn't enough or didn't have blood coming from other parts of the heart, I might expect to see scarring in that part of the heart, evidence of microscopic heart attacks, if you will. And I didn't see any of that.
Dr. Cina, did you see any reference in the records that you reviewed to the suggestion that Mr. McClain could have been experiencing something called excited delirium?
The records indicated in at least one statement that he was exhibiting what was called superhuman strength, doing a push-up with 3 people on him. We're not allowed to use the term excited delirium anymore because NAME decided a few months ago it's not a good diagnosis.
You're on, Dr. Cina, if I could just pause you, I want to make sure we abide by the court's orders. I would move to strike that last response.
Yes, the jury will disregard the last statement with respect to the delirium.
If we could just focus on the time period of 2019 when you were reviewing this, or 2020. Did you rule out excited delirium as a cause of Mr. McClain's death?
Yes, in the initial report, I ruled out excited delirium, which is one of the reasons I went with undetermined.
Okay. And what enabled you to rule out excited delirium as a cause of death?
One of the features you look for in excited delirium is hyperthermia, fever, which I didn't see a record of. The other in the excited delirium cases I've seen, usually the excited delirium, this agitated state, is associated with a stimulant drug, most commonly methamphetamine and cocaine. None of that was in his blood, so to me, I didn't think it was excited delirium.
The toxicology report reflected that Mr. McClain had marijuana in his system. How did that factor into your determination of cause of death?
I see it in about half my autopsy, so it really didn't play much of a role.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure, I see marijuana in half of my autopsies in Colorado, so I don't think it played a significant role in this fatality.
And then finally, you talked about your consideration of the involvement of the police. Did you consider whether the police involvement in the situation caused Mr. McClain's death?
Yes, I did consider that.
And how did that factor into your final conclusion?
Well, I know that a carotid restraint hold was applied. I know that Mr. McClain vomited while he was being restrained, and he vomited again in the ambulance. I know that he aspirated vomit, but I don't know where. If the carotid hold had, when he came out of it after 15 seconds or so, sometimes that can make people nauseated. If that carotid hold made him vomit and he aspirated during restraint, that could have contributed to his sudden respiratory collapse and his death. However, I don't know if he aspirated then or if he aspirated back when he was in the ambulance. So being that I don't know, the police's actions may have played a role in this case, but I don't feel I can call it a homicide based on their actions may have or could have contributed. That's why I went with undetermined. My choices in this case were homicide if the police actions were part of this whole thing that killed him, or accident if it was just a reaction to ketamine. Being that I couldn't rule out the homicide aspect, I went with undetermined.
And I understand there were some limitations on your opinion there. What role, if any, did aspiration play, do you think, in Mr. McClain's death?
In the end, I would consider it a contributory condition. When I say complications of ketamine administration, those complications include respiratory arrest, cardiorespiratory arrest, and eventually the brain death and anoxic encephalopathy. I just didn't spell them out. I grouped them under complications. The aspiration, if it occurred while he was being restrained before the ketamine, may have predisposed him to having a bad reaction to ketamine, but I don't know if that occurred or not.
Dr. Cina, you mentioned evidence of chronic asthma that you noticed in Mr. McClain's lungs. Did you consider that in reaching your cause of death determination?
I did, and at autopsy, I only saw findings of chronic asthma. I didn't see the airways plugged with mucus and certain inflammatory cells called eosinophils, which are indicative of an acute asthma attack. Then again, I did the autopsy several days after the whole incident occurred. So can I rule out completely that he had an asthma attack during restraint? I can't, but I also don't have evidence that he did.
And Dr. Cina, would it be fair to say that but for the ketamine administration, Mr. McClain likely would not have died?
I wrote in my opinion that I believe more likely than not that just the restraint alone and being exhausted, most people recover from that. But seeing the video of getting the ketamine and 2 minutes later, his condition, I believe the ketamine administration was the most important factor leading to his cardiopulmonary arrest.
Dr. Cina, I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Cina.
Morning.
I'm just going to get set up here a second.
Sure.
I am going to kind of follow up on a bunch of things we just talked about, okay?
Okay.
If at any time you aren't sure what I'm talking about, will you just let me know and I'll rephrase the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to take you back to August of 2019. At that time, you did not know Mr. McClain, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were working as a contract coroner with Adams County's coroner's office, correct?
As a contracted forensic pathologist for the coroner's office.
Sorry, thank you for the clarification. The forensic pathologist. So basically, it was your date when you came in on September 3rd, 2019 to perform the autopsy. Is that right?
Correct. I would have been on the schedule.
Okay. And you said that when you came in, you reviewed several items, correct? Before you even went to Mr. McClain.
The main thing would have been the narrative prepared by the coroner's investigators.
Okay. And so those of us that don't do your job, when you're working in the forensic pathologist capacity, you have investigators there that assist you, correct?
They assist the office and prepare a narrative for me.
Okay. So they help gather information that they provide to you that you then use when you conduct your investigation.
That's correct. They provide information before the autopsy, then they do follow-up work to get additional information.
And we're going to talk a little bit more about that, but you had information from them and then you did the autopsy and then later rendered an initial opinion, correct?
That's correct.
So I want to unpack that a little bit. The coroner's office receives information that there may or may not be somebody coming to them from a hospital. Is that fair to say?
I believe deaths that fall under coroner jurisdiction at the hospital have to be reported to the coroner.
Okay. And in this case, the coroner's office, it was kind of unusual, knew they were going to be receiving Mr. McClain before he was even pronounced dead. Isn't that accurate?
I don't recall what the investigators knew and when, but sometimes if there is an impending death, for example, we have one right now, we will be given a heads up that this person may die.
So if in the officer involved incident narrative report prepared by your investigators, it references that they'd gotten a call regarding a pending death, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
No, if the report says that, I would not dispute that.
Okay. And so when this happens and in this situation, do you recall that there was even potential that because this was going to be a brain death declaration, it was unclear whether Mr. McClain would come directly to Adams first or come from another hospital. Do you remember that?
I don't remember. I believe he was an organ donor, so you have to be brain dead before you're an organ donor.
Okay. And when he came, do you remember that the handoff, if you will, from the hospital referenced that the MECU nurse told your investigator that they believed the decedent had had a stunned myocardium as he was starting to improve hemodynamically and advised that according to the family, the decedent was active and running 6 miles per day prior to the incident with law enforcement. That was told to your investigator on August 28th, 2019.
I don't recall that statement, but that was about 2,000 autopsies ago for me.
Fair enough. So if it's in the investigator's report, though, you're not disputing that.
Correct. If it's in the narrative, that's what the investigator typed in the narrative.
And August 28th, 2019 is before you didn't even meet Mr. McClain until September 3rd, correct?
I wouldn't say I formally met him. I did conduct the examination on September 3rd.
Fair enough. Some forensic pathologists refer to when they come into contact with who they're performing the autopsy on as meeting them. Is that not how you refer to it?
No, but I do refer to them as patients.
Okay. So you didn't come into contact with your patient until September 3rd.
That'd be correct.
And that's, I'm not going to attempt my math, maybe about 6 days, August 28th to September 3rd, approximately 5 to 6 days before you did your autopsy?
Correct.
Okay. And then you received also information, and it's typical in this case. I think you've said, well, you didn't say it on direct, but you said previously in statements that an in custody death is something that raises a lot of flags, if you will, for the coroner's office. Is that fair to say?
Deaths of this nature are often high profile, which is why I like to get all the information possible before making a conclusion.
Okay. And therefore, in those situations, you want to get as much information as you can as you factor your opinions, correct?
That is correct.
When you did the autopsy of Mr. McClain, present at that autopsy were police investigators, correct?
Can I refer to my report, please?
That's fine with me.
Two representatives from Aurora PD and from the district attorney's office.
So 2 representatives from the Aurora Police Department and 2 representatives from the Adams County District Attorney's Office were present at the autopsy.
That is correct.
Was your investigator also present?
I doubt it. They're usually doing follow-up stuff in another part of the building.
So at least the 5 of you were present, the 4, 2 from the police department, 2 from the district attorney's office, and yourself.
And probably at least 2 autopsy assistants, possibly 3.
Okay. So 7 or 8 people were there. At no time during this autopsy did you ask the Aurora Police Department for additional body-worn cameras, did you?
It would be routine at the end of these type of cases to say, I want all witness statements and all footage available.
Okay, and we'll get there, but I'm saying during the autopsy on September 3rd, do you remember turning to any of those other 7 or 8 people and saying, hey, I want all the body-worn camera footage?
I would say that I don't remember saying it, but it'd be my usual practice in these types of cases at the end of the autopsy to request everything.
And the reports in this case, would you say that you and the coroner's office keeps pretty detailed records of what you consider when you're making your report?
I would say I wrote a detailed opinion on my initial report and in my follow-up report.
And if we have approximately, 25 pages of investigator reports from the coroner's office, does that sound about right?
I have no idea how long all the supplemental reports are.
Okay. And you keep all the emails that correspond between you and the district attorney's office or you and the attorney general's office, correct?
Me personally, I keep them if they are requested. I don't keep all my emails. Sometimes I will delete emails.
And Dr. Cina, at no place in any correspondence is there any request for you of any additional body-worn cameras? Is that true?
Are you referring to emails?
Anything, emails, your investigator's report, your reports. There's never a request for additional body-worn camera footage, is there?
There was a meeting with the district attorney and the police prior to finalizing the first autopsy report. At that meeting, I made it clear that I still needed more.
Okay, so we'll work towards that. Let's go to the date of September 3rd, 2019, and you conducted an autopsy of Elijah McClain, correct?
That's correct.
And when you did this, you knew coming in that this was a high-profile investigation, correct?
Correct.
And your investigator had already gathered some information and provided that to you coming into this investigation, correct?
Correct. There would have been that initial narrative.
And when you did this initial investigation, you said to the jurors that your cause of death was undetermined, correct?
Correct.
Your manner of death was undetermined, correct?
Correct.
But your contributing factors were intense physical exertion and a narrow left anterior coronary artery, correct?
Correct. I listed those as contributory conditions initially.
You also were still concerned about excited delirium at that point, fair?
I wasn't concerned about it. I had ruled it out.
Well, you didn't have your toxicology reports yet, did you?
Oh, you're referring to on the day of the autopsy?
Yes.
It's always a consideration in those types of cases,
Okay.
or at least it was.
And you did go through, you had excluded any injuries to the neck, right?
And that's correct. I didn't see any evidence of strangulation or injury to the larynx.
So you knew about this carotid hold that was applied, and you had excluded any physical damages from the carotid, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about the fact that there might have been some sort of carotid sinus, basically arrhythmia that could have occurred that you couldn't exclude or include. Is that fair to say?
Correct. When you do a sleeper hold, a carotid hold, you're pressing down on the arteries and veins of the neck, but not on the larynx. Right in your carotid artery, there's the carotid sinus. And if you rub on it, it can temporarily slow your heart down. It's called bradycardia.
And yet, if somebody's back alert and awake after it, that probably didn't kill them.
I would agree with that.
And in fact, you've never seen a case where a carotid hold done properly has killed somebody.
That's correct.
So at the time you did this initial autopsy, you were aware that Elijah had received 500 milliliters of ketamine, correct?
I don't recall if the number is in the report, then I don't refute it. I know he had received ketamine.
And you knew he had received it intramuscularly, correct?
If that's in the report, then I would agree with that.
And in your notes, you said that, you had a lot of contributing things you were looking at, but the biggest concerns, the contributing factors to you were the intense physical exertion in the narrow left anterior coronary artery, right?
Correct. Without having a cause of death, those two look like they could be significant.
Yet we go forward. That was September 3rd, 2019. I believe you dictated your report on September 7th, 2019. Is that right?
Let me check.
Okay. And you then meet with the police department in October 2019, correct?
I don't recall the date, but it would have been after the autopsy.
So again, if on October 20th, there's references to meetings and setting a meeting with the Aurora Police Department, you wouldn't refute that?
That would be the right time frame,
Okay. And that would be, did you only meet with them once?
to my recollection.
So present were members from the district attorney's office and members from the police department, correct?
That's my recollection.
Nobody put any time constraints on that meeting, did they?
I believe I want most of my meetings to last less than an hour because I'm usually busy down there.
Sure enough. So press of business was a natural time constraint, but if you needed more time, you would have been provided it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, if I needed more time at the meeting, I probably would have been provided.
And if anybody told you that you couldn't have information that you needed to return a report, you wouldn't have returned a report, would you have?
If I didn't have all the information I needed, I would have returned an undetermined report.
You wouldn't have written into that report, I'm pending and waiting this additional information I need, if somebody's withholding information from you.
The cover letter of the autopsy report always said these conclusions are based on what we know at this time and are subject to being amended if more information shows up. So we followed that practice.
Well, certainly. You have a form template on the cover of your report that says basically subject to new information. This is my findings, right?
That's correct.
But at no point in your 10-page report do you say, I am waiting on additional information, do you?
At that point, I thought I had all the information I was going to get, so I went with undetermined.
So you had a meeting with the police and the prosecution, the district attorney's office, and you didn't write, I'm waiting for additional information in the form of body cameras that's being withheld from me, did you?
I didn't write that in my report.
And what you did write is, in summary, the manner of the death may be accident. If it was an idiosyncratic drug reaction, it may be natural if the decedent had an undiagnosed mental illness that led to excited delirium. If his intense physical exertion combined with a narrow...
You are.
Well, Judge, I'm happy to summarize. To me, it's the same as putting the video and asking him to...
Well, I'm not asking you what you
Right.
think.
I'm happy to ask him, do you remember what your,
If you can perhaps at least do one sentence or two at a
Sure.
time.
and if you, is it okay if he looks at his report at the same time, Your Honor, or should I, let me ask a foundational question. Dr. Cina, do you have your report memorized?
I do not have it entirely memorized now.
So would it assist you to be able to look at your report so I can ask you questions if I'm reading it correctly?
That would probably help.
Would it be okay with the court and the prosecution if he looks at page 11 of his initial report?
That's fine.
So Dr. Cina, if you want to take out your report dated 2019, and I just want to ask you about the last paragraph.
Okay.
So you said, is this your summary paragraph? Is that fair to say?
Yes, it starts with in summary.
And the first thing you point to is the manner of death may be accident if it was an idiosyncratic drug reaction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is an idiosyncratic drug reaction?
One of the simpler ways to put it is a drug that might be okay for all of you to take except for one, you'd be fine with, but that one person has an unexpected reaction to it.
So somebody, for example, if they get what's otherwise a very low level of a therapeutic medication could have a very strange reaction.
Correct. For example, a reaction to ketamine at a non-lethal dose.
Or somebody, maybe a Tylenol.
You can have a bad reaction to virtually any drug. It is entirely dependent on individual genetics and various factors.
Okay. And then the next line, it may be natural if the decedent had an undiagnosed mental illness that led to excited delirium, if his intense physical exertion combined with a narrow coronary artery led to an arrhythmia, and I'm sorry, this is all one sentence, if he had an asthma exacerbation during restraint, or if he aspirated vomit while restrained. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
So at this time, what did you mean by that?
Well, it means there is a possibility that it was a natural death, that he had an asthma attack. If he had an undiagnosed mental illness, you can have a condition called Bell's mania, which was described, I believe, in the 40s, which basically mimics the symptoms of excited delirium, and people can drop dead with it. If the coronary artery, in conjunction with intense physical exertion, resulted in basically an arrhythmia in his heart, all those could be considered natural events. If he aspirated vomit and it was unrelated to any of the actions of the police, that could be considered either accident or natural, depending on your personal philosophy. If the police induced the vomiting through their neck hold, that would probably be a homicide. Similarly, if the police induced an arrhythmia from the carotid hold, that could be a homicide.
And I think you might have answered that next sentence then. It may be a homicide if the actions of officers led to his death, e.g., the chokehold led to stimulation of the carotid sinus resulting in an arrhythmia. Were those the two you were just explaining?
Correct. I also elaborated a little bit that if he had the carotid hold, that possibly could have also induced vomiting, which would also make it a homicide.
Then you conclude with, based on my review of the EMS reports, hospital records, body cam footage from the restraining officers, and the autopsy findings, I cannot determine which manner of death is most likely. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, those are my words.
So you set forth what you had considered, and nowhere in that did you say, and I'm still waiting on additional information. Is that correct?
Correct. That's why it's covered on the disclaimer of the cover sheet saying this is based on what we know so far.
And Dr. Cina, let's be fair to this jury. You've conducted, did you say between 8,000 and 10,000 autopsies?
I think 8,500 to 9,000, somewhere in there.
Okay. How many of those have you ever gone back and amended an opinion on? What percent?
I probably amend 1 or 2 a year, somewhere in there.
And most of those are due to toxicology findings you get later. Isn't that true?
No, most of the cases that are waiting on toxicology, I just sit in the file until I get my toxicology back and then I signed them out immediately, so there's no amendment.
And how many times do you amend opinions based on receiving expert reports from a whole bunch of other doctors?
Not very often. I don't usually have cases that involve a lot of other doctors.
Fair to say it's extremely rare, if ever, that that has occurred?
I've been involved in cases with multiple doctors and multiple experts, but in my experience, it's very rare to have so many people involved in a case, although this was a high profile case, so I'm not surprised.
So in November of 2019, a few weeks after you met with the police department and the district attorney's office, this case you issued a death certificate on, correct?
The office issued a death certificate, yes, that was undetermined.
And the report was closed for all intents purposes, wasn't it?
I believe for months, yes.
So it just sat there. Nothing happened until, let's move forward, the fall of 2021. Correct? In the in-between time, had you done anything?
No, I believe the case was signed out and it wasn't reopened until more information came to light.
And let's talk about what that meant. Elijah's body was released, right?
Yes.
The organs were released, right?
The majority of the organs went back with the body except for those that were donated.
The heart was destroyed, correct?
A cross-section of the heart was kept in my stock jar, which is my routine practice, but the remainder went back with the body.
And so when we're talking about the narrow lad, that was one of the only two things that made it to contributing factors in your initial report. We're talking about a portion of the heart, right?
Correct. We're talking about one of the three major coronary arteries.
Did you cut the cross-section of the heart or did somebody else?
I cut the cross-section of the heart.
So the fact that it was cut, for lack of a better non-medical term, inartfully, I think, was it cut tangentially as opposed to cross?
When I cut the heart, I did a complete cross-section, so it would have a complete cross-section of the lumen. When the lab prepared the microscopic slide, they embedded that in an angle, so I got a tangential section.
And if that was a contributing issue, you could have just asked them to recut it, right?
They did try to re-embed it, but if you have a tube and you cut part of it that way, you're not going to get a complete cross-section when you turn it around.
If you still had the heart, you could recut it, right?
Well, there was another section in the stock jar, which we could have made extra sections of.
And those wouldn't have been cut with that anomaly that happened at the lab, right?
Hopefully the lab wouldn't do the same thing twice.
And when you investigated the heart, did you do any investigation to look for corollaries? Collateral arteries, anything?
Oh, collateral arteries?
Sorry, collaterals.
If you're born with a small artery, your body tends to compensate by having other capillaries suck blood from the other big coronary arteries. And it's really hard to see capillaries with the naked eye. As a matter of fact, I can't. I'm not aware of a study to quantify the number of capillaries to see if you have cross circulation. So I couldn't see collateral circulation, but the fact that he had a small artery with no heart symptoms suggests that he did get blood from other parts of his heart.
I believe what you've previously testified to was you assumed that there were collaterals. It's fair to say?
Yes, and I'm assuming now that since he had no symptoms, he had some collateral circulation.
You would agree with me as a scientist that's reaching a cause of death in a high profile case where you know it's going to be subject to scrutiny, it might have been a good idea to confirm versus making an assumption, don't you think?
I'm not aware of an autopsy technique that shows collateral capillaries.
Did you confer with a cardiologist?
I did not, but they don't routinely do autopsies.
Okay. Well, in the in-between time where nothing is happening and while the heart and the body are gone, you went on and did other autopsies, right? This case was done for intensive purposes.
Correct.
And then in the fall of 2021, you receive a call from the Attorney General's office to discuss this case. Is that fair to say?
It may have been a call, or it may have been an email, or it may have been to the office to discuss the case.
And they'd asked if you'd be willing to look at it again. Is that fair to say?
Probably, I don't recall the conversation.
And no place in those intervening time had you reached out and asked anybody anything about getting additional body worn camera footage. True?
True. Once I said I'm determined, I wasn't going to keep nagging.
And before you allowed Elijah's heart and body to be released and destroyed, you didn't check with the Attorney General's office, did you?
Sustained.
Did you seek permission from anybody to release the body and the heart?
That's not my role to release the body and the heart. That's coroner office practice. I don't have anything to do with it.
Okay. And in 2021, actually, I might have my dates wrong. When did the coroner, or I'm sorry, when did the Attorney General's office reach out to you? Do you remember approximately when?
I don't recall. I can tell you the second report was issued July 15th, 2021.
Okay, so it was probably fall of 2020 then. Fair to say?
Maybe.
You wouldn't have been doing your report before you were even contacted. So I think I was inartful. Fair to say you were probably contacted the fall before you amended your report.
I don't recall if it was fall or spring, but sometime before I did my second report, I was contacted.
And I think you did say when you were re-looking at this case that it might be a good idea to have a pulmonologist confirm whether or not what you saw was an agonal breath. Is that right?
Correct. After I had the additional video and I saw the way he was breathing after the fentanyl, I suggested that maybe a pulmonologist can either confirm or refute that this guy's in bad respiratory distress and he's about to go into respiratory distress or respiratory arrest. So I believe I asked for a pulmonologist to assess whether what I'm seeing is somebody about to die or not.
So when you say an agonal breath, those were what your words were, right?
I could interrupt for just
Sure.
a second, just to clarify the record. I believe the witness said fentanyl, and I expect you meant something else.
Oh, did I say fentanyl?
Yes.
Oh,
What, I don't know where we heard fentanyl, but it might have come out. I think you were talking about with respect to the breathing, and what you wanted to confirm was whether or not you saw an agonal breath, correct?
correct.
Okay. There is no allegation by anybody at any time in this case fentanyl's involved in this case.
No, fentanyl is not involved in this case in any way.
Okay. Agonal breath to you is kind of the last breath before somebody dies. Fair to say?
To me, there'd be the last gasp before somebody stops breathing. Pulmonologists may define it differently, but to me, it's the way the shallow breathing, the irregular breathing, right before you stop breathing.
Are you aware that in fact the pulmonologist in this case did not find those breaths to be agonal breaths?
Correct. He did not describe them as agonal breathing, but he did say they were indicative of deep sedation and significant decompensation after getting the ketamine.
So he's talking about respiratory depression, shallower breaths, lighter breaths.
I believe he said shallow, ineffectual breaths, yes.
Okay. And the other thing you got between the fall of 2020 and your amended report in July of 21 was a personal visit to your office from a new forensic pathologist hired from out of state. Is that true?
Dr. Mitchell came in from DC.
Came to your office.
We had the stored tissue, including the cross-section of the heart and the LAD, and he wished to examine it and make more slides for himself.
And the other thing you got were copies of each and every one of the people's experts' reports, correct?
Unless some are hiding out there, I believe I've received everything.
And the other thing you received were death threats.
Correct. I did receive death threats. We had to up our security at home and get some dogs.
And you had people show up outside your home.
Correct.
And then you got emails asking from the prosecution's office whether or not you were going to be amending your report. Correct? Well, I can rephrase it.
All right, please.
Do you remember getting an email from the prosecution's office asking if you were going to be amending your report?
I'll allow it.
I mean, obviously they would be concerned if I was issuing another report. I don't recall specific emails.
Dr. Cina, in your 8,500 to 9,000 autopsies, how often has another government agency come to you and asked you to reopen your case and do a further investigation? Judge, it goes to motive and bias.
I'll allow it.
I would say it's unusual. Occasionally, when I was chief in Chicago, I'd get some pressure from politicians, but it's unusual for a separate agency to ask me to relook at a case.
How often have you been brought more than 5 different outside expert reports prior to asking you to amend your report?
I don't believe I was given the expert reports to influence my amending my report. I believe they were solicited by the attorneys to give them an expert report. I was going to do my report based on what I saw on the records in the video.
Dr. Cina, that wasn't my question.
I'm not sure if I understood it.
How often have you been provided, at minimum, 5 different outside expert reports prior to an agency asking you to amend your opinion? I'm not asking about what your state of mind was, but how often has that occurred?
I don't recall another case similar to this.
Isn't it true that the amount of ketamine found in Elijah McClain's blood is at your words, very low end of the therapeutic range?
His number was, I believe, 1.4. Therapeutic range would be 1 to 6, so it was in the low therapeutic range.
And isn't it true that your opinion is that any amount could have triggered this result because it appeared he just couldn't tolerate ketamine?
I don't know if it was any amount, but even this amount, which shouldn't have killed most of us, sent him into a tailspin, which led to his respiratory arrest, cardiac arrest, and brain death.
I can have just a moment.
Yes.
Dr. Cina, isn't it true that if you believed that this was solely the ketamine, you would have determined that this was an accident?
Correct. If this was just a complication of ketamine administration, the box and death certificate would be accident.
Thank you. I don't have further questions.
Welcome.
Mr. Goddard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor. Well, let's see here. Still morning. Good morning, doctors.
Yes, sir, it is.
Just 1 second here. It's Doctor, just to be clear, in this case, you've issued 2 autopsy reports with respect to various opinions regarding the cause and manner of death of Mr. McClain. Is that correct?
That's correct. The initial report and an amended report.
And your initial report was issued November 7th, 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
And your amended report was issued some 18 months later on July 15th, 2021. Is that right?
I believe the coroner finalized it on July 15th. I turned it into July 1st.
Fair enough. So your report was done and submitted to the coroner on July 1st, 2021. She then issued the amended report with the cover sheet representing the opinions on July 15th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay. And then you subsequently gave testimony in another proceeding in this case on July 29th, 2021, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but I've been involved in 3 proceedings on this case.
Okay. And the first of those 3, when you testified, was within the same month that you issued your second or your amended autopsy report. Is that fair?
I don't recall the date of it, but it wasn't too far after the second report.
A couple weeks after the second report?
I really couldn't tell you.
Okay. If the transcript from that testimony indicated the testimony was on July 29th, 2021, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No, I would not.
Okay. And so you were asked by the prosecution about your opinions with respect to cause and manner of death in this case. They asked you about your amended opinion, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. But initially, your opinion back closer in time to the autopsy and the incident involved here was that the cause of death was undetermined, but there was a contributing, it was undetermined, correct?
Correct.
And a contributing factor was intense physical exertion and narrow left coronary artery, correct?
Correct.
No mention of ketamine as a contributing factor in your first opinion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then with respect to manner of death, you also likewise characterized that and classified that as undetermined, correct?
Correct.
Now, I just want to focus on the initial autopsy report and your initial opinions first. The contributing factors, the intense physical exertion, what were you referring to there?
I had enough footage and enough history that I knew there was forcible restraint and that Mr. McClain was resisting the officers, which is physical exertion. Physical exertion, if severe enough, can lead to lactic acidosis or hypoxia. I have no idea how much lactic acidosis or hypoxia because that wasn't tested while he was being restrained. But if he had a small coronary artery that was anatomically important and he was stressing it with physical exertion, that could be a bad thing and contribute to death. I did not know that at that point that he was a runner, which I then decided his heart had compensated for that.
Okay. I think, so my question was about the intense physical exertion. I think you may have gone beyond that. What did you mean by intense physical exertion in the contributing factors in your original opinion?
That sometimes intense physical exertion can lead to somebody to having a sudden collapse.
And I think you said with respect to that intense physical exertion, you had evidence of a forcible restraint. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct. We had a history of the carotid sleeper hold.
Was that the only forcible restraint, the carotid hold, the sleeper hold that you were considering, or did forcible restraint, in your opinion, include more than that?
Well, there was the whole struggle after the sleeper hold. He did have handcuffs put on him. And apparently he was struggling during this, so that's physical exertion.
Is there a concern medically, forensically, if you have information about somebody having a prolonged physical exertion or struggle while being restrained?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As you kind of analyze all the information that's provided to you, which I imagine is quite significant prior to an autopsy, are there concerns that are raised, in your opinion, when you hear a history of an individual who has a prolonged struggle while being restrained with law enforcement?
Anytime there's a prolonged struggle with law enforcement, you want to get as much evidence as possible, including the video. One thing you want to exclude is, say, somebody lying down on their stomach with the full weight of an officer on their back so they can't breathe, or a knee on the neck or something like that. So anytime there's an altercation with the police, you want to consider everything.
Is one of the concerns about prolonged physical struggle also a concern about a patient developing what's referred to as acidosis?
If you're involved in an intense physical exertion of any type, you can develop lactic acidosis. That would include physical exertion during restraint.
Is there also a concern during physical restraint? I mean, obviously, people do extreme exercises and build up acidosis all the time. How does the body compensate for that acidosis typically?
Usually it's rest, hydration, and slowing your breathing down and just recovering.
Okay. Is there a concern when someone is struggling against the restraints from law enforcement that they're not in a position, or their body's not in a position to do that?
If you're continuing to struggle, I don't think you're going to be doing deep breathing exercises at the same time.
So is there a concern medically and forensically when you hear a history of someone struggling, a prolonged struggle against law enforcement, that they may have more and more acidosis building up in their body?
Yeah, there's a concern with prolonged physical exertion during restraint that he could have been building up lactic acidosis. We know he had lactic acidosis when he went to the hospital. However, he had also had cardiopulmonary arrest, which can lead to lactic acidosis.
Okay. Now you indicated, well, I'll get there in a second. Give me a second here.
Judge, can you approach a little bit?
All right. The court's going to take a little bit early lunch break at this time. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research, avoiding any press coverage, and we'll resume with the examination at 1 o'clock, so about an hour and 15 minutes. Jurors have stepped out. Please be seated. The witness, Dr. Cina, may step down. If you could be back at 1 o'clock, please. Anything, any further record folks want to make?
I just wanted to say, I'm sorry again, I don't like to interrupt. I just know it's too important for all of us to sleep. Thank you.
Anything else?
No additional record.
Okay. We'll see you at 1. the District Court, Adams County, recalling 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. The parties and counsel are present. We have somebody downstairs to bring the jurors up, but anything before we bring the jurors up?
I just wanted to make sure the record was clear. I said there were two, actually, apparently there were three sleeping jurors, but the third one was number 51 in the center back row. And apparently the gentleman sitting next to him was even nudging him, trying to wake him up. I missed him. I saw the other two, but I just wanted the record to be clear, and I did. As well.
All right. Anything further?
Okay. Oh, yeah. That sucks. I'm sorry, but you got protectors, so you don't have to worry about it. Just one, this one, and
The jurors have returned and are being seated. Please be seated. Court will formally recall 21 CR 2800, 21 CR 2806. Parties and counsel are present. Dr. Cina is on the witness stand, still under oath. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cina, when we began this, I said good morning. Let me say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I trust you had a pleasant lunch hour.
I picked up wood for the fireplace.
Excellent. A man who thinks ahead. I like it. I want to, we didn't really get a chance to speak very long before our lunch break, but I want to go back to what we were talking about, which was your initial opinions rendered in this case in your first autopsy report, okay?
Okay.
All right. And so I think what I neglected to ask you with respect to those opinions, and I want to ask now, when you rendered your opinion that the cause of death was undetermined, that was to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
Correct. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, I basically was saying I don't know what killed him.
Okay. And when you indicated and opined that the contributing factors were intense physical exertion and a narrow left coronary artery, likewise, those were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you rendered the opinion that the manner of death was undetermined, that was also to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, correct?
Correct.
Now, we talked a little bit about the physical exertion part of that contributing factor. I want to now talk about the second half, the narrow left coronary artery. I believe you previously opined that one of the reasons why you considered the narrow left coronary artery as a contributing factor is because it's not good essentially to have a small coronary artery like that and be in a position where you're in a prolonged struggle or physically exerting yourself. Is that fair?
Yes, as a general rule, you'd like to have nice big coronary arteries if you're exerting yourself, and he had a small left anterior descending coronary artery.
Okay. And I believe you had made findings on page 9 of your original autopsy report that essentially your findings were that Elijah McClain was in a violent struggle with the officers who were attempting to restrain him. Is that right?
I could look that up real quick, but that's the gist of what I said.
Okay. And that physical exertion involved in that struggle, you believe to a reasonable degree of medical certainty contributed to his death.
At that time, yes.
Okay. Now, you also in that original autopsy report made certain findings with respect to excited delirium. Is that right?
Yes, I ruled out excited delirium.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit more about that. You've testified that in your original autopsy report, you ruled out excited delirium just as you did here now after lunch, correct?
Correct. Otherwise, I would have determined that was the cause of death.
Okay. In your opinion, in your original report, you actually go to great lengths talking about potential causes of death and why you land on undetermined, correct?
I do, yes.
That's really not typical for you. Typically, your cause of death section is maybe a paragraph, 3 or 4 sentences.
Can be as little as 1 or 2. I also typically don't put manner of death in my autopsy reports.
Okay. But in this report, with respect to Mr. McClain, your opinion is about 1.5 pages in length. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you in that 1.5 pages, you discuss excited delirium as a potential cause, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I understand you say that you ruled it out, but in your report, you say while on scene, the decedent displayed agitated behavior and enhanced strength. Is that correct?
I believe that was in some of the witness statements.
Okay. And you go on to say that these features are commonly seen in excited delirium, correct?
Correct. That's one of the features of excited delirium.
Now, you did say that there were some findings with respect to excited delirium that were not present in this instance as well, correct?
That's correct.
For example, there was no report that he had hypothermia.
Correct.
Okay. There was no report of a history of a severe mental illness like schizophrenia.
Correct.
Okay. And there were no tox findings of either cocaine or methamphetamine in Mr. McClain's system at the time.
Correct. They're the common drugs associated with excited delirium.
Okay. But then you write this sentence. Nonetheless, the patient's sudden collapse after an intense struggle is commonly seen in excited delirium. Correct?
That is true. People with excited delirium sometimes suddenly collapse and die.
And if you need to look at your report, maybe you can point me to it. Where do you specifically rule out excited delirium as a cause in your report?
If excited delirium was the cause of death, in my opinion, it would have been listed as the cause of death, in my opinion, and not undetermined.
Okay, fair enough. In your opinion, you're talking about things, though, that could have contributed to the death, correct?
I'm talking about various possibilities that I considered in evaluating this case.
Okay, so is it fair to say from your testimony that if you didn't include it as either the cause of death or a contributing factor, you ruled it out?
I would say I ruled out excited delirium in this case.
Okay. And again, I would just ask you to point to me in the report where you do that.
By not calling it the cause of death.
Okay. So, for example, you didn't cite in your initial report complications of ketamine administration as a cause of death. So is it fair to say you also ruled that out in your initial report?
At that point, with the information I had or the lack thereof, I didn't consider that.
Okay. Now, is it also fair to say that part of ruling out, in your mind, the excited delirium being a factor was your ability to look at video footage in this case?
Yes, I think the additional video footage was very compelling, especially regarding the administration of the ketamine and the immediate after period.
Was it also, you also had the ability to review the video from the gas station prior to Mr. McClain's contact with police? Is that right?
Yes, I believe I saw that.
And I think you have, after reviewing that video, you have characterized Mr. McClain's behavior as maybe eccentric or strange, but not fitting excited delirium. Is that fair?
Yes, I think probably specifically I would talk about wearing a ski mask in August to a store. I think that's a bit eccentric and strange. But it's not the classic agitated state you get in excited delirium.
You would agree with me that that footage from the gas station was taken before Mr. McClain's contact with police later that night, correct?
Correct.
And so by extension would have been prior to paramedics and EMS arriving on scene after having been called by the police, correct?
Also correct.
Okay. But you felt confident being able to assess that just by reviewing the video,
Assess what?
that it wasn't excited delirium.
He's not acting in the traditional agitated state that I've seen in other excited delirium cases on that video.
Okay. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about the information that you had and that you reviewed prior to issuing your first autopsy report. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you had EMS reports from both Falk and AFR. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you had medical records from Mr. McClain's hospitalization at the Anschutz inpatient, it's called AIP, but I forget what the P stands for right now.
You mean following the incident?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And as part of those medical records, there was a report that Mr. McClain suffered a day or two after his admission into the hospital, that he suffered a second cardiac arrest. Do you recall that?
I believe that's the case.
Okay. Did you factor that second cardiac arrest in the hospital into your opinion regarding cause of death in this case?
The cause of death was initially undetermined, and it's not unusual for people who've had cardiac arrest to have second ones in the hospital. So it didn't strike me as anything really unusual in somebody with brain damage.
Okay. And because a cardiac arrest, so you noted on autopsy when you examined Mr. McClain's brain, and I'm going to butcher this, so I'm going to ask you to help me, that he had a brain injury, and you described that as a hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy?
Encephalopathy, meaning his brain tissue didn't get enough oxygen and the neurons died.
Thank you. Now, that could have been a result of that second cardiac arrest in the hospital, correct?
He wasn't doing well after the first cardiopulmonary arrest, but a second arrest can make things worse.
Okay. Let's see. You also had at least some body-worn camera footage to review prior to issuing your first autopsy report, correct?
That's correct.
Now, it's not documented in your report, but can you tell this jury which body-worn camera footage you had and which camera footage you did review prior to issuing your first report?
Not in its entirety, but I believe I had some of the initial contact and the initial scuffle where the body cam was actually dislodged and the videos aren't very good. That's the ones that stick to my mind. There may have been some other stuff, but not nearly as much as I had in the end.
Okay. And so the body-worn cameras that were dislodged during the struggle that police had with Mr. McClain, do you recall, did they continue to record at least sound from the altercation?
I believe they did, but I'm not sure. It's been a while.
Did you review and listen to those sounds before issuing your first autopsy report?
Any material that I had prior to issuing the first report, I listened to and looked at.
Okay. Is it fair to say you don't know the names of the officers that go with the videos that you were provided prior to issuing your first report?
I would not be able to place a name with a face.
Okay. Is it safe to say, though, whatever videos you had at the time, you completely reviewed them?
If I had them, I looked at them.
Okay. And I understand you looked at them. Would you say you looked at portions of them, or did you review them in their totality?
I reviewed in totality what I had.
Okay. At the time that you issued your first autopsy report, I think you've testified you were aware that a carotid hold was applied by law enforcement in this case, correct?
I believe that was in the initial report.
Okay. And in fact, that's part of the reason why you performed a special dissection of Mr. McClain's neck on autopsy. Is that right?
Correct. Given that information, I performed a layered anterior neck dissection looking for subtle injury that could be indicative of damage to the larynx or strangulation.
Okay. You also knew, and I think you've testified that similar to other investigative bodies, members of the coroner's office kind of work together as an investigative team. Is that fair to say?
I would say everyone has a role at the coroner's office. The investigators do the investigating. I do the autopsies, and the coroner and deputy coroner, the office manager handle the business.
Okay. And so prior to conducting the autopsy on, I believe you said September 3rd of 2019, is that right?
That is correct.
You would have reviewed whatever investigative reports had been prepared by those coroner investigators. Is that fair?
Correct, which is usually the initial narrative.
Okay. And I think in this case, Miss Blaylock had completed the initial narrative. Is that right?
She's one of the investigators. I don't remember who was assigned to this case.
And so but you reviewed that investigative narrative before you performed the autopsy.
Correct.
And certainly would have reviewed it before you issued your initial report.
Well, like I said, I review the narrative before I even start the autopsy.
Okay. And so at that point in time, you would have had information that Mr. McClain was reported to be a distance runner, correct? Not, I'm reading from my notes.
I'm sorry. Oh, response.
I don't understand the objection. I'm asking him questions about what may have been in that report that he's reviewing.
Well, I'm confounded as well. Was it a 703 objection? Well, I think that's what 703 talks about, isn't it? Okay, all right. Now I guess I understand. All right, a little further foundation with respect to 703.
Doctor, I think you've testified that you reviewed the investigator's report prior to conducting the autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall in that narrative that there was inclusion in Ms. Blaylock's narrative report that Elijah McClain was reported to be a distance runner of about 6 miles a day?
I don't recall that particular statement in the initial report.
But if it's in the report, that would have been information you would have had at the time of autopsy, correct?
If it's in that first paragraph, yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to that report, first of all, do you know where that information, the source of that information, comes from? The fact that Mr. McClain may have been a distance runner or may have exercised regularly?
As I said, the investigators get their information from a variety of sources, including police, medical personnel, medical records, family members. So I don't recall specifically where that came from.
Okay. So if the history of Mr. McClain being a distance runner, if that wasn't accurate, would that change your opinion or impact your opinion in this case?
If he was not a distance runner and did not put stress on his small coronary artery, then it is possible the small coronary artery played a bigger role in this case. And maybe I would list it as contributory.
Okay. You talked to this jury about certain requests that were made for body-worn camera footage in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
In that investigative supplemental narrative, do you recall entries from an investigator Brown making such a request of APD?
I haven't read the supplemental report probably in 2 years, so I couldn't really tell you.
Would that be something Investigator Brown would typically request?
If I ask for something, they often assign an investigator to ask whatever agency for me. I don't usually interact directly with the agencies.
Do you recall when that request would have been made?
I know I would have made that request at the meeting with the police and the district attorney when I said I needed all body cam footage and all witness statements. Otherwise, this case can be signed out as undetermined. I also likely made that request at the end of the autopsy, as is my usual practice.
And at some point, you were provided at least some witness statements and some body-worn camera footage, correct?
Several years later, I was provided an abundance of extra information, including body cam footage.
Might have been an inartful question. Prior to you issuing your first autopsy report, at some point, you were provided at least some witness statements and some body-worn camera footage, correct?
I believe I received some stuff, not everything.
Regardless, that request was made of the Aurora Police Department, correct?
I believe they would be the people in custody who had custody of the video footage, so I believe it would go to them.
On your autopsy report in the findings section, you made a determination about Mr. McClain's height and weight, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe your report says he measured 5'7" and 140 pounds, correct?
Correct, following organ donation.
I was just going to say, you would agree that the weighted autopsy was post-organ donation and also after spending several days in the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk a little bit more about this left anterior descending artery, this finding that you had on autopsy, please, if we may.
Okay.
First of all, that left anterior descending coronary artery, that runs along the front of the heart, is that right?
That's correct. It usually peters out toward the bottom of the heart, but sometimes it can go around to the back of the heart.
Okay. And that sometimes is referred to as a wraparound lad when it wraps around to the back of the heart?
That's a term I've heard recently to use it. I don't particularly use that term. Usually it doesn't go around the back of the heart, but sometimes it does.
If it did go around the heart, is that something you would document?
It's really hard to see because you've got that left anterior descending coronary artery, which is small to begin with, which is getting smaller and smaller as it goes down toward the base. So I may not be able to tell very apex. So it can be difficult to see, and I didn't comment on it.
Fair to say there's no comment on that in your report.
That's correct. I didn't say if there was a wraparound LAD or not.
Okay. And I think you testified that LAD was narrowed upon your finding at autopsy, correct?
That's correct. It had a small caliber.
And it sounds like it was about half the size you would have expected it to be in a normal adult. Is that fair?
Roughly, yes.
You also talked about preserving tissue samples as part of the autopsy. And here you did preserve at least some tissue samples of the heart, correct?
Correct. A complete cross-section, which would include the right ventricle, left ventricle, interventricular septum, left ventricular free wall, the right ventricular free wall, and all the coronary arteries that run along that free wall.
But you did not preserve the entire heart, correct?
That is correct.
But you did indicate that you fixed the heart for 8 days and then examined it on September 11th, 2019. Do you recall that?
I believe that was what I did to get a better look at it. Let me double check that.
You may.
Yes, I re-examined it after I fixed it so I could get a better look at it.
What does it mean to fix the heart?
That means you place it in a diluted formaldehyde solution, um, which basically doesn't let the tissue rot or decompose and lets you get finer sections with your knife.
Okay. And so then would it have been after that examination that you would have cut the cross section for to put into to make into microscopic slides to send off to the lab?
It would be during that examination. During that examination, I would cut the coronary arteries to see how big they were. I would then look to see if the heart was normally shaped. I would cut it to see if the valves were correctly positioned and functioning. And I would take out the cardiac conduction system, the SA node and the AV node, so I could microscopically evaluate those.
Now, so you did preserve at least some of the sections to send off to the lab to have slides made out of them, correct?
Correct. Sections were preserved that were turned into slides, and then a complete cross section was preserved in case another doctor wanted to examine it later.
Well, not only in case another doctor wanted to examine it, but in this case, you wanted to get a closer look at that left anterior descending coronary artery, right?
I had already taken a microscopic section of it and looked at it with my eyes, so I didn't need it particularly, but autopsy standards say for at least 6 months you should keep samples of the major organs. I believe the coroner's office keeps it longer.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in that July 2021 testimony that you actually wanted to get a closer look at the left anterior descending coronary artery since it was narrow?
I don't recall that, but I believe if I can refer to my report.
You may.
Initially, when I examined it fresh, I said the left anterior descending coronary artery had a maximum diameter of 1 to 2 millimeters. Second paragraph says, upon re-examination, left anterior coronary artery was confirmed to be atrophic, which is small. So I looked at it fresh, and then I looked at it after it was fixed.
Okay. Do you recall also providing testimony in that July 2021 proceeding when talking about getting a closer look to the left anterior descending coronary artery, that unfortunately the lab embedded it tangentially? So I got sort of a sideway view instead of a cross view, which I would have liked. So I really couldn't interpret it that well. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, and I think I discussed that. My report says what I saw with the naked eyes. Then I took a section of the left anterior descending coronary artery to look at it microscopically, to look at it in more detail. And instead of the lab, it's basically a tube, and I wanted them to cut across so I could see the full diameter. They cut it at an angle, so I didn't get a nice complete cross section as I would have liked.
And so based upon that error, you weren't able to interpret it very well, correct?
I wasn't able to, well, I mean, interpretation was limited. I could see there was no inflammation around the artery like Kawasaki's disease. There was no abscess around the artery. And I did have part of the cross section that didn't show atherosclerosis. What I didn't have was a complete cross section.
Okay. But at that point in time, you could have asked the lab to recut those, correct?
I believe they tried to, but when something is cut tangentially across the tube, if you put the tube up straight, you're basically cutting something across that's already at an angle, so you still don't get a cross section.
Okay. In your report, you also indicated that, and I think you were asked some questions about this on direct, that you didn't see any evidence of a heart attack. Do you recall that?
I believe I said that.
Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but a heart attack there's a difference between a heart attack and, say, an arrhythmia. Is that fair?
I prefer to look at it as, when I say heart attack in court or in lay terms, that's your traditional heart attack, like, oh, my heart hurts. You start getting sweaty, diaphoretic. And those are usually caused by blocked coronary arteries. So that's your most common kind of heart attack. The other kind of heart attack is an arrhythmia of your heart, and that can leave no findings at autopsy.
Not only can it leave no findings at autopsy, but an arrhythmia can in fact be fatal. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, doctor, I want to talk to you a little bit about the toxicology findings.
Okay.
First of all, your toxicology findings are based off of what's called admin blood, correct?
Correct. Blood from the hospital admission, which I believe was taken 30 to 45 minutes after admission.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to ask because I don't believe that was clear. That was taken shortly after Mr. McClain's admission to the hospital in this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the expectation is that that blood is going to be the closest blood we can get to what he was experiencing on scene. Is that fair?
Correct. The only other way to get a better sample would have been to sample it on scene, which is, I don't recall I've ever gotten blood from an ambulance.
Okay. The toxicology results of the admit blood showed a ketamine level of, I believe, 1,400 nanograms per milliliter. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you then converted that to about 1.4 milligrams per liter.
Correct.
Now, not a mathematician. I don't do conversion of volumes very often, but the bottom line is that 1.4 milligrams per liter, that's at the low end of the documented therapeutic range in medical literature. Is that fair?
In the forensic literature that I use, specifically Basalt's toxicology textbook, therapeutic is 1 to 6, and this is in the low end of that.
Okay. And I'm glad you mentioned basalts because I think you make reference in your original autopsy report that in that same textbook, that basalts textbook, when looking at fatal doses of ketamine, fatal intramuscular doses of ketamine, the description in that book, and I think you noted it in your autopsy report, said that a documented fatal dose of ketamine through an IM dose of 1,000 milligrams had a blood concentration of 27 milligrams per liter. Is that right?
Yes, they cite that case in the chapter on ketamine.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in your vast career and over 9,000 autopsies that you've conducted over that career, you've never seen or had a case of a ketamine overdose or a fatal ketamine result from a therapeutic dose of ketamine? Is that fair?
I would say it's fair to, I've not called something a ketamine overdose based on the levels that I see in this case.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony and some discussion about the amount of ketamine that Mr. McClain received on scene. Okay. From a forensic pathologist and a forensic toxicology perspective, is that what's important to determine?
To me, regarding cause of death and whether a drug or toxin contributed to death, I care more about the level that's in the blood than how it got there.
So really what's determinative, particularly on cause of death, is what the blood levels are, what the levels are in the blood, not whether the person, not necessarily the dose the person received. Is that correct?
From my perspective, yes.
Okay. And is that because the blood levels are really going to tell you how, kind of determine how that person is going to react to that substance or that medication?
All of our toxicology books and toxicology tables that list therapeutic and toxic and lethal go by blood levels, not how much was administered. So I was trained to go more by blood levels.
And so you would agree with me that the blood level in this case, the concentration level in this case, was not a lethal or a toxic level, correct?
It was not a lethal or toxic level for most people. That's correct.
Okay. But it's your opinion that it was lethal or toxic for Mr. McClain?
For Mr. McClain, at that particular moment, that level was too much he could handle.
Why is that?
It could be that he was worn out. I don't have a control. For example, I believe more likely than not that the ketamine administration pushed him toward this respiratory arrest based on what I see on the video and the time sequence that's going on. Can I say for sure that if he was not restrained and given ketamine in the hospital for some other purpose, that the same thing would have happened? No, I can't guarantee that. I also believe that if he was restrained and did not get the ketamine, I believe he would have been worn out and probably had some lactic acidosis, maybe hypoxemia. But in my opinion, he would not have died at that time without the ketamine. So did the whole restraint make him susceptible to the ketamine? It could have, but there's no way to prove how he would have reacted to ketamine, in a different situation.
Doctor,
I apologize for the long answer.
that's okay. And I'm not sure you answered the question I asked. You can't tell this jury why, if Elijah McClain had an unusual reaction to what otherwise would be a non-lethal dose of ketamine, you can't tell this jury why that happened. Is that fair?
I don't know why the ketamine reacted with him that day, but I believe it triggered the events that led to his death.
And so it would also be fair to say that there really wouldn't have been anything that would have told any medical providers or even paramedics that was the case, correct?
Response.
Foundation, he's been talking quite a bit about and was asked about idiosyncratic reactions. So I think the foundation has been laid. It's not speculation based upon, go ahead.
I'll let you finish.
Well, I was gonna say it's not speculation because he's indicated he doesn't know why. And so my question is then a natural extension to the paramedics.
The court doesn't find it quite so natural as the doctor wasn't present.
Fair enough. Doctor, did you see anything on the body worn camera footage that you observed either at the Shell gas station or with the forcible restraint with law enforcement that would have suggested to you that Mr. McClain would have had this adverse reaction to ketamine?
The nature of an idiosyncratic drug reaction is that it is unpredictable and it won't happen to most people. So I don't know how you do predict that.
Okay. Now, we've also talked, and there's been testimony about the injection of the ketamine in this case as being intramuscular or IM. Is that significant to you in your findings, how it was administered?
Like I said, it's more important to me what the blood level is, whether he got it IV or IM or through a pill. I care more about the drug level as it pertains to cause and manner of death.
Fair enough. But is it fair to say that if a drug is administered intravenously or through IV, is it absorbed in the body faster than it is if it's administered through intramuscular or IM?
Generally, drugs are absorbed faster IV than through a muscle.
Okay. And can a cardiac arrest, such as one that was suffered by Mr. McClain, can that also have an effect on the absorption rate of that medicine?
It could, in that you need blood circulating to actually get it into your blood supply. So if you had a drug theoretically sitting either in subcutaneous fat or in a muscle, you may not get adequate flow to distribute it the way it normally would.
So given in this case that the ketamine was administered intramuscularly or IM and that he suffered a cardiac arrest, is it possible that his concentration of ketamine in his blood, at least at the time on scene, could have even been lower than the 1.4 milligrams per liter?
Response.
I don't believe it's speculation, given the foundation that has been laid about in the expertise of this witness talking about the absorption rate and the levels and toxicity levels.
If the witness can confidently answer, I'll allow him to do so.
I would say from the measured blood level that we have from the first hour of hospitalization, at the time of his first arrest, he could have been either a little higher or a little lower on his ketamine level.
Okay. So we don't really know.
We don't know, but I feel pretty good that the 1.4 net mg per liter is a pretty good rough approximation of where he was, that he wasn't negligible, nor was he in the toxic lethal range.
Because the toxic lethal range begins much higher than the 1.0 to 6.3 milligrams per liter, correct?
Some people will start having toxic symptoms at the higher end of therapeutic, but I would say the 1.4 where he's at is comfortably below where he would be toxic for the average person.
I want to shift gears now with you, and I want to talk a little bit about the acidosis and the concept of acidosis that you've testified to. I believe in your amended autopsy report, you indicated that Mr. McClain was likely under physiologic and emotional stress during this incident. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that's true.
And in your amended autopsy report, you indicated that you cannot rule out metabolic abnormalities, including lactic acidosis, as contributing to the cause of his death, correct?
I also said that, yes.
Okay. Now, metabolic acidosis itself can be a life-threatening condition, correct?
It can be if it's severe enough, but when we go with cause of death is what caused the metabolic acidosis or the lactic acidosis. The acidosis itself is simply a mechanism, a physiologic mechanism. It's what caused it that's important.
And one of the causes of metabolic acidosis could be this prolonged physical struggle with law enforcement, correct?
Intense physical exertion is a common cause of lactic acidosis.
Okay. Now, do you recall having the information or in your review of the video that Mr. McClain complained that he couldn't breathe within a relative short period of time after contact with police? Do you recall that?
At some point he stated.
Okay. And I believe he stated he couldn't believe 6 or 7 times during that contact. Do you recall that?
I recall it was more than once.
Okay. When someone says or expresses, "I can't breathe," is that sometimes a document of what's referred to in the medical literature as air hunger?
People who are hungry for air may say they can't breathe.
Okay. And that air hunger, that inability to breathe, that is a symptom of metabolic acidosis, correct?
That can be one of the symptoms.
Can vomiting be a symptom of metabolic acidosis?
Yes, it can be.
If someone is held in the prone position, can that depress their ability to vent off that CO2 that is contributing to that acidosis?
That's a bit controversial. There was a lot of fighting in the literature, particularly in the 90s, about whether restraint in a prone position by itself can cause hypoxia and acidosis. The general consensus from what I've read is that if you're a big person, especially with a belly and you're held down, and if weight's applied to your back, that can cause some respiratory problems and lead to some acidosis or hypoxemia.
Can handcuffing one behind their hands behind their back and then putting pressure on their chest, can that also impede respiratory function?
Response.
Well, he's a forensic pathologist that can talk about cause of death. I think this is right in his wheelhouse.
Well, it sounds more like the testimony of a pulmonologist, but if he can answer, I'll let him.
I have personally not seen a case where a person was handcuffed and someone pressed on their back, leading to death. I have had cases where People have been handcuffed, especially bigger people with people sitting or kneeling on their black back, and that has contributed to death.
Can acidosis or metabolic acidosis lead to a condition referred to as pulseless electrical activity, or PEA?
I usually see PEA in the setting of pulmonary thromboemboli. I would have to read up on lactic acidosis, but I believe that's one of the rhythms it can cause.
Okay. So this just to be clear, this prolonged physical restraint and carotid hold that was applied to Mr. McClain, even as you sit here today, that is what prevents you from ruling out whether or not the police conduct in this case contributed to Mr. McClain's death. Is that fair?
Well, if the carotid hold contribute to the lactic acidosis, which I think is, if it did, it's minimal. I would say more likely if the carotid hold, when he came out of it, if he was nauseated, as some people have been reported to be, and if he vomited because of that nausea, and if he aspirated at that time because of the nausea, then I would say that aspiration probably contributed to a generally dilapidated state, which made the ketamine worse for him. However, I don't have proof that he did in fact aspirate prior to getting into the ambulance. If I believed to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the carotid hold or other actions of the police led to him aspirating vomit, then I would have called it a homicide.
The flip side of that is if you believe that that physical restraint by police didn't play a role in this, you would have ruled this an accident, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes. Doctor, one last chapter.
Sure.
Be careful when a lawyer promises you that they're almost done, though. Beware. I'm going to try and hold to it. I want to try and establish just an overall timeline with you. So I want to make sure I have this correct. So your autopsy was done on September 3rd, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And then you issued your initial findings in November of 2019.
That is correct.
Then you changed your opinions and issued an amended autopsy report July 1st, 2021, correct?
Also correct.
Okay. And then at some point later, about 18 months later, you, and I think you testified to this either on direct and cross-examination or cross-examination, you had a meeting with a forensic pathologist by the name of Roger Mitchell Jr., correct?
That's correct. Dr. Mitchell visited the Adams County office.
And that was on March 27th, 2021, correct?
Probably around that time frame, yes.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, you didn't request Dr. Mitchell's involvement in consultation in this case. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know who made that request for Dr. Mitchell to be involved?
I believe it came through the Attorney General's office, but I wasn't involved in the decision.
Okay. So as a courtesy, you met with Dr. Mitchell in March of 2021 at your office, correct?
That's correct. It was a professional courtesy.
And you allowed him to take samples of some additional samples from what's referred to as the stock jar at the coroner's office, which is where you had preserved the portions of the organs that you did preserve. That's how they're preserved in your office, correct?
And yes, I assisted with the mechanics of getting the stock jar, going through that, and providing cassettes so we could make additional slides.
Okay. And that's a professional courtesy that I think any forensic pathologist would extend to another pathologist, correct?
I would say so. I don't think there's any that I wouldn't extend a professional courtesy to.
Now, during this visit, you discussed this case with Dr. Mitchell?
To some degree, yes.
Okay. And did Dr. Mitchell share his opinions or his interpretations in this case with you? Didn't ask what was said.
All right, it's a little premature.
Did he share with you kind of his thoughts on this case and his impressions?
I'm not sure how much we discussed this case specifically. I think we more discussed hypotheticals regarding the approach to deaths in custody in general.
Okay. And then Dr. Mitchell issued his report in June of 2021. Were you aware of that?
I know he issued a report somewhere in that time frame.
And you were actually provided that report by the Attorney General's office, correct?
I believe so. Yes, I know. I read it.
Okay. Then you issued your second report on July 1st, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And that was about 2 weeks or so after Dr. Mitchell issued his report. Is that fair?
We'd have to go over all the dates again, but I finished my review of the additional material shortly after he issued his report, and then I issued my report.
Okay. Dr. Cina, I really appreciate your patience this afternoon. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. I have no
It's a
further
pleasure.
questions.
Redirect.
Dr. Cina, is a video capturing the minutes surrounding a person's death an important piece of information to determine a cause of death?
In this type of case, it is. It's not always necessary in other types of cases.
Was it a powerful piece of information to you in this case?
Seeing the administration of the ketamine and the immediate after minutes was very important to reaching my final conclusion.
And did you ask the Aurora Police Department for all of the body-worn camera before you issued your first report in this case?
Yes, that would be part of my routine.
In your experience, is it unusual for you to be denied that type of information?
The various places I've worked with have been more or less forthcoming with requests from me. Sometimes Chicago police could be somewhat resistant as well. So in the ideal world, I would always get everything that I want the first time around. It doesn't always happen.
And in your first report, you couldn't determine a cause of death, correct?
Correct, because I don't believe I had all the information I needed to come up with a diagnostic cause of death other than undetermined.
Now, after the Attorney General's office became involved in this case, did you then get all of the body-worn camera that you wanted?
It did.
Did that change your opinion on the cause of death?
Yes, it led me to my final cause of death.
And did you request the opinion of a pulmonologist regarding some of the video that you watched?
I believe I suggested getting a pulmonologist involved to see if they agreed that after the shot, if his breathing changed, in my words, became agonal.
Was that pulmonologist David Buther?
I didn't request Dr. Buther by name, but he is the pulmonologist that was consulted.
And did Dr. Buther's review of that influence your opinion in any way?
Although he did not agree that he would not use the term agonal breathing as I did, he did agree that after the ketamine administration, he was deeply sedated and had shallow, inefficient breathing. So I believe that supports what I saw in the video.
Now, Mr. Goddard asked you about whether Mr. McClain's anoxic brain injury could have been caused by his second cardiac arrest in the UC hospital. I think you said you didn't recall on that. Would it refresh your recollection to see the UC health record on that?
I believe what I said was he had an initial cardiac pulmonary arrest and he was doing badly, which means he already had brain damage. A second arrest could make it worse, but he was already significantly damaged by the time the second arrest occurred. But I'd be happy to look at any records.
Sure. Could we show to the witness only Bates page 36289, Ms. Kelleher?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't think he said that he needs his memory refreshed. He corrected counsel as to what his answer was.
Response.
I thought the end of his last statement there was that the medical record might refresh his recollection on that.
Response was, we can look at it if you want.
Well, I think we're mincing words. The court will find that the court will interpret Dr. Cina's statement as he might need to refresh his recollection, so the court will allow it.
Is there a spot you want me to focus on?
Yes. Which I am finding. Second paragraph. Starting with, he has dilated and blown.
So based on that, it would seem as of August 25th, 2019, at sometime in the PM, I don't have my glasses, that essentially he already had extremely bad brain damage prior to the second arrest.
Thank you. You can take that down. All right. And Dr. Cina, you knew in doing your autopsy report that Mr. McClain had received a dose of ketamine that was too much for his weight. Is that correct?
Correct. I believe his weight was estimated around 200, and in life, he was probably closer to 145, 150.
And the toxicology report that you received just gave you the ketamine in his blood levels after he got to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
It's about 40 minutes after his injection. Does that sound right to you?
Right in there, yes.
And you talked about that range in his blood being what's referred to in a textbook as a therapeutic dose.
That's correct.
And are therapeutic doses often measured in people who are in a hospital setting?
Often they're measured in control studies to come up with these tables and numbers.
And they would be receiving ketamine for anesthetic purposes?
That ketamine is commonly used in anesthesia. It's also used in some situations, I believe, of chronic pain relief. And then some control studies, you're just a volunteer and you're getting paid to be in the study.
And you said that that happens in a controlled setting?
Control studies where they generate large amounts of data tend to be in control settings.
And those patients or subjects would be in a situation where they're being properly assessed?
I've never conducted a control study with a medication, but that would be my assumption.
And their breathing would be monitored?
I'm going to object at this point. The witness has said he's never conducted a control study, so.
Response.
I'll withdraw the question. Mr. McClain was not in a controlled study setting when he was administered ketamine, fair?
I would say that's fair.
And you agree he was suffering from aspiration?
At what point?
You've said that it could be either before or after he was administered ketamine.
Yes, at some point, either while restrained or in the ambulance, he aspirated vomit into his lungs.
And also potentially acidosis.
It would not surprise me if he had some degree of acidosis from his physical exertion during restraint.
You described him as looking worn out.
By the time he was getting the ketamine, shortly before it, he was still moving his feet. They were telling him not to move his feet. He was still making noises. He did move when they lifted his sleeve up to give him the ketamine, but he did not move when he got the ketamine. So to me, he looked worn out, exhausted. There could be a component of lactic acidosis in there. There could be a component of hypoxia. I just can't say to what degree.
Thank you. More discussion about your manner of death determination. And again, that's the determination that you make for purposes of vital statistics, correct?
That's correct. It's a box on the death certificate, which is run by Vital Statistics.
Doesn't bear on criminal liability in any way.
I think, as I've said, sometimes when I say accidents on the box, some cases are called vehicular homicides in a court of law. When I check homicide on the box, sometimes those cases aren't prosecuted because there's a reason for it.
And for you, in a situation of a overdose of a medication in a medical setting, you wouldn't call that a homicide unless you knew of specific intent to kill the victim. Is that fair to say?
Correct. You periodically hear about these angel of death nurses or doctors who intentionally inject people and kill them. I'd call those homicides flat out. But a medication error or someone getting too much or someone getting the wrong medication in the absence of intent would be checked as accident.
Dr. Cina, you describe yourself as pretty experienced as a forensic pathologist.
I would say so.
And do you like to be right when you make your cause of death determinations?
I like to be right 100% of the time if I can.
Who decided to amend your report in this case?
I did, based on new material that came to light, material that I had requested initially.
Did any pressure from anyone influence your cause of death determination?
No, this was based on my findings, my review, and my discussions with the coroner, and we were on the same page. So she didn't pressure me either.
And is it your opinion that complications of ketamine following forcible restraint, but for that, Mr. McClain would be alive?
I think that sentence pretty much sums it up. If none of that had happened, I don't see a reason that he would be dead today.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused? Right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you for your hospitality, sir.
My information, when would you like to take the afternoon break?
Why don't we, I think we start at 1, so why don't we see if we can go for a little bit anyway? Half an hour.
Roughly 15 to 30 minutes? 15 to 30 minutes or something like that?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Great.
Who are we calling?
The people's next witness is Ryan Walker.
We'll step up here to my right. Solemnly swear testimony you're about to give this matter will be true and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Thank you. You'll please be seated, and once you're comfortably in the witness chair, I'll ask that you speak a little bit loudly or close to the microphone and tell us your first and last name, spelling your last.
Ryan Walker, W-A-L-K-E-R.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Aurora Fire.
And what job did you have before that?
I was a paramedic for Falk Ambulance.
How long were you with Falk Ambulance for?
I was with them for about 6 years total.
When did you get hired by Aurora Fire as a firefighter paramedic?
You mean Arvada Fire?
Or Arvada Fire, sorry.
November of 21.
Okay. Did you start out your career with Falk as a paramedic, or did you have a classification before that?
I was an EMT when I got hired.
What's the relationship like between Falk and Aurora Fire when they both respond to a call?
Aurora Fire has what's called medical control.
Okay. Oh, can you explain to the jury what medical control means when both Falk and Aurora Fire are on the scene?
It means that Aurora Fire has the decision making on what procedures and treatments happen.
Just generally, can you explain to the jury what your job responsibilities as a paramedic are like?
In regards to what?
How do you decide what care to provide as a paramedic?
Through assessments and vital signs.
Okay. And after you do assessments and get vital signs, do you make a determination of what protocol to follow?
Yes.
Now, when you were working with Falk, how many people would be assigned to each ambulance?
There would be a paramedic and an EMT.
Back on August 24th of 2019, who was riding on the Falk ambulance with you?
Elisa Gonzalez,
And what was her medical credential?
EMT basic.
Can you explain to the jury, when you were with Falk Ambulance, what does it look like when you get called out? What's that process like? Or how do you get notified to go someplace, I guess?
Our dispatch would send out tones, say our unit, and when we'd copy, we'd get an address. It would come to the computer that we have in the ambulance with the address and a map on how to get there.
Okay. And on August 24th, when you responded to the call that ultimately involved Elijah McClain, what area was it that you were dispatched to there?
What area was the call?
Yeah.
Colfax and Billings.
Now, before you arrived on the scene, did the Aurora Fire paramedics give you any special notice of what they wanted you to bring or what they thought might happen?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they told you?
They told us that ketamine would be needed.
When you got to the scene, did you and Miss Gonzalez try and park the ambulance close to where Mr. McClain was at?
Yes.
About how far away from the patient was the ambulance parked?
I'm not sure exactly.
Would it have been about 40 feet?
Roughly, yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about things that were specifically happening on the scene. So if we could please just bring up, but don't start, Exhibit 112, Officer Ward's body-worn camera, starting at 5709. Now, Mr. Walker, have you, prior to that night, worked with Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec before?
Yes.
Did you have a close familiarity with them or acquaintance, or tell the jury about that?
No, I recognize their faces, but
Okay.
didn't really know them personally.
And could we please publish this to the jury, Cole? And Judge, would it be possible to get the lights off for just a couple of minutes here? Thank you. Now, I'm going to play a few seconds of this, sir, and I'd like your help in identifying this firefighter here and this firefighter here, and watching what this guy does. I'm going to ask you if you know what happened to him. So let's go ahead and start this.
I will. Okay. You go on 570.
Now, the individual who walked off the screen, do you know who that was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Cichuniec.
Okay. And when we heard on the audio somebody say to get up 500 of ketamine, was he saying that to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Response.
That night, did one of the firefighters come and ask for ketamine from you at the ambulance?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, who was that?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, which firefighter was that?
Cichuniec.
Do you think that that voice we heard was him ordering up the ketamine from you?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Rephrase.
What do you think was happening when we heard that voice ordering up the ketamine?
Objection, speculation.
Again, I'll allow the witness to testify as to his memory, but not to narrate the video.
So, Mr. Walker, do you know or do you remember hearing somebody order up ketamine like we heard on the video?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to tell me, if you can, who this paramedic is.
Paramedic Cooper.
Okay. Now, after Lieutenant Cichuniec approached you at the ambulance and ordered up the ketamine, what did you do?
Went into the narcotic safe and drew up the ketamine.
And Judge, we can turn the lights back on. Mentioned you went into the narcotics safe. Can you describe to the jury what the narcotics safe is in the ambulance?
Yes, it was a small safe in our ambulance that we kept. We had ketamine, Versed, and fentanyl.
Is there a reason why there's only those 3 medications kept in that narcotics safe?
Yes, because they are scheduled drugs.
Now, when you go to draw up the ketamine, does the bottle have markings on it for how much is being drawn up?
No, it just says the concentration and how much is in the vial.
Okay. Does the syringe have markings on it to show how many milliliters you're drawing into the syringe?
Yes.
And
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we take down the exhibit? It doesn't look like we're using it anymore.
Fine.
that's fine. What increments are marked on the syringe? Like how frequently is there a marking?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. Now, if you need to draw up something in increments of like 50 milliliters, for example, can you do that accurately with the syringe?
Objection calls for speculation based on his testimony.
Overruled.
Can you accurately draw up increments of as small as 50 milliliters with that syringe?
50 milliliters?
Yeah.
If the syringe is large enough.
And I'm talking about the ketamine syringe in particular. Can you precisely draw up increments as small as 50 milliliters with that syringe?
The vial that we had was 5 milliliters.
I'm sorry, I've been talking in milliliters and I should have been talking in milligrams. So if you are drawing up a dosage in increments of 50 milligrams, could you do that accurately with the syringe?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me on that, using the wrong measurement there. Now, the bottle that you have that has the ketamine in it, how many milligrams of ketamine does it hold?
500 milligrams.
Is it the only bottle of ketamine that you have on the ambulance?
I don't remember how many bottles we had.
Okay. So if you draw up 500 milligrams from that bottle, is that every drop of ketamine in that bottle?
Yes.
Now, while you are drawing the bottle up, what did Mr. Cichuniec and Ms. Gonzalez do?
I'm not completely sure.
At some point in time, did they take the pram over to where the patient was at?
Yes.
I would like to ask you some questions about what you're doing as you start to approach the patient. So if we could please publish to the jury Exhibit 116 Sergeant Nunez's camera, starting at 22:58:54.
Judge, I'm going to object to the video as cumulative, and I don't believe this witness is being asked to testify to it. It's just showing the video.
And I would join that and also say foundation.
All right, well, I need to wait for the question.
Well, can we approach, Your Honor?
No,
Your Honor, my objection is there is no question. He just wants to play the video.
I understand.
And Your Honor, would it be possible to get the lights down for this so the jury can see a little bit better? Thank you.
All right, and again, I'll note that the court's not allowing the witness to narrate the video, but if it helps to explain to the jury what's going on, I'll allow that.
Of course, Your Honor. And let's play.
I imagine this guy's not even going to jail tonight based on this.
Who's this?
That's me.
And what did you just hand to Paramedic Cooper?
The syringe with the ketamine.
As you walked up to the scene here, did it appear to you that the patient was under control?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Response.
As you walked up, were you?
Was-
Oh, sorry.
Need a response.
Sure. If he knows about whether he had an opinion and a perception of it, then he can answer.
All right, well, a little more foundation.
Sure. What are you looking at as you walk up here?
Objection. Foundation. I don't know if he's testifying from memory or his review of the video.
All right, we need him to testify to his memory.
Do you remember looking at the patient at some point in time during the initial period of time when you were walking up to the scene?
I don't remember.
During the first minute or so that you were there, at some point in time, did you look at the patient?
I was not able to see the patient.
Is it your sworn testimony today, sir, that you, during those initial minutes as you walked up, did not have a perception of the patient?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's asked and answered. It's just argumentative at this point.
Judge, I'm just confirming the statement for the purposes of impeachment if necessary.
And it's argumentative, but I'll allow the witness to answer if you can.
Sir, is it your sworn testimony today that during those first minutes that you walked up, you weren't able to perceive things about the patient?
Yes.
Could we show just to the witness, please? His prior testimony, page 117, lines 3-9,
Which prior testimony?
the 2021 statement. Now, in this prior statement, sir, you were given this prior statement under oath back in 2021, didn't you?
I'm sorry, what statement?
Did you give a prior statement under oath back in 2021?
Yes.
And that statement was under oath just like you were today.
Yes.
And you were being asked questions about what happened at the incident there.
Judge, I'm going to object. I'm happy to approach, but I don't know what Mr. Slothauer is referring him to. There are additional there are multiple statements. I don't know what he's referring him to.
Well, I heard page 117, lines 3-9.
Your Honor, for the record, there's still the video on the monitor. I'm not sure if anything's being shown to the witness here. at this
Oh,
point.
you might need to switch that.
And in that prior statement, you were asked,
Well, let's make sure you can see it first.
sure, can you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And in that prior statement, you were asked, now, we observe you approach Paramedic Cooper with a syringe, provide that to him, and then you were present for a little bit before you again left the frame. How would you describe the situation with regard to law enforcement officers at that time? And you answered, at that time it appeared they had the situation under control and the patient under control. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So during those first couple of minutes when you came up and before you go back to the ambulance for a little bit there. Did you perceive that the officers had the patient under control?
Yes.
Now, did you have any reason at that point in time to believe that any of the first responders were not safe?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you have any reason to believe that any of the first responders on that scene there were not safe?
Not at that time.
And Judge, it looks like it's 2:25 if we want to take our afternoon break before I start this next section here.
Why don't you go ahead and get started for 10 or 15 minutes?
Sounds good. Could we please publish to the jury Exhibit 116, Sergeant Nunez's camera, where we left off at 59 minutes and 0 seconds? And can we show that to the jury, please, Cole? And Your Honor, would you mind dimming the lights for this? Go ahead.
You okay?
Yeah, good. Everybody is good.
Dima's camera got broken in the middle of all that.
Do we know where,
We already talked to the RP. We got the
Woody's
RP.
camera is?
What's that?
Do we know where Woody's camera is?
Go ahead, if you guys are okay with this one company.
Do you know where your camera is?
No,
My camera came off.
It's somewhere by.
Oh, wait, somewhere down here?
It's right there.
Okay.
I just.
Hey,
I think it's on.
Rosie,
Yeah.
here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in.
Now, Mr. Walker, what did Paramedic Cooper hand you?
Objection, foundation.
Response.
If he knows, he can answer.
All right, if he knows from memory, I'll allow him to answer.
Do you remember what Paramedic Cooper handed you?
The syringe.
And what are you doing with it as you leave this, when you go to leave the screen here?
Go into the ambulance to place the sharps in the sharp container.
Okay. Go ahead and resume. Oh, actually, could we start at 23:00 and 10 seconds? Go ahead.
Walking down the street. All these guys, these guys need See if I can read it.
We wait.
We're gonna give him maybe another minute. It looks like it's starting to kick in. So that's ready. But go ahead and uncuff.
Mr. Walker, do you remember what Paramedic Cooper was explaining to you there?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if at some point in time he informed you that the patient was tachycardic?
I don't remember at what point.
Do you remember that at some point he did tell you that the patient was tachycardic?
At some point, I was told that, yes.
Do you know on what they based, well, first, I guess, could you explain to the jury what tachycardic is?
Tachycardic is a heart rate above 100 beats per minute.
Okay. Would that be something typically a paramedic would calculate if the heartbeat was over 100 beats per minute by measuring a pulse?
Yes.
Did he give you any information about when they had taken Mr. McClain's pulse?
Objection, argumentative, facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Did Paramedic Cooper give you any information as to when they had measured that pulse to find Mr. McClain tachycardic?
Not exactly when.
Let's go ahead and resume the video here.
Yeah.
All right, brother? Sure. Are you okay? Yeah, that's fine. Just, I'm physical. All right. I was the situation's a little frustrating.
He's just breathing.
So. Here's what it is. Okay. Let's go ahead and get him on his side. I'll just uncuff him.
Let's get him on the gurney first.
Okay.
If we can.
Watch his head. Head.
Now, Mr. Walker, do you remember from that night anybody taking steps to watch or protect Mr. McClain's head as he was being moved to the gurney?
I don't remember.
Does the ambulance have pulse oximetry on it?
It's contained in the cardiac monitor.
Okay. Is that cardiac monitor portable?
Yes.
So could you have carried it the 40 feet over to where Mr. McClain was?
Yes.
Does it also have capnography on it?
Yes, it does.
Does pulse oximetry measure the level of oxygen in somebody's system?
Attached to the hemoglobin, yes.
Okay. And capnography, does that measure the levels of carbon dioxide?
Yes.
Did either of the paramedics that evening ask you to go and get your cardiac monitor so they could use the pulse oximeter or the capnographer?
Not that I remember.
Go ahead and resume.
Okay. Dale, he's out.
And Mr. Walker, when you're answering my questions, can I just ask you to speak up or lean forward to the mic a little bit? I think it's
Yeah.
hard to pick up. Thank you. Now, did you hear anyone, do you remember hearing anyone respond to the concerns that Mr. McClain was out already?
I don't remember.
When Mr. McClain is being loaded onto the gurney here, do you remember where Mr. Cooper and Mr. Cichuniec were located?
I don't remember.
Do you remember where you're located?
I believe by the feet.
So were you looking towards Mr. McClain?
I believe so.
Go ahead.
Okay. Have that ready too.
Yeah.
To the final first. Hey, would you? Yeah. So we grab this. I got it.
Hey, sorry, could you leave the lights off? Your Honor, or excuse me, Mr. Walker, as you were looking towards Mr. McClain's head, do you know what this material that's streaming out of his nose and mouth is?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Judge, I would also object, it's gonna be narration of the video.
Sustain.
Are you aware that there was a red substance coming out of Elijah McClain's mouth and nose that evening?
Objection, leading.
Go ahead.
I'll allow counsel to rephrase.
Did you notice anything coming out of Mr. McClain's mouth and nose that evening?
Judge, that evening, I don't object.
Overruled.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
And what was that?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can rephrase to make it clear it's not speculative.
All right. Rephrase.
Based on your training and experience as a paramedic, did you have any ideas about what that substance coming out of his mouth and his nose was?
Objection, foundation, and speculation.
It's based on his training experience and rational perception.
Yeah, the court will find it's rationally based upon perception. I think most people can tell when a bunch of material is coming out of somebody's mouth, generally what it is.
Go ahead and answer, sir.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you have any ideas of what the substance coming out of Mr. McClain's nose and mouth was?
Vomit and saliva.
Now, that evening, were there concerns that Mr. McClain had aspirated, gotten vomit or saliva into his lungs?
Judge, I object. It's leading and there's no foundation for it.
Sustained into the form of the question. Turn the lights on.
Did you have any concerns about aspiration that evening?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what aspiration is?
Aspiration. Objection. Calls for expert testimony.
It's just a, can
Overruled.
you explain to them what aspiration is?
When a person breathes in something other than just air.
And on this particular evening, what, if any, substances were you concerned that Mr. McClain had aspirated or breathed into his lungs?
Vomit and saliva.
As a paramedic, is there anything concerning to you when you see a patient who's in this kind of position?
What position do you mean?
Yeah, I'll be more clear, sorry. Is there a concern to you if you know that a patient has been vomiting?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that concern is?
There's always a concern of aspirating the vomit.
Is that a concern about the person's airway?
Yes.
If they're aspirating, does that impair their ability to get oxygen and breathe?
Objection, Your Honor. We're well into expert testimony now.
Response.
Just based on his basic training experience, I don't even think this is a subject reasonably in dispute.
And I don't think he's even testified to his basic training and experience in this regard.
And that's true. Sustained.
Mr. Walker, can you tell the jury why it is that you know about airway concerns and aspiration?
From my paramedic training.
Okay. Is that something that you guys go over in detail?
Yes.
Is it a pretty important topic?
Yes.
How long have you been serving as a paramedic now?
Since May of 2019.
So can you explain to the jury why this is an airway concern and why it impacts the patient?
Objection calls for expert testimony, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, it's just a foundational medical fact, but did we? Move to have him qualified as an expert in paramedic testimony as we disclosed him before trial.
Order.
Judge, I'm going to object to it. I don't think a sufficient basis has been established yet.
I join that objection, Your Honor.
All right. In response to that objection.
Judge, you went through the paramedic training. This is a subject that they studied in detail, and he has years of practical experience.
All right. The court will allow the witness to explain and opine in the area of paramedic or pre-hospital care for patients.
So, Mr. Walker, can you please explain to the jury why this is an airway concern?
Anytime a foreign object is breathed into the lungs, it decreases the oxygenation of the body.
Is the decrease of oxygenation to the body sometimes also referred to as hypoxia?
Yes.
Does that mean low oxygen in the blood or in the body?
Yes.
Right. And Judge, do you want me to continue or do you want me to stop here for a few minutes?
This is a good place.
I think it is.
All right. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. No former express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage, and we'd like to have you back in 15 minutes, please. Right, the jurors have stepped out. The witness may step down for a few minutes. Need you back in 15 minutes. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, well, if the court hasn't made clear, we're a bit wary of the gratuitous playing of the videos that aren't even really a subject of the question, so need to pay attention to that. The court will be in recess. and council present. Staff's downstairs getting ready to bring the jurors up. Anything before the jurors come in?
Judge, I do have something briefly on behalf of Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
It's following up on what the court said before we took the break. Mr. Walker was asked at the grand jury whether he ever saw Mr. McClain vomit.
Your Honor, if we're going to discuss Mr. Walker's testimony, I asked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you'll step out for just a moment. Go ahead.
At the grand jury, Mr. Walker was asked numerous questions about whether he ever saw Elijah McClain vomit either in the back of the ambulance, on the gurney being wheeled to the ambulance, while being loaded on the gurney. And he has always maintained he never saw him vomit. This past weekend, the Attorney General's office met with Mr. Walker and took some statements from him. He didn't change at all what he had told them about seeing any vomiting. I can tell you that this weekend as well, I met and another person met virtually with Mr. Walker, and he told us he did not recall ever seeing Elijah McClain vomit either in or out of the ambulance. My problem with not asking him questions first and seeing if he has a recollection and refreshing it is the AG's office is playing these videos and it is influencing people's testimony. He sees it on the video. He has never said he saw Elijah McClain vomit. He was not asked to refresh his recollection about that. He wasn't asked a question about it at all. And then Mr. Slothauer asked him, now, did you see him vomit that night? Well, he's just watched the video and he said, yes, it was, and he pointed up. Yes, and he pointed up, which I took it to mean he had seen it on the video and he's testifying, yeah, I saw it. I know the court has illustrated it as a concern with this too. But this is such an improper way of proceeding for them to start showing videos to witnesses who have expressed no failure of memory or complete lack of any information on a subject, and to educate them or illuminate them by showing them a video in front of the jury is improper, Judge. And again, I know the court has highlighted this, but I just wanted to make an additional record. This is why I've got helium pants and I keep standing up over and over and over to object to this.
All right. Well, the court perhaps didn't notice it in that detail, but didn't notice it in the phraseology of the questions. And that's why the court gave the admonition it did. I try not to be punitive, particularly in front of the jury, but I will if I'm forced to do so, and then take whatever other actions the court deems appropriate on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, I will absolutely, as scrupulously as I possibly can, abide by any order that the court gives. I am a little bit confused, and I think that there's maybe two things going on here. The first is that I think from the jury's perspective, trying to put myself in their place rather than in my place, or frankly, the court's place, where we've now been doing this for 3 months, even if they've seen a video 2 or 3 times, there's so much information on there that being asked from this witness's perspective what he's doing or what he is perceiving is totally new information. And I'm trying to confine my questions to just what he remembers he was doing. At the same time, however, a lot of these witnesses, members of the fire department, members of the police department, have a very convenient case of forgetfulitis about facts that they know are harmful to their colleagues. And it is crucial that we be able to confront them with evidence which contradicts either their memory or their statements. Whether that is on something like whether a pulse was taken, or whether that is on something like whether they should have noticed the mask, or should have noticed vomit, or should have noticed what it is that is happening that they say that they're looking at, or that we can see on the video that they're looking at and they deny knowledge of, it is crucial to be able to confront them with evidence that goes to their credibility. So I think even the scenario that the defense is talking about is absolutely legitimate grounds for questioning because it goes both to their credibility and to the underlying facts. I'm not going to ask them to narrate it, and I haven't been doing that today.
Well, there's been a total lack of specificity in the questions concerning, based upon your memory, not the video. And repeatedly, we've had witnesses testifying just what they say, based upon the video, this is what it was. And it's been replete over the last couple of days, and it's going to stop.
I think I understand.
Okay. The jurors have returned. The parties and counsel are present. Mr. Walker's on the witness stand, still under oath. The court recalls 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Walker, we were talking about the period of time when Mr. McClain was placed on the gurney there. Once he had been strapped down to the gurney, what all did you do with the patient?
He was restrained on the gurney, and then the gurney was brought into the ambulance.
After you loaded the patient into the ambulance, at some point in time, did the AFR folks realize that Mr. McClain had no pulse and was not breathing?
Yes.
Did that occur about a minute after you had loaded Mr. McClain into the ambulance?
Roughly, yes.
Prior to that period of time, about a minute after you get into the ambulance, when they realize he has no pulse and no breathing, did you hear anything from any of the fire folks to lead you to believe that they were realizing he had no pulse or no breathing?
I don't understand the question.
Was that the first you heard from any of the fire paramedics about him not having a pulse and not breathing?
Yes.
Was that also the first time that you were aware of any of them checking for his pulse?
I don't remember.
Do you have any memory of anyone checking his pulse before that point in time?
Objection, asked and answered.
Response.
Your Honor, it's a more clear question to articulate what the scope of his memory and if he has any memory about that event occurring.
The court would find that he has answered that question previously. So next question.
Mr. Walker, who was in control of medical decision-making that night?
Objection, asked and answered.
I will assume it's foundational, so I'll allow it.
Paramedic Cooper.
How is that decided?
I don't know what you mean.
How did you become aware that Paramedic Cooper was the one in control of making medical decisions that night?
I don't remember.
Was he acting in a manner that was consistent with him making the medical decisions that night?
Yes.
Now, when you and AFR are, I guess a better question would be, did you have an understanding of what protocol Aurora Fire was proceeding under that evening?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, did they do an assessment of the patient prior to you arriving?
Objection.
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation.
I'll sustain the objection prior to his arrival.
As a paramedic, would you assume that they'd done an assessment if they were proceeding down that protocol?
Judge, I'm going to object to him assuming that calls for speculation.
Same objection.
Response.
I'm asking about his internal subjective state as to what he thought was going on when he got there.
All right, the court will sustain the objection. Next question.
Would it be proper for a paramedic to proceed down a protocol without doing an assessment first?
What do you mean by proper?
Are you authorized to proceed down a protocol without assessing a patient?
You need an assessment to know which protocol you're going to be going down.
Once you arrived, did you see any of the fire paramedics doing anything to assess the patient?
Not from what I saw.
At the time that you drew up the ketamine following Lieutenant Cichuniec's request, did you have any basis to determine whether that was an appropriate dose under the protocol?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you have any knowledge of how much Mr. McClain weighed when you were asked to draw up 500 milligrams of ketamine?
No.
Once you had a chance to really see Mr. McClain for yourself, did you have concerns about the amount of the ketamine dosage that had been requested?
Yes.
You explained to the jury what those concerns were.
In my report, I estimated that he weighed 160 pounds. And with that calculation, also in my report, I put that it would have been 350 milligrams.
Now, a 500 milligram dose, how many kilograms should somebody weigh for that to be appropriate?
100 kilograms.
And what is 100 kilograms in pounds?
It's about 220 pounds.
While you were over near the patient, did Lieutenant Cichuniec ask you how much you thought Mr. McClain weighed?
Sorry, did he ask me what?
How much you thought Mr. McClain weighed?
No.
Did Paramedic Cooper ask you your opinion on how much he weighed?
No.
Did you hear either of them ask Mr. McClain how much he weighed?
I didn't hear. No.
Did you see the patient ever fighting the police?
I wasn't able to see the patient.
And I'm talking about the whole period of time that you were there. At any point in time, did you see Mr. McClain fighting the police?
Objection, Your Honor. He answered that question that was already asked.
Approach. Please continue.
So, Mr. Walker, you mentioned a few minutes ago that when you could see Mr. McClain, you thought that he weighed about 160 pounds. Where was it that you could clearly see him to make that determination?
Once he was on the gurney,
Okay. While he was restrained on the ground, how much of Mr. McClain could you see?
only his shoes.
Could you also see the officers that were on top of him?
Yes.
Based on what you could see, could you also see some parts of Mr. McClain, like when the ketamine was administered?
Judge,
No.
I'm going to object to answering that question.
I'll allow it.
Not that I remember.
Based on what you could see of Mr. McClain's feet and the officers who were there on him, did you see any signs that he was fighting with them?
Not that I could see.
Did you see any signs that he was acting combatively towards them?
Not that I could see.
Did you see any signs from Mr. McClain of any resistance towards the officers at all?
Not that I could see.
Did you, at any point in time, hear the patient yell or scream?
I don't remember.
At any point in time, did you hear him say anything at all?
I don't remember.
Did you personally see in Mr. McClain any signs of excited delirium?
Judge, I'm going to object. He's testified he didn't see the patient until he was loaded on the gurney. All he saw was his feet.
Sustained.
Based upon what you could see, were you aware of any indications of excited delirium from the patient?
Judge, I'm going to object again. This is just calling for speculation based on his prior testimony.
Same objection.
Judge, the symptoms of excited delirium are not just visually looking at the person. Everybody's testified that there's a whole different list of things. And I'm asking if you saw any of those signs.
I will ask if he personally, all I'd ask if he personally perceived any.
It's exactly what I want you to say. Did you personally perceive any signs of Mr. McClain having excited delirium?
Not personally. I could only see his feet.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Walker, as you've testified, when you were at the scene, you saw Elijah McClain's feet, correct?
That's correct.
And that was because there were officers on top of Mr. McClain holding him down, correct?
Correct.
You could not see other parts of his body other than his feet, correct?
Until he was moved, correct.
Until he was put on the gurney and was being transported to the ambulance. Is that right?
That's right.
That's the point of time that you did a weight assessment of your own, when he was on the gurney, being moved to the ambulance in better light without officers on top of him, correct?
It's cross-examination, but it was compound, so rephrase.
Mr. Walker, you did a weight assessment after Mr. McClain was already on the gurney being wheeled to the ambulance. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were in better light at that point than when he had been lying over in the grass. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You also could get a better look at Mr. McClain because there were no longer officers on top of him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was after ketamine had been administered to Mr. McClain, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time that you were able to get a good look at Mr. McClain. Is that true?
Yes.
And you walked alongside the gurney as it was being wheeled to the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Were you watching Mr. McClain during that point in time?
Yes, I was.
And for the record, you don't have any independent recollection of Mr. McClain vomiting, do you? That night?
Not actively vomiting, no.
As you walked along beside the gurney as Mr. McClain was being wheeled to the ambulance, were you watching Mr. McClain?
Yes.
Were you watching specifically his chest?
Yes.
What did you observe as the gurney was being wheeled to the ambulance?
His chest rising and falling,
What did that tell you?
that he was breathing.
Did that continue to be the state the entire time, walking him the 40 feet or so to the ambulance?
From what I remember, yes.
From your own observation, Mr. McClain was breathing until he was loaded into the ambulance. Is that true?
Yes.
Sometime about a minute or so after he was loaded into the ambulance, a member of AFR noticed he was not breathing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what happened at that point in time?
We checked for a pulse. No pulse was found, and CPR was initiated.
Did you participate in the CPR as well?
Not in the CPR, no.
Did you participate in transport?
Yes.
And how did you participate in that? What was your role?
I was in the back of the ambulance.
What were you doing in the back of the ambulance at that time?
I started an IO on the left tibia, and I don't remember what else.
Okay. What's an IO?
Intraosseous. It's drilled into the tibia to administer medications and fluids.
And what's the purpose of it?
To administer medications.
What kind of medications?
It depends on the call.
Okay. In this case, why were you doing an IO?
Just an objective relevance and keep those evident part of those parents.
Response.
I don't think it's cumulative. I haven't gone into this area with this witness.
All right, I'll allow some leeway on cross-examination, so I'll overrule that objection.
If you recall, what was the purpose of the IO, Mr. Walker?
To administer epinephrine.
Epinephrine? What's the purpose of giving a patient epinephrine?
When we were performing CPR, part of the ACLS protocols.
Following your protocol, is that right?
Yes, sir.
For a person who does not have a pulse?
Correct.
At that time, was intubation done on Mr. McClain as well?
Yes, before transport started.
Do you know who performed that?
I do not remember.
Member of AFR, I take it?
Correct.
Let me back you up a little bit. On August 24th of 2019, AFR did not have ketamine. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Bulk ambulances carried ketamine, however. Is that right?
Correct.
You were dispatched to go to the approximate area of Colfax and Billing, right?
Yes.
And while you were en route, you got a call from Aurora Fire and Rescue asking you to bring ketamine and soft restraints. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Recall them asking you also if you were coming emergent?
I don't remember.
What does it mean to becoming emergent?
Having lights and sirens on the ambulance.
Prior to Mr. McClain being loaded onto the gurney, had you seen enough information to give you any ability to comment on what was going on at that scene?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were asked a number of questions about whether you saw signs of excited delirium. Did you even see enough of Mr. McClain to start forming an opinion about that?
Not personally.
Did you ever, for instance, stand over Mr. McClain and have a chance to observe him prior to him being on the gurney?
No, I could not see him.
Did you ever speak with officers about what they had encountered as far as Elijah McClain that evening?
Not with the officers, no.
Really, the only conversation was with Mr. Cooper Paramedic Cooper who explained why he thought he was on that protocol. Is that right?
I don't remember if it was which paramedic I spoke with about the symptoms.
But you spoke with one of the paramedics. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Walker, do you wear body cam?
No,
Have you been working in emergency services since August 24th of 2019?
yes,
You know how many calls you've been on since August 24th of 2019?
I do not know.
Is your best memory in this case the things that happened that you were involved in after Mr. McClain was loaded onto the gurney?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you remember the emergency life-saving procedures in the ambulance better than you recall the other events or details?
I still don't understand what you mean by that.
You've expressed some lack of recall about specific details, right?
Correct.
Specific things that you were not really involved in. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And then once Mr. McClain was loaded into the ambulance, you did have hands-on contact with Mr. McClain, correct?
Yes,
Is your memory of those things better than the things that didn't concern you before he was put on the gurney? Or is it about the same about everything?
I'm not really sure.
When Mr. McClain was put into the ambulance, did AFR begin doing things like monitoring his oxygen and carbon dioxide in the ambulance,
Yes,
as well as what they were doing with CPR and the OS and everything else?
yes,
Is the ambulance better lit than where Mr. McClain was lying in the grass?
yes,
Do you have more equipment than in the ambulance than you could take to somebody 40 feet away lying in the grass?
yes.
Do you recall being delayed getting to the scene of where fire and police were on August 24th of 2019?
Yes, it's in my report.
Okay. And do you recall the reason why you were delayed getting there?
I believe distance.
Did you notice police cars when you arrived?
Yes,
Were there a number of police cars on the scene?
I don't remember how many.
Do you recall whether that affected your ability to get to the scene or not?
Not that I remember.
Had you seen something, well, let me back up a moment. On August 24th, 2019, were you a paramedic?
Yes,
How long have you been a paramedic at that time?
about 3 months.
While you testified, AFR was in medical control of the scene, correct?
Yes,
You have an ability to express to any of Aurora Fire if you had concerns about what they were doing?
yes,
You did not do that on August 24th, 2019, correct?
no,
As a working paramedic, not only could you have spoken up if something seemed wrong to you, but you would have an obligation to do that. Is that right?
correct.
Has either Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec or anybody else attempted to influence your testimony?
No,
As you were walking with Mr. McClain on the gurney to the ambulance, did you hear Mr. Cooper calling for end tidal and suction?
I know there was a conversation. I just don't remember the exact words.
Okay. Is he the one that asked you to give epinephrine?
I don't remember.
You say you remember the conversation about end tidal and suction, but not the specifics. Is that fair?
Just that there was a conversation about what we were going to do once we got to the ambulance.
Post administration of ketamine, correct?
Correct.
And that was with you as well as the other members of Aurora Fire?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have further questions.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Thank you, Your Honor. Paramedic Walker, good afternoon. How are you?
Doing all right.
On direct examination, I think you testified several times that you couldn't, or you were not able to see the patient. The most of the patient you could see was his feet. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Slaughter showed you some of your prior testimony where you had indicated that the patient appeared to you to be under control when you came on scene. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that finding that the patient appeared to be under control, you don't need to necessarily see the patient to reach that conclusion. Is that fair?
To reach what conclusion?
That he was under control.
Yes. Correct.
And the reason that you both couldn't see the patient and the reason you thought he was under control was because he was under 3 officers, right? Now, at the time of this call, back on August 24th, 2019, you, I think from your testimony, you had been a paramedic just over 3 months. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had never administered ketamine.
Correct.
You had never delivered ketamine to a scene.
Correct.
This was the first time.
Correct.
Now, you were asked questions about the briefing you had with one of the paramedics. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified that at some point you were told that Mr. McClain was tachycardic. Do you recall that?
Yes.
But you do not recall when that information was provided to you, correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall who provided that information to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were also asked some questions about the monitoring equipment, the portable monitoring equipment that's on the ambulance. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if either of the paramedics, the AFR paramedics, asked you to bring that out to Mr. McClain. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you didn't remember whether one of them had asked you or not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as a paramedic for Falk, you also are authorized to make that independent decision to bring that monitor out if you thought it was necessary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't bring the monitor with you, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, is that because essentially at that point, you have a series of choices, right? You can either bring the monitor out to the patient and take the time to hook it up there and then wheel him the 40 feet to the ambulance and try and get him and all that equipment back in the ambulance. Or
I'll sustain the compound.
Well, I don't know how to give him the two options without giving him the two options in the question. So let's start there. One option is you can bring all that out to the patient and put it on the patient 40 feet from the ambulance. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then at that point, you'd have to wheel him back to the ambulance and put both the patient and the mobile equipment back in the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Or the other option is you can just take the patient the 40 feet to both the ambulance and the monitor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that just taking the patient the 40 feet to the monitor sometimes can be quicker than bringing the monitor out the 40 feet and then bringing it all back, right?
It depends.
Okay. But at some point, you know that patient's going to end up in that ambulance, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about this observation that Mr. McClain didn't have a pulse and had stopped breathing about 1 minute after he was in the ambulance. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. Up to that point, when someone from AFR had called out that he wasn't breathing and asked for a pulse, up to that point, you had observed him breathing, correct?
Correct.
So I want to be clear. You never saw him stop breathing, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know whether he stopped breathing and nobody just happened to notice it for a minute, correct?
Correct.
Or whether he stopped breathing at the point AFR noticed. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Now, as you were watching and observing Mr. McClain, you never saw him vomit in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say you were eyes on Mr. McClain when he was in the ambulance?
In the ambulance, yes.
Now, once he starts breathing, he's intubated, correct?
I'm sorry, once he starts breathing?
I meant to say stops breathing. If I said you wouldn't intubate somebody who was starting to breathe. So I'm glad that, thank you for that clarification. Once Mr. McClain stops breathing, he is intubated in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that intubation is done prior to the ambulance leaving for the hospital, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that when you're doing that intubation, it's safer to do it in an ambulance that isn't moving as opposed to one that is moving down the road and jostling around?
More efficient, yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions on direct examination about the topics of aspiration and hypoxia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified. Well, let me ask you, is it your testimony that aspiration can be a concern when someone vomits, or was it your testimony that you had concerns that Mr. McClain had aspirated?
That it can be a concern when somebody vomits.
Okay, so that night, you didn't have any concerns that Mr. McClain had already aspirated.
Well, he had vomited, and so there's always a concern when somebody vomits.
Okay, a generalized concern that when someone vomits, they could aspirate. Fair?
That's fair.
But you didn't have any specific concern that this specific person had aspirated. Is that fair?
No.
Okay, so you did have concern that Mr. McClain had aspirated. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't list that though. Well, let me back up. You did a patient care report that night, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you did that patient care report before the end of shift?
Yes.
And that's your routine and practice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was you that filled out the Falk patient care report, not your colleague, EMT Basic Gonzalez, correct?
Correct. It was me.
Okay. And there's a portion of that patient care report called the narrative portion. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you fill out these patient care reports, you try and take real good care to make sure you're very detailed in those reports, correct?
Yes.
And you make sure to try and document everything that is significant on that call in those reports, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree with me that in that patient care report that you completed on August 24th, 2019, nowhere in that report or that narrative do you write down or document that you had concerns that Mr. McClain had aspirated, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nowhere in that report did you document that you had concerns that Mr. McClain had hypoxia, correct?
That's correct.
Furthermore, on scene on August 24th, 2019, you didn't say anything to either Paramedic Cooper or Paramedic Cichuniec about being concerned that Mr. McClain had aspirated, correct?
There was a conversation about suctioning.
Okay. Paramedic Cooper said have suctioning ready when we get to the ambulance, correct?
One of the paramedics, yes. I don't remember who.
But you did not tell a paramedic that you were concerned that Mr. McClain had aspirated, correct?
Correct, because we spoke about suctioning, which is going to lessen the chances of aspiration.
And when you see a hypersalivation or saliva and vomit, that's the appropriate responses to suction the patient, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's fair to say that there are both portable suction in the kits, and then there's the house suction on the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that not all suction is created equal?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, the house suction in the ambulance is more powerful and better than the portable suction, right?
No.
No, they're equivalent, you think?
Should be, yes.
Okay. At that point, you didn't bring out the suction to suction, Mr. McClain, correct?
Correct.
And as a paramedic, based on your observations, you could have. Correct?
Correct.
But you also knew that the patient was going to the ambulance and there was suction in the ambulance, right?
Correct.
And just to clarify, Mr. Walker, you don't have any independent recollection of seeing Elijah McClain vomit on August 24th, 2019, correct?
That's correct. Not actively vomit.
Okay. Mr. Walker, thank you for your time. I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Your Honor. Mr. Walker, Mr. Goddard was just asking you some hypotheticals about setting up the cardiac monitor that's in the ambulance, but I'd like to ask you about this incident. How long would it have taken you, if Paramedics Cooper or Cichuniec had asked you to go get the cardiac monitor from the ambulance, how long would it have taken you to go get it and bring it back?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I'm not sure exactly.
Few seconds?
Less than a minute.
Okay. Would that have been a lot faster than how long it actually took you guys to get the patient finally hooked up to the cardiac monitor once he was in the ambulance?
Possibly, yes.
I mean, is 1 minute a lot faster than the time period it actually took?
Yes.
You mentioned that you were watching Mr. McClain on the gurney and that you were watching his breathing. Can you tell the jury what kind of breaths you saw him taking? Were they effective?
They appeared to be effective.
Now, if he'd been hooked up to that cardiac monitor with the pulse ox capnography, would you have had more information about what his oxygen levels were while he was on the gurney there?
Yes.
Would you have had more information about CO2 buildup in his system?
Yes.
Would you have known that he was at risk to core out in the next couple minutes?
Objection calls for speculation, facts not in evidence.
Response.
Judge, it's a paramedic opinion, pre-hospital care. If he knows and if he would have been able to tell, he can answer that question.
I'll allow you to rephrase.
Can the readings from pulse oximetry and capnography provide indications to a paramedic that their patient is at risk of coring out?
I don't believe those readings alone, no.
And I'm not asking if you can determine that alone, but can they be useful information, signs that somebody may be at risk of coring out?
They can be useful signs, but not independently.
Sure. So if somebody has particularly low oxygen and really high carbon dioxide buildup, that's a sign that they're at risk of respiratory failure.
Objection, foundation, speculation, and outside the scope of his expertise.
Just according to his training, and if he knows whether that's a sign or not.
I'll allow the witness to answer if he knows.
Can you repeat?
Sure. If the cardiac monitor shows a patient who has low oxygen levels and high carbon dioxide, is that a sign that a patient is at risk for respiratory arrest?
It's a sign that they're not breathing correctly.
And if somebody's not breathing correctly, is that a sign or a risk that they may also be in danger of respiratory arrest?
It's a risk, yes.
Now, you said to Mr. Lowe that as a paramedic, you have an obligation to speak up if you see something dangerous happening to the patient. Can you explain to the jury where that obligation comes from?
For the record, I think that's Mr. Goddard.
Oh, thank you. For the record, I think it might have been Mr. Pello.
Okay, Mr. Pella. All right.
I wrote Pello in my notes, but I get my mics backwards sometimes. I'm sorry. All right, so now, Mr. Walker, I want to talk to you about what you said to Mr. Pello, that paramedics have an obligation to speak up if you see something dangerous happening to the patient. Can you tell the jury where that obligation comes from?
Just duty to act.
Where does that duty of act come from?
From the job title.
Is it something that you're trained on?
Something that is went over in paramedic school.
Is it something that's required of you as paramedics?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why it's so important for paramedics to speak up if they see something dangerous happening to their patient?
Judge, and I'm going to object, this is outside the scope. I asked him specifically with respect to medical treatment, the obligation to speak up or say something. This question is going beyond that.
Response.
And Your Honor, it's a follow-up on that question. And he not only asked him about the obligation, but then went on to expand it and imply that there was no such violation in this case. So this is follow-up testimony on those questions.
I don't believe I went into that second part.
All right, the court would find it's within the scope of cross-examination, so the court will allow some inquiry.
So Mr. Walker, can you please explain to the jury why it's important that paramedics speak up if they see something dangerous happening to the patient?
So that the paramedic gets the right treatments, or the patient, I'm sorry, gets the right treatments.
Is it important to protect the safety and the health of the patient?
Yes.
Does that obligation apply to all paramedics?
Yes.
That's all I have for you, Mr. Walker. Thank you.
Thank you.
May the witness be excused? Right.
Before the witness is excused, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
No objection to this witness being excused, Your Honor.
All right, and subject to the record made at the bench, the court will excuse the witness. People's next witness.
We'll call Laverne Amir.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, thank you. You'll be seated, and once you're comfortable, I'm going to ask that you speak a little bit loudly or close to the microphone. And if you could please tell us your first and last name and spell your last name for my court reporter, please.
My name is Laverne Amir. Last name is Amir.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please tell the jury what it is you do for a living?
I'm a supervisor over the crime scene unit for the Aurora Police Department.
How long have you been doing that?
I was appointed as a supervisor in 2017. I've been in crime scene investigation since 2001.
And how long have you been with Aurora Police Department?
This is my second time around with Aurora Police. So I came back in 2011. Before that, I was there from 1997 to 2001.
Thank you. And what are your responsibilities as a supervisor for the crime scene unit?
Part of my duties are to respond to crime scenes or to major scenes. I usually will get a briefing, kind of learn about what has occurred, get an idea or a feel for what we're going to need to do forensic wise. I make sure that I have the staffing available and that we have the equipment that we need. If I'm short-staffed or if the scene calls for, there's multiple scenes or something, then I have no problem with jumping in and helping out.
Okay, so in addition to being a supervisor, are you also a crime scene investigator?
Yes,
Do you have to receive any special training in order to have that role?
yes, I do.
And what is that?
I have over 1,100 hours of crime scene specific or forensic specific training. I have an associate's degree. Most of my investigators have bachelor's or even master's. I was grandfathered in from a long time ago. But that combined with my ongoing training and certifications is what has me where I'm at.
And some of that training, is that about how to take effective photos that can later be used as evidence?
Yes,
And does that training include what to look for and document to make sure that you're getting the right pieces and the best piece you can?
yes.
And what sort of training does that look like?
There's multiple courses that can be taken. Typically, when we have a new crime scene investigator start, they will attend a 6-week academy where it's classroom only. And during that academy portion, we will teach crime scene photography, crime scene processing, and then they continue on in the academy for another 8 to 12 weeks, kind of just depend upon their skill level as with an FTO, and then they go from there.
Okay. And did you have that exact same type of training?
I had something similar, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to turn to the night of August 24th, 2019. Were you working that evening?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role that night?
I was the on-call supervisor. I had actually already been called out on another unrelated incident, and so I was already out and on duty.
Were you ultimately called to assist in the case involving Elijah McClain?
Yes, I was.
Where did you go when you received that call?
Initially, I made contact with my staff, delegated out positions to them. There was a still remaining function that needed to be handled, and so I responded to the hospital.
And did anybody go to the scene?
Yes, I assigned investigator Kelsey to respond. She was the on-call investigator, and so she responded out to the crime scene.
Okay, and you said you responded to the hospital. Do you know about what time you got there that night?
It was a little after midnight.
Okay, so into the morning of August 25th of
Yes.
2019? Okay.
Yes.
And when you got there, what was happening with Elijah McClain?
He was in a emergency room and he was actively being treated by medical personnel.
At some point, did you find a break in the treatment of Elijah McClain to be able to go in and take some photos?
Yes.
Was he still in the emergency room at that time?
Yes.
What hospital did you respond to?
University Hospital.
And when you found that break in the treatment, were you able to actually take some photographs of what was going on?
Yes.
Can you explain the purpose of taking photographs for your role?
It's basically documentation. Words say 1,000, or picture says 1,000 words. So it's documentation of what is there, any injuries, whatever the situation may be. It's just documentation.
Can the photographs that you take be used to help with identification?
Yes.
And when you're looking for something with identification, what are you looking for as you're taking those photographs?
We're looking for maybe marks, scars, tattoos, any kind of jewelry, maybe something with a name on it, something like that.
And with things like tattoos or scars, is there a database that you can cross-reference to see if you're able to identify someone?
There may be CSIs, we don't use them.
Okay. At the time that you arrived, was Elijah McClain at that time still unidentified?
Yes.
And you mentioned documenting injuries. Is medical condition also something that you would document?
Yes.
And can the photographs be helpful for autopsy purposes if somebody were to die?
Yes.
If I could please show just to the witness Exhibit 326. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Is this a photo that you took?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that this is a photo you took?
I recognize the photograph.
Is this a photograph of Elijah McClain in the hospital?
Yes, it is.
Does it document potential visible injuries?
It documents his current condition. I don't know about injury specific.
Okay, his condition as of just after midnight on August 25th of 2019.
Yes.
Does it document a potential identifying tattoo?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of how Elijah looked when you were taking this photograph?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of that photo?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Exhibit 326 into evidence.
Board or objection?
Judge, I'm objecting on behalf of Mr. Cooper under 403. We're not disputing the identity of Elijah McClain. I don't believe this shows injuries.
Join.
Response?
Your Honor, this is a photograph that was taken, is the most recent photograph of Elijah McClain upon his arrival at the hospital. It documents his medical condition, including some of the life-saving medical devices that were being used to keep him alive. It shows some red emesis around his.
Can't testify to an exhibit before it's been admitted.
I apologize, Your Honor. It goes directly to the elements that the people are required to establish, which includes cause of death.
Approach. All right, the court will conditionally admit 326, subject to further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, as part of your role in taking photographs that evening, were you also asked to take some photographs of Mr. McClain's clothing?
Yes, I was.
If I could please show just to the witness Exhibit 332. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
It's a photograph of the pants that I collected from the hospital.
And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate representation of the pants as you saw them that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 332 and publish to the jury.
Judge, I'm going to object to it being cumulative. I think the pants are already in evidence.
Join.
Your Honor, the photographs of the clothing that were taken that evening show the clothing in the condition that they were in. It has been more than 4 years. And as the jury and previously learned, things that were on the clothing have dried and have changed condition, and these show the condition that night, which is relevant in this case.
All right, the court will overrule the objection and admit 332.
Permission to publish.
You may.
So Ms. Amir, are these Mr. McClain's pants?
They were the pants that I collected from the hospital. I was told that they were Mr. McClain's.
Okay. And were they cut up?
Yes,
Did you observe anything on the pants when you were taking photographs of them?
yes, there were some red, what appeared to be vomit on the pants.
Thank you. If we could take that down, thank you. If we could please show the witness what has been marked as Exhibit 333. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this?
I recognize the object of the photograph inside.
Okay, and did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of what you took a picture of that evening?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 333.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's cumulative and under 403, and they had an investigator testify to what was in these pants as well. So under those grounds, I would object.
Join.
Court will overrule the objection with respect to 333. 333 may be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please publish that to the jury. And Ms. Samir, what are we looking at in this photograph?
We are looking at a pair of underwear containing feces.
Okay. Were they also cut up?
Yes.
And we can take that down. If we could now show the witness Exhibit 3, and to speed things along, I'm going to introduce the next two as a group, 334 and 335. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And what are these?
These are the shirt and the shoes that I collected from the hospital.
Okay, and did you take these photographs?
Yes, I did.
Are these a fair and accurate representation of the photographs you took that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibits 334 and 335 into evidence.
Again, objection or questions?
I just stand on my prior objections, Your Honor.
Same, Your Honor.
Your response is the same as well, or is something different this time?
No, response is the same, that these show the clothing and the condition they were that day.
All right, again, the court finds that there is probative value that's not substantially outweighed by the unduly prejudicial effect. The court will admit 334 and 335.
Thank you. And we can publish them side by side. And Ms. Amir, for Exhibit 334, which is the T-shirt, what, if anything, did you notice about the shirt when you took the photograph that day?
The shirt had been cut and there appeared to be a red substance on there that was consistent with vomit.
Thank you. And for 335, which are the shoes, did you notice anything remarkable about the shoes?
No, I didn't.
We can take that down. And if we could now show the witness Exhibit 328. And Ms. Amir, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is the jacket that I collected from the hospital.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of how the jacket looked to you that evening?
Yes.
And I apologize, I keep saying that evening. It was actually the early morning hours of August 25th. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the photograph that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 328 into evidence.
May I have what here briefly on this one?
You may.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
People's Exhibit 328, it's on the screen in front of you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
This jacket appears to have been cut by medical personnel. Would you agree with that?
That's what I was told, is that it was cut by medical personnel. Yes.
Okay. So this would not fairly and accurately reflect the jacket as it was being worn by Mr. McClain that night. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, I didn't see the condition of the jacket prior to my collection of it.
This only shows it fairly and accurately after you collected it at the hospital, correct?
That would be correct.
Thank you. I object to the admission of 328.
Same, Your Honor.
Response.
Your Honor, the jacket has evidentiary value because there is evidence of the red emesis on the,
You can't testify before.
I apologize, Your Honor. Under 403, this jacket in its condition after having been cut has evidentiary value.
All right.
Without arguing it, there's been no testimony. This is how it appeared when Mr. McClain was wearing it, which is the important concern.
Understood your objection earlier. It's overruled.
If we-
328 submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please publish 328 to the jury.
You may.
And Ms. Amir, is this a jacket that you were just describing
Yes.
in the photograph? And what was the condition of the jacket while you were taking a picture of it?
It had been cut and torn, or there was, it was obviously torn up and cut.
Okay, what size is the jacket?
I don't recall. I believe it was a large.
Does looking at the photograph refresh your recollection?
I may have taken a photograph of the tag showing the size.
Okay.
I'm going to object. I don't think she said she needed a recollection refreshed. She testified.
All right. Well, she said she doesn't remember. So next question.
Thank you. Now, in this jacket, actually, withdraw the question. If we could take that down. The next few photos, again, in order to kind of speed things along, I'm just going to do them as a group. If we could please show the witness exhibits 327, 329, 330, and 331. Correct. 328 was the jacket. Do we have 330 and 331 as well? $327, $329, $330, and $331. Now, Ms. Amir, do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize these photos?
I recognize the items within and that I took those photos.
Okay. And are these a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took that morning?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit exhibits 329, 330, 331, and 327.
All right. 4-hour or objection.
I have no objection to those, Your Honor.
I would only say relevance, Your Honor.
All right. The court would find there's marginal relevance and really no prejudice. So the court will allow those. And to be clear, we have 327,
Correct.
329,
Yes.
330. You can wait till I'm done. Hold the applause. 331. Okay.
And if we could please first publish 329.
You may.
And Ms. Amir, what are we looking at here?
It's not published.
Oh, I'm sorry.
29 is a photograph of me going through the pocket contents of the jacket. And so this is one of the items that I recovered from inside the jacket.
And what is that?
It's going to be a camouflage wallet.
Okay. If we could please show 330. And is this a photograph of that wallet?
Yes, it is.
And if we could please show 331. What part of the wallet was this?
This was on the interior, so it was a trifold wallet. So in opening the two folds in the center was the Social Security card.
And did you ultimately take everything out of the wallet?
Yes, I did.
If we could please show 327. And were these the things that were in Elijah McClain's wallet that evening?
Yes.
And what did you find in the wallet?
There was some currency, a Social Security card, various business cards, and some credit cards that were all issued in the name of Elijah McClain.
Okay. And actually, was the business card Elijah McClain's massage therapy business card?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination?
Ms. Amir, People's Exhibit 327 that we just had up on the screen, that was the entire contents of Mr. McClain's wallet, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All of the cards you saw, none of those gave a weight for Mr. McClain, correct?
No,
He did not have a driver's license in his wallet that would have shown a weight, correct?
there was no driver's license.
Thank you. May I have just?
Yes.
Do you know, Ms. Amir, whether anybody took that wallet out of Mr. McClain's jacket and then re-put it back in there? Do you have any idea?
No, no, I don't know.
Right. All you're able to say is that when you were given this clothing, and was that at the hospital?
Yes,
When you were given this clothing, the wallet was in, is it like right here?
yes,
Okay. And you took that out and took a picture of you taking that out, correct?
yes,
And
that's
then-
correct.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
Okay. And then you laid out all the items that were in there and took a picture of that.
Yes.
Beyond that, you can't really speak to who had that wallet or didn't have that wallet prior.
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lowe?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Amir, you testified that when you first arrived at the hospital, that Elijah McClain at that time was still a John Doe.
That's correct.
Was he still a John Doe when you pulled that wallet out of his pocket?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, may the witness be excused. All right, you may step down. Looks like we have another witness available.
Your Honor, Officer Alicia Ward.
Yeah.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give. Nothing but. All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Your Honor.
And if you could tell us your name and please spell your last name.
Yes, Alicia Ward, W-A-R-D.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Ward.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
The Aurora Police Department.
And what is your current role at Aurora Police Department?
I'm a police officer.
And how long have you been with APD?
About 5.5 years.
And could you tell us just a little bit about your training?
Sure. So I went through a 6-month academy, as do all officers at the Aurora Police Department. Goes over all the basics needed to become an officer, and then about a 3-month program in field training where I'm under different field training officers, and then test out period. And then I have worked on patrol since then.
And I'm going to direct your attention to August 24th, 2019. At that date, how long had you been an officer?
That would have been out of the academy just under a year at that point.
And that evening, what was your role?
I was on patrol as a police officer.
Did you respond to the incident involving Mr. McClain?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury where you responded to?
Yes, it was, I believe 1768 North Billings Street, right at about Evergreen and Billings,
What county is that?
Adams County,
And what state is that?
Colorado.
Can you tell the jury when you got there, or how did you arrive?
So I was actually on another call, heard something over the radio that was officers asking for emergent cover, so I left that call. So I drove emergent most of the way right before I got there, I believe. I believe the officers said they had one detained or something like that, so I turned off my lights and sirens, I believe, right before I got there.
And at some point during your drive over, did you also receive information from dispatch that you could slow down?
I believe so. I believe that's what I'm referring to when I said that they said they had one detained. I believe that's what they said.
And what does that mean to you as an officer?
When dispatcher and officer says people can slow down, that means not drive lights and sirens.
And what does it mean if dispatch tells you there's a person that's detained?
That would mean somebody's most likely handcuffed, temporarily under the control of police department, but not necessarily under arrest.
When you arrived, what did you see?
So when I arrived, I saw multiple officers around a person on the ground. I now know that was Elijah McClain. I didn't know that at the time. I barely looked there because it seemed like I wasn't exactly needed immediately there, and I pretty immediately just asked how I could help, and then Sergeant Leonard directed me to make a phone call.
When you say that you didn't think you were needed immediately there, what does that mean?
It didn't look like the officers were in need of an additional officer at that time. Like they didn't seem in a particularly, like, I guess, high, I don't know, stress, or they didn't seem like they needed my assistance physically is what I'm getting at.
And is it safe to say that you thought the scene was contained?
Objection, waiting.
Can you tell us whether or not you thought the scene was contained?
It seemed like. Oops.
All right. Well, it's always nice if I get a response, but rephrase, please.
When you hear that a scene is contained, what does that mean?
I guess that there could be a lot of definitions of that. My particular, I guess, understanding of contained would be that no immediate assistance is needed. So like I said, that we got told to slow down and we didn't need to drive lights and sirens, and that there was no immediate, very, I guess, primary like safety concern or that sort of thing, and there are no outstanding suspects or anything like that.
When you walked up to this group of officers that were around, who we now know as Elijah McClain, did you have an impression that the scene was safe?
I felt like it was when I first walked up.
Why did you think that?
Like I said, well, as I mentioned before, since they said we could slow down before we got there, and it looked like there was multiple officers around Mr. McClain at that time when I first arrived.
Did you make the observation at that time whether or not Mr. McClain was in handcuffs?
I believe he was in handcuffs at that time.
As you approached the scene, could you hear officers speaking to Mr. McClain?
I don't recall specifically if they were or not.
Do you recall whether or not Mr. McClain was speaking back to them?
I don't recall hearing Mr. McClain say anything.
Now, that night you wore a body-worn camera, correct?
Yes.
And could you just tell the jury a little bit about how body worn camera works?
Sure, yeah, they typically have a 30-second buffer, where when any officer activates it, the prior 30 seconds are caught on that film, just no sound. And then from the point that I activate it on, it plays sound and video.
And did you have your body worn camera activated that night?
Yes.
When you first arrived at this moment that we're discussing, were firefighters or rescue there yet?
I am not positive if they were there when I first arrived. After making the phone call and going back, I recall seeing them, but I'm not positive whether they're there or not when I first arrived.
Now, you've already testified that when you got there, Sergeant Leonard made a request of you.
Yes.
And what was that request?
He asked me to call the reporting party, the person that called this call in.
So the jury understands what a reporting party is. Could you describe that for us?
Yeah, so the person that calls in to dispatch, whether it's 911 or the non-emergency number, the person that's reporting something that they want a police or EMS response for.
Did you get some information from Sergeant Leonard that this call that you had responded to started with a reporting party calling 911?
I don't recall exactly what he said to me. I think I believe I would have understood that at the time because there's always a reporting party.
And based on Sergeant Leonard's requests, what did you do?
I walked back to my patrol car and I made the phone call. I had to look up the number, I think, in my computer to call them.
And who did you call?
I apologize. I have to look at my report to recall his name. I don't recall at this point.
Does Juan Vega sound familiar?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
And were you able to get a hold of Mr. Vega?
Yes.
And without going into the details of the call, how long did that call last?
I don't know exactly, but like a couple minutes, I would estimate.
And how would you describe Mr. Vega's emotional demeanor on the phone call?
I don't know exactly. I would say he had concern and that's why he called police. Couldn't tell you much more than that. I'm not sure.
Was he freaked out?
I believe he used a term, either that term or something similar to that. I'm not positive. I can't recall exactly verbatim what he said.
After the phone call, did you return to the scene?
Yes.
And when you returned, what did you see?
So when I walked back, like I said before, I believe at that time I saw that fire was there, EMS, and essentially it looked to me like Mr. McClain and officers were kind of still in the same area, and there was probably a few more people than before. I don't know exactly.
At the time that you returned, did you form an impression that you thought the scene was still safe?
So when I returned, immediately I didn't think I was needed. At one point, I essentially saw like some more movement and some officers kind of moving towards Mr. McClain, and I thought maybe I was needed to help assist there, so I kind of moved in to assist with Mr. McClain.
And what was that movement that you saw?
I don't know exactly, but it at various times, I guess, it kind of looked like he was clenching muscles and moving around. I didn't know exactly. I wasn't really paying much attention. Just something caught my eye, out of the corner of my eye. So I looked. Since I saw officers look like they were moving in more, it made me believe that something else was happening and like I might be needed to assist.
How long were you on that scene total with Mr. McClain and the other officers?
I don't know exactly. I would estimate, I don't know, maybe like 10 to 15 minutes. I'm really not sure.
That's a clarification of which time. It sounds like she's been in the scene a few times. Clarify.
Overall, the entire time that you were there, how long do you think you were there?
Well, I was there all night, but my encounter on the scene with Mr. McClain also being there was, my approximation would be 10 to 15 minutes. I don't know exactly.
And that entire time, did you ever see Mr. McClain get up?
No.
Did you ever see him run around?
No.
Did you ever see him punch an officer?
No.
Did you ever see him kick an officer?
No.
Did you ever see him screaming?
That's what he saw. She saw.
Your Honor, these are yes or no answers. They're not leading.
I agree. Time consuming, but not leading.
I'm sorry, did you ever see him cursing?
No.
If you had to give the jury an overall impression of the entire time that you were on scene with Mr. McClain, what would you say?
Kind of like I said before, my impression was, while I saw him kind of moving around at different times, clenching muscles, stuff like that, my assumption was that there had been an altercation before I got there. That was my understanding of the situation. While I was there, I also heard some like grunts or moans or whatever. I don't know exactly how to categorize them. That would be the primary things that I noticed about Mr. McClain.
Was the altercation still occurring when you were there?
I mean, he was already handcuffed, and since they said we could slow down, I would say it was at least somewhat under control was my perception when I first got there. You never know, though, things can evolve or get worse or get better or whatever. So I guess I would say I'm just always alert and ready for things to escalate, even if they're calm at first.
In this situation, did it ever escalate?
I guess I wouldn't use that term. Like I said before, I saw the one point that I already described where like the officers kind of move in, and I thought maybe something else was going on. I'm not sure if I wouldn't call that an escalation. That's the only like difference that I noticed and the reason that I stepped in at that point.
At that point, when you returned, was Aurora Fire and Rescue present?
Yes.
Where were they when you came back to the scene after talking to the reporting party?
They were nearby. Like I said, at first, before I moved in closer to Mr. McClain, I really wasn't paying much attention. When I did move in, I actually, I was in front of Mr. McClain very briefly, and I ended up going around and assisting other officers nearby Mr. McClain's head. At that point, I recall seeing some firefighters in front of me, so on the other side of Mr. McClain. I don't know how many may have been on the scene around. I don't know that.
When you say that they were in front of you, are you talking steps away?
Yes, like a few feet. I don't know exactly. I would estimate just like a few, maybe 3 to 5 feet or so in front of me.
Is it fair to say that they were in close proximity?
Yes.
And you already said you don't know how many persons from Aurora Fire Rescue were there?
No.
Have you been to other scenes when Aurora Fire Rescue were present?
Yes.
Are you used to working with them as a police officer?
Yes, I'm used to them being on our calls.
Do you know, does Aurora Fire Rescue have both paramedics and EMTs?
My understanding is that they do. I don't know if that's always the case or not.
Do you even know the difference between the two roles?
I mean, I believe a paramedic has higher training, but I don't know specifics.
At the time that you returned after speaking to the reporting party, did you know why Aurora Fire and Rescue had been called?
I knew it was to check on Mr. McClain. I didn't know the specifics.
And at the time that you returned after speaking to the reporting party, what were the paramedics or the EMTs doing at that time?
Like I said, when I first got up there, I didn't pay much attention, so I don't know exactly. I know they were around, but I didn't watch exactly what they were doing.
Do you know whether or not they were treating him in any way?
It was my impression that they were there to check on him, so it was my understanding that they were treating him when they could, but I also knew that officers were there with Mr. McClain, so I kind of thought both officers and Aurora Fire had some involvement, I guess, with Mr. McClain.
When you returned from speaking at the reporting party, can you describe what Mr. McClain looked like at that point?
I mean, he was on the ground. I believe when I came up, he was on his side, or at least partially on his side. Like I said, he was handcuffed, and then there was a few officers. And then, like I mentioned before, soon I went around. I went to the front of him briefly. Somebody pointed out some throw up there, and then I realized that I should go around anyway for safety reasons. And I went around near the back of his head. And then there was a couple other officers to my right. He was on the ground.
You said that someone mentioned vomit or throw up was on the ground. How close to it was it to Mr. McClain?
I don't know exactly. I would say maybe like 1 to 2 feet or something like that. I'm not sure.
Could you actually see it on the grass?
I did see it. I just don't recall exactly where it was.
Do you know, based on where the Aurora Fire personnel was and where the vomit was, was it near them also?
I believe it would have been in between Mr. McClain and them, just based off where we all were standing and where Mr. McClain was.
Can you give the jury an idea of sort of what this looks like since they weren't there? Can you kind of paint a picture? Mr. McClain is on the ground. Where are the police officers and where are the firemen in relationship to that?
Sure. Yeah. So it basically like this would be me and the other officers, and then it's Mr. McClain here. Sorry, I'll do this. Mr. McClain here, and Mr. McClain is faced this way partially, on his side partially. And then there would be like firefighters further this way, and then some other officers and just other personnel all around. But essentially the main officers, myself included, were just behind Mr. McClain as he's on his side and partially on his side, and then the firefighters beyond that.
Would you say that everyone was about 2 steps away from each other?
I'd estimate a few steps. Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. McClain was partially on his side. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I don't recall exactly how he was, and I know he was moving, so I think there was just times where he's in slightly different positions, but I believe he was at least partially on it would have been his left side, handcuffed behind his back, and then, like I said, officers along his side. I think there's some points that where like his other shoulder is kind of toppled over a little bit.
At some point when you were observing Mr. McClain, was he actually prone to the ground?
Objection leading.
It's a yes or no answer, Judge. It's not leading.
Overall.
I don't recall him being fully all the way on his stomach. I recall being on his side and also sometimes being toppled over with his top shoulder being like pretty close to the grass. I never could say for sure that he was all the way on his stomach. I know there's times where he was at least close or looked like that, but I don't know exactly. And I don't recall what his feet, like what position his feet were ever in, since I wasn't nearby there.
Do you know the phrase recovery position?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what that is?
That should be somebody on their side, essentially. Usually the like bottom leg will be bent, and then the top leg typically is kind of toppled over in front of the bottom leg to sort of help, I guess, stabilize the person. It's typically just a position that's, at least as police officers, we're taught to try to put people in if they're having a medical issue, especially if they're cuffed. It's a way to assist with breathing for a person that's handcuffed.
And you've mentioned that sometimes his right shoulder was almost to the ground. Would you say that was not the recovery position? Judge, I know what the leading question is, and a leading question suggests the answer, and this is a yes or no answer.
Overall.
That means you can answer.
Okay, I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You've mentioned this toppled over position. I'm just trying to understand, what is that in relationship to a recovery position?
To me, my explanation of him being toppled over was probably he was in the recovery position and then his top shoulder kind of fell over. So I can't say for sure if you want to categorize that as the recovery position or not. I don't have like a particular, angle where his top shoulder, if it goes beyond that, it's not the recovery position anymore, if that makes sense. So I just can't say for sure.
Is it fair to say that he was in and out of the recovery position?
I suppose that, I guess, yeah.
Do you remember what officer told you about the vomit and when they said, don't step there, or however they phrased it?
I don't recall who told me that.
Do you know whether or not anyone from Aurora Fire Paramedics or EMTs reacted to that statement?
I don't recall for sure if I heard any firefighters say anything to that. I'm not sure.
At that point, Officer Ward, where are you in relationship to Mr. McClain?
When the throw up got pointed out, is that what you're asking?
Well, that's a good question. Let's start there. Where were you in relationship to Mr. McClain when the vomit was pointed out?
So that was when I was in front of him. That was right after I walked up kind of quickly, and then very immediately, once that was pointed out and once I realized it was not a good position anyway, that's when I circled around and went behind his head shoulder area.
Were you still steps away from Mr. McClain?
Yes.
And at some point, did you actually kneel down and were you by his side?
Yes. When I went back around him, I would say I was, at one point I did have like a touch on his arm, and then I was still like kind of closer to his head, but yes, I did have his arm briefly, if that's what you're referring to.
Could you just describe to the jury what your position was as far as standing, sitting, kneeling, crouching, things of that nature?
I would have been either crouching or kneeling. I can't remember which, or maybe both. I'm not sure.
And was any part of you touching Mr. McClain?
So like I said, I did have my arm briefly on his, or my hand briefly on his arm. Officer Rodima was there immediately to my right. He soon took over kind of like control, holding that arm. And then I transitioned closer to Mr. McClain's head, and I did have essentially my knuckle in the area like in front of his.
All right, if anybody needs to take a stretch, it's a good time to do so. We will continue with the testimony in just a moment. All right, go ahead.
Great, Judge, thank you. So, Officer Ward, you were just explaining to the jury where you are next to Mr. McClain. So that's where we are. How long do you think you maintained that position until you, well, I'm just going to give you some direction. Until Mr. McClain got on the gurney, how long do you think you were there in that position?
I don't know exactly, but maybe a couple minutes.
And at that time, did you still have the impression that the scene was contained?
I would say so, yeah.
Did you have any concerns for your safety or other safety?
I mean, I did have concerns that, like I mentioned before, that things could escalate. So I wanted to make sure that they remained under control. So when I was concerned that things could get worse or that possibly there like could be a risk to somebody's safety. So that's why I stayed where I was.
And as you've already mentioned, nothing did happen, correct?
No, nobody got hurt. No officers, no firefighters got hurt to my knowledge.
And at that time, when you're in that position, did any of the Aurora Fire personnel come over and treat or do anything medically with Mr. McClain?
I do believe that one of the firefighters gave medication to Mr. McClain. I believe it was an injection.
Before that injection, did you see anything? Did you see any other Aurora Fire personnel take any type of vital signs, for example?
Not that I saw.
Before the injection, did you see any Aurora Fire personnel come over and have a discussion with Mr. McClain?
Not that I saw.
Before the injection, did you see Aurora Fire personnel bring any sort of medical equipment over to Mr. McClain?
I think the gurney was close by, and I'm not sure what kind of medical equipment they did or didn't have nearby. I'm not sure. I don't recall specifically what was over there. I don't think anything was brought closer than that and before the injection.
Do you remember whether or not any Aurora Fire personnel that came over and tried to engage Mr. McClain in any kind of conversation?
Not that I recall seeing.
Now, you mentioned that you initially had your hand on his arm. Could you describe to the jury what kind of pressure you had?
Very low pressure. I just was there just in case I was needed, essentially. I was originally kind of had the thought that I would help him, like if he did topple over, help prevent that or just kind of hold him still. It was just a light touch. I didn't really do much.
At that point, when you had a light touch on his arm, was Mr. McClain doing anything that you felt you had to restrain him?
I mean, he was still, if I recall, I recall him kind of still like clenching different muscles, stuff like that, like moving around some. So I did still have the concern that he may try to assault somebody or something might happen that might injure somebody. That's why I maintained my position.
And since we weren't there, we don't know what clenching means. Could you kind of describe that? What did you see?
So, like when muscles clench essentially and kind of like your arms, for instance, might go in like that or something like that, or your legs might move, like it's various things. And like I said, I wasn't paying complete attention to him. I mean, I kind of was paying attention to what I was doing, my immediate, what's in front of me. So I don't know exactly like all of what he was doing, but basically some, I guess, quick and short jerking movements almost, or clenches of muscles.
Did you form an opinion while you were there that Mr. McClain was having difficulty breathing?
I did not realize that at the time.
Did you know the clenching, if it was related to anything medical?
I didn't know that it was.
At the time, did you see him doing or having any vomiting reactions?
I don't recall for sure if I saw him vomit or not. I believe, like I said, I saw the vomit in front of him, so I was under the impression he did vomit, but I don't recall seeing it.
Now, you've also mentioned that you took your hand off his arm and you put it and you made a gesture towards your ear. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so I basically put my knuckles in the area in front of the ear, kind of like at the bottom of the ear here as a pressure point, essentially. I didn't apply any pressure. I was just there just in case needed. An officer, Rodima, asked me to do that. And so I did put my hand there and held it there, but I didn't ever feel like I needed to apply any pressure.
And so that the record's clear, can you show us where you're touching your own face so we can understand exactly where your knuckles were?
Sure, about here.
And is that behind your ear or in front of it?
It's in front of it, essentially, kind of just in front of where the earlobe is about.
And was your hand on the other aspect of his neck, or was it behind, or how was the rest of your hand?
That's the only place I was touching, so it would be with my knuckles. I'll show you again here, like this essentially.
And so for the record, you're putting your knuckles right in front of your ear, sort of on your cheek and upper neck. Is that fair?
I would say I was really only touching him, I think, like just in front of the ear where I indicated before. I wasn't touching him anywhere else with that hand.
And did you have your other hand on any other position on him?
I actually don't recall exactly if I would have. I don't think I touched him with the other hand, but I actually don't know for sure.
Now, you just indicated that you had a very light touch of your knuckles on his ear area. Why such a light touch?
I was only there in case it was needed, like in case something happened where we felt that a pressure point would basically bring his attention away. It's like a technique for the police get taught, or that I could use to essentially take his attention away, but I never felt like I needed to do that. So I was really just, my hand was just resting there.
And why did you feel that you never needed to do that?
I didn't ever see or feel him do anything that I felt was a big enough risk to need to do that.
Was he doing anything at that point?
Like I said before, I think he was still kind of like randomly clenching and that kind of stuff. I believe over my time with him there, he got more still. I don't know exactly at like what point, how much of it lowered, if that makes sense. So he was moving more when I first got there and less near the end of my interaction, but I don't recall exactly how much at what point.
Can you give us an opinion whether or not the stillness was dramatic change from when you first saw him?
It was a change, yes, from when I first saw him.
Would you say dramatic or slight?
I would say dramatic.
At the time that you noticed this change in him, did you notice whether or not he was talking at all anymore?
I don't recall him. I didn't recall him talking at all, but I believe the noises that he was making did go down as the movement went down as well.
And would you say that that also changed dramatically?
Yes.
Now, it's my understanding, since you never put any type of pressure on your knuckles, and you only did that to see if Mr. McClain would start fighting, did he ever start fighting?
Not while I was there. No, I didn't feel like I needed to put pressure, like I said.
At this point, what did you observe him doing?
So like I said, as time went on, he became more and more still, more quiet, and eventually he was put on the pram after that. So I guess not much else I could really describe.
Now, you mentioned that you knew that someone at Aurora Fire Rescue gave some sort of administration or a shot to Mr. McClain. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you remember at what point you realized that they were going to give him something?
I don't know for sure. I don't believe I knew until they were about to do it. I don't recall exactly.
And do you know what they were giving him?
I mean, I know now, but no, I didn't know at the time.
Do you remember whether or not anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue ever knelt down and asked Mr. McClain for consent to be given any kind of medication?
I did not hear that.
I'm trying to ask you a question about timing. So you have testified that he got quieter and much more still. When that change occurred, was it before the ketamine?
I believe it was after the administration of the medication.
How about right before the ketamine? Was he fairly still then too?
I don't recall exactly at what point he became, was moving less. I don't recall exactly.
When someone from Aurora Fire used the medicine and injected him, do you know whether or not he reacted to that?
I don't remember noticing any reaction.
And of course, you were right there on his ear, so you would have seen something, don't you think?
I think I would have noticed if there was any big reaction at least, yeah.
After Aurora Fire injected him with something, did they do any kind of assessment on him before he's moved to the gurney?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Not from, but I don't know how they work. Not that I saw.
And to your best recollection, what is the time span between when Elijah received the administration of whatever it was and the time that he's moved to the gurney? How much time passes?
Again, I don't recall exactly, but I think it was maybe 2 minutes or less or something like around that.
At that time, is he still in this position that's more prone than in the recovery position?
I believe so. I believe later on in the encounter, that's when he was more in that position. I think so.
After the injection of the medicine or whatever it was.
Whenever you can find a good place.
Yes, sir, I can stop now.
All right, folks on the jury, we're going to break for the evening. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage. Please let the court know if somebody tries to speak with you about the case. Like this morning, I'd like to have the jurors back in the jury assembly room on the first floor at 8:30 a.m. and we'll get started as quickly as we can. All right, our jurors have stepped out. The witness may step down. Do we have a inkling of, I guess we'll just have play it by ear as far as the testimony in Arapaho, right?
So Officer Ward knows your situation, and so I was going to suggest to Officer Ward that she call the on-call phone. Let us know if she's testifying in the morning or in the she's testifying in the morning, we start her testimony and bring her in the afternoon. She's testifying in the afternoon, she could come back whenever the court wants her to come back.
Okay, that sounds fair. Does that sound fair to counsel?
Absolutely.
All right, I guess we'll figure it out tomorrow. All right, anything else before we break?
Yeah.
Judge, I think.
Yes.
Speaking of Jordan, it's now happened at least 5 times.
I would ask that we adjust in morning so all counsel can converse and multiple different. My instinct is we have multiple, at least 3 that have been multiple themselves, and we do have 3 alternates, so we can have a conversation and see if there's something that.
All right. Well, I don't mind if you folks discuss things before I come in. I guess my expectation would be is that if council has time to discuss different strategies, and I suppose there are a number, we could simply release the juror or make that juror an alternate or, you know, I mean, but if council can figure something out, my expectation would be the presentation or the argument to the court would be succinct. All right, the court will be in recess. We'll see you in the morning.